things first.
Hey, Chief.
And here we are, with a heroic journey lying before us. Hi!
I'm no simple arsonist. What I do is art.
Getting worried, great hero.
Draconic Dude just boosted Zoria. Draconic Dude just boosted Solastop. Draconic Dude just boosted Chrono Trigger. Marto _ Varna just boosted Mass Effect 3. Marto _ Varna just boosted Anachronon.
The silence of nature will claim you!
Water just boosted Dive.
All I'm offering. Greetings, sire!
Boosted the Banner Saga. Procyon Water just boosted Banner Saga 2.
Welcome everyone, happy Friday. Welcome Draven, Parrot, Banana, Draconic Dude, Marzo, Proc, Bogu, and all the lurkers. Good to see you all. Today, we are back to Torment, our critical hits game. We are getting close, maybe we are at the midpoint of the game. We last week finished the first big portion of the game, and not only that, but also reached where we needed to go. Well, almost. We are at the entrance, pretty much, in chapter 2. Okay, dude, enjoy your day. Good luck with the things you have to do. And yeah, we have done a lot in chapter 2 as well. It's like a soft chapter. It's not really indicated that it's a chapter, but it's the second
Boga
hub.
just musted TFW. Your damn vacation got into way of actually seeing this game.
No, your vacation got into the way of actually seeing this game. It's not my fault. It's never my fault. It's always everybody else's fault. Yeah, we will continue today. See if we can finish the second hub this week. Apparently this chapter is shorter, the shortest of the 3. And we are getting close to the end. Welcome, Ray. Ahoy, ahoy. Hi, Ray. Good to see you. Hope you're all doing well. Having a good Friday. I see a lot of you are busy. Hopefully that changes soon and you get to relax.
Boga just musted. Also make sure your phones don't fall into cracks of foldable couches.
How did that happen? Did you break the phone completely? What exactly happened? Did you drop it and weren't able to take it back for a week or something?
No. Boga just musted €150 per Bogu.
Ooh. That's rough. That's rough. Sorry about that. I bet your vacation is ruined. Warhammer. Vampire and Witcher. There we go. Thanks for the boosts. Sleeping on your brother's couch after 2 hours of virtual no sleep, your phone fell down the cracks. Did you sleep with the phone in your pocket or something? I had bought a PDA years and years ago. You know, before iPhone etc. were really popular. I don't even remember if they existed, but I had an Asus PDA. And I went to a holiday, you know, a summer vacation where we would go swimming and stuff with friends. And, you know, I always get the PDA with me, played games with it, or whatever. And I was so excited one day. We were going swimming during that holiday. It was either the first or second day of the holiday. And I accidentally, you know, got into the sea, started swimming with the PDA in my pocket. Only hours later, when I returned to where we were staying, I realized that it's dead. And then, you know, it was an expensive device, and I had it for maybe a couple of months. And, you know, I put it in rice, hoping that it would absorb the water and stuff, and started looking for a place to repair it. Couldn't find anything there. Yeah, that vacation was so messy and problematic in all sorts of ways, but that was, you know, that was how it started, and it only went downhill from that. It ended catastrophically as well. It's fine though. It was, I don't know how many years ago, maybe 20 years ago. Yeah, that was a week. Anyway, let's go into the game. By the way, I'm taking a couple of days off this week. First of all, I sent this on Discord, but for those of you who may not have seen it and would be interested to know, I would normally take the next Monday off. I mean, the 2nd of September Monday off. We realized that we won't be able to meet that day with friends, so we decided to meet this Monday, so I'm taking this Monday off instead. And we will...
Recognize me?
Hey QP, welcome. Thanks for the
Arisa
resub.
by Quiescent Pandemonium. Did you know it has been 31 months?
Thank you for resub. Yeah, speaking of friends, it's QP and Starving Drummer that I'm going to meet this Monday. So we had to take it 1 week earlier. We are going to meet this Monday.
Why is
so
this place so mournful?
I'm going to be streaming next Monday instead.
Should we be mourning?
The 2nd of September Monday instead of 26th of August Monday. And I'm also going to finish the pony on Tuesday, and I don't want to choose a new game to start on Wednesday in a rush, because I think I'm going to choose a game that I have played before. One of the games that I really enjoyed back then. And I haven't, so I decided I would just take another day off on Wednesday.
And nothing has changed.
Welcome, Thor. A few years ago, you dropped your phone in the toilet. Fortunately, those for any business had been done. You fished it out quickly, so you save it. Super careful now whenever you take the phone. Yeah, welcome, Thor. Good to see you. How are you doing? UP is an actual person, yeah. I know he doesn't show it. Where are we guys meeting? We are actually just going to have coffee. QP has been pushing us to get some beers the last couple times we have been meeting. Maybe we'll do that. I don't know though. I don't know.
I don't like
We
the
probably
idea
will
I
of
will
just
someone
not
get
allow
coffee.
sin
nearby.
to overtake purity.
Of course, there are cats everywhere, Marta. You know Istanbul. How are you, Thor? Happy Friday. So yeah, this Monday, the next Monday, and Wednesday, I won't be streaming. Tuesday will likely be a shorter stream because we will finish the Ponya Doomsday 2 hours, 3 hours, maybe 4 hours if I get stuck. Maybe longer, depends on how much is left and how much I get stuck. But we are going to be streaming Torment 3 days, of course. Today, tomorrow, and on Sunday. So no taking Torment days off. And let's start. We are just at the gates of Mila West. We have done everything else to do at this necropolis, I think. Unless I missed something. For now, it seems like we have done everything we can do.
Everything's so dead.
Yeah, I know, Bryn. I know. So, yeah. Enjoy. I hope you enjoy the stream. Have a good time. Statues are all of the same person, the first caster, presumably. Each of them wears a different mask. This frieze appears to have been defaced. There are 2 figures facing each other in anger. It's impossible to make out any more than that. Ooh. Timer is running. Your job is done. Yeah, you can go away now, QP. You can leave now, but make sure you're watching the timer at the corner. The carvings here display 2 figures standing side by side on a crag overlooking a plateau with a white disc at the center. The scene is familiar. A wave of dizziness envelops you and you steady yourself against a rough stone. That does not help. The memory flows out through the stony rumbling pulses, overtaking your senses. Yes, this scene is familiar because you experienced it first and then you rebuilt your mind in the labyrinth, and now here the full memory awaits you. Welcome, Pi. Welcome, good to see you. How are you, Pi? Welcome, Multi. You redeemed first. I'm sorry that you kind of missed the chance. Oh, Multi, I scheduled Portal to Google Translate Edition for 16th of September. Yes, more week before you touched the harder screen. Yes, I did that, Thor. We did that. And then Eritis, the original Eritis appeared in our mind maze and we talked to him too. You're in the shower.
You'd think international conspirators would go around better equipped.
Hope you had a nice warm shower. If that's your thing, maybe you like cold showers. I cannot bathe or take shower with cold water, not even cool water. It has to be warm. Even at the hottest of days, you know, the hottest of the time of the year, it has to be at least warm water. I cannot stand cold water for some reason. Succumb to it. The memory of that long day pours past you, cold as melting snow. You direct the first Gastov's gaze towards the researched plateau where Mila West will one day stand. You ignore the laughter in her eyes when your own constructs turn on you and make the necessary repairs. And then the rush of time slows as she makes her way up a moss-hung path towards you, her eyes bright behind the mask. It is almost here. You will disrupt the stream.
And just boosted Grim Rock.
No worries at all. Enjoy your dinner.
Multi-Dark Samus is just musted Andromeda. Multi-Dark Samus is just musted Rogue Trader. Pylorzian and just musted Diablo 3. Quiescent Pandemonium just musted Sack. Quiescent Pandemonium just musted Lion. Quiescent Pandemonium just musted BG3.
Thanks for the boost, everyone. Enjoy your dinner, Pie. I have something to show you, she says. I've got it working, she says. The doorway exists in 2 places at once, here and on the other side. Once you align them, she lays her hands and forehead against the stone as though worshipping the thing. Your lip curls involuntarily, but you can't fault the results. The portal activates, answering the welling glow of the first Castov's tattoo beneath her mask. The flood on memory slows to a trickle, leaving you back in your body. You look over at the mural. Could that be the way to open the portal? Examine the frieze. Though the 2 figures are faded, you can still make out a few necessary details with the help of the memory you saw in the labyrinth. This frieze depicts to the changing god and the first Castov overlooking the site of Mila West. They are side by side, not master and servants, but equals. Looking closer at their faces, you notice something interesting. The first Castov is shown wearing a mask, as you remember. The changing god's face is chipped in places, as though someone tried to damage the frieze but failed. Okay. A bewildering array of colliding, jagged edges and mangled corpses make up this frieze. It's not clear where it's not quite clear whether the artist was inspired, drunk, or insane. No one cared who you were until you put on a mask. Who says that? If I guess, if it's someone from your Baldur's Gate voice packs, maybe it's Bane.
Jot Eilers just boosted Kronder 3 Tokyo Drift. Jot Eilers just boosted Wasteland. Jot Eilers just boosted Chrono T.
Hey Jetlers, welcome. How are you doing? Happy Friday. Yeah, I only guessed it because it's one of your voice packs. Examine the frieze. A battlefield is depicted here, but that much is certain, but the amount of detail is staggering, and it isn't immediately apparent what the artist was trying to convey. Examine the frieze. The first detail you notice is the fortress standing out from the wall in bold relief. Many of the soldiers shown are pouring through the sundered gates, and every one of their faces shows a different emotion: elation, rage, terror. But it is the jagged edges seemingly raised at random that pull your attention down to the bottom right of the piece. There lies the first cast-off of the changing god, mortally wounded, dying alone as divergent realities snap shut around her like teeth. Okay.
I'll remember that.
Stark letters have been carved into the rock above with a steady hand. Sharp memories emerge at the sight of the masked figure in the tableau. The first cast-off. Countless footsteps have worn a track to, and apparently into, this mural. This is a gateway of some kind, but you can see no way of opening it. Matkina must have not known that the portal would be closed, else she would have said something. Whoever deactivated it must have done so recently. You look around the area. Maybe examining the environment will give you some sort of clue. The friezes seem promising for some reason. Put your forehead against the door like you saw the first doing in your memory. Read the epitaph. Let's read the epitaph first. Oddly, many of the words above are completely unreadable. It's not that they are in a language you don't understand. It's truth, and you recognize every letter. Every time you try to put it all together, the meaning slips from your mind. Maybe that part of the epitaph isn't meant for you. Your eye skips to the end of the message. She serves us still. She serves us still by the seashore. Put your forehead against the door, like you saw the first doing in your memory. You lay your hands on the cold stone as the first cast-off once did, and press your forehead against the mural. The skin around your tattoo crawls, then burns. But even with your eyes clenched shut, you feel the air of the tomb stirring. You can speak Polish? I am a man of many secret talents, Bogu.
I'm starting to figure
100 experience, wow. 100 each. Was this supposed to be English this whole time? I'm doing my best, dude, okay? I'm doing my best. This woman is dressed in functional glaives clothing. Her hair is short and her face is muscular and tense. You recognize her instantly from Tash's mare, I reckon. She chews on the inside of her cheek before she speaks. Must admit, I'm surprised you made it in. You realize by breaking open the portal lock, you made our sanctuary more vulnerable to the Sorrow? But you probably don't care about the results of your actions, do you? Your blundering pales beside the crimes of our creator, of course. I'm heading out to stop more of them. You can read no thoughts from her. They are muffled as though something were interfering with them. If Mitral said he was Polish, would you believe this without asking him to speak the language or any Poland-related topics? Do I have... So basically what you're asking is, do I give the impression that I'm Polish? Do I give a first impression that I'm Polish? Someone guessed that I was Polish, but I think that was because I was so much into some Polish communities like Bogu's. There are lots of Polish viewers here that stop from time to time. I think it was easy to assume that I am also Polish, but not necessarily because I look Polish. But even our Poland-related topics, I'm sure there are some. I don't know about the world news, but I'm sure there are a lot. Was the famine over there? Come on. What did you mean when you said I'd made the sanctuary more vulnerable? There are rumors that Sorrow activity has increased recently. I don't buy the stories, but many of them do. She points a thumb behind her to the other cast-offs. Your brothers and sisters, your family. Even if the Sorrow isn't more active, it's still active. And they came here to be safe. She looks at you pityingly for a moment. Use your mind and think about it. If a door is locked and you kick it in the frame, how well is the door going to keep out the intruders? Do you know all the 2 colors in the Polish flag? I don't. I don't know. I don't know flags. I couldn't point at Poland on the map. I could barely point at Turkey on the map. If you're Polish, you would crew on non-stop. It would be your default reaction. Brown and pink. If there was a new kebab shop in town, you would say kurwa. Be that as it may, I have important information to share. I'm okay, Pa. I'm okay. Surviving. How are you doing? Happy Friday to you as well. Not with me. I'm not interested in what you have to say, frankly, and I have a great deal of work waiting for me. If you want to express your delight in your new life or share a moment of happy fraternity with your siblings, I suggest you go talk to Adiris. She'll give you the validation you seem to require. I know you. I know what you did in Coln Village. Oh, Matkina told you? What a surprise. She's generally so quiet about her feelings. She adjusts her sword belt. Coln was a pity, a tragedy, but it had to happen that way. I've been a warrior for most of my centuries. I know about making sacrifices in the service of a higher ideal. I stopped losing sleep over them. Live long enough and you'll understand. It had to happen that way? What about letting the villagers survive? Do you realize what we lost that night? Do you realize what we gained? You weren't there. You never even met me before, and you think to judge my actions of 200 years ago? The stakes here are far more important than a few monsters. We are fighting for our survival, you damned infant, and I won't let you moralize at me while I'm trying to save your life. I ran into Barricale. She said she had a message for you, but couldn't get him. Well, how very useful of you. Next time I want someone informed that I have a message for them but cannot send it, I just know who I'll come to. She gives you the most patronizing smile you've ever seen. It's like she's practiced. Where are you headed now? Back to the endless battle. I've been leading our side against the forces of the coward ever since the first died, heard Jove tenses. Before you ask, my side, the side of the first, we are in a struggle to survive. To protect ourselves against our father's plan. The other side, they want him to win. You want more details? Get them from someone else here. I got a war to fight. What crimes has our creator committed? Do you want the full litany? Ask someone else because I haven't got the year to spare. The worst one is that he had plans to kill us, to sacrifice us to save his life. The first found out and took a stand to stop him, but she's dead now. We are stuck with me commanding in her memory, and meanwhile, sycophants and lickspittles work for him for the privilege of being destroyed. For some incomprehensible reason, they put their faith in the man who dropped us into a world of pain. The other cast-offs who work for the changing god, maybe they believe in the salvation he offers. Might be, they are not idiots in most other things, it's true. But to anyone with eyes, it's clear that he is lying to them. He is leading them into death because he's too frightened to face it himself. What were the changing god's plans? Can look forward to a week from Monday, though you have to get through work Saturday and Sunday. Ooh. So 2 long shifts and then you have a week off? That's great. Yeah, I hope the weekend goes fast without much hassle and you can rest for a week. What were the changing god's plans? To offer our lives in a mad sacrifice to stop the sorrow. He doesn't care about us. He doesn't care about anyone but himself. How did the first die? She chews her cheek a moment as she lived, sacrificing herself for our lives. Let me ask you something else. I need to find Mazov. Is he here?
I'll remember that.
Her eyes narrow. No one has seen Mazov in over a decade. Adiris might know where he is. Talk to her. Her voice softens. Adiris might be the best of us. Treat her well, or I'll be sure you pay in blood and pain. Tell me about Adiris. She has the qualities the rest of us do not. A peaceful, idealistic nature. She wants only the best for all cast-offs. She rises above our rivalries. Her idealism is frustrating at times, but she has wisdom and insight into her gentle nature. Well, don't let me keep you any longer. I have one more thing to say to you, and I want you to mark it carefully. The changing god, the coward, intends to kill us all. If you meet him, don't trust him. He is going to ruin us as surely as the sorrow. She turns and strides away. I'd wish you success, but... well, the world has a way of disappointing us all. It does, doesn't it? Okay. Okay, Rin can level up. Let's give you... Why do you need intellect? Do you need intellect? Innervates. You got innervates. Other than that, you don't really need intellect. It's still at 3, by the way. Interesting. Let's give you 9 speed.
Maybe I can do this.
Pretty close to leveling up again. But of course she is behind on experience. There are traces of sand on this teleport pad. It's far warmer than the sanctuary's temperature. It smells of seawater and bone. It's not active right now. The air around this teleport pad is hot and smells of sulfur. You can't see how to make it functional. The air above this teleport pad is musty and smells like entrails of some dead beast. It's unclear how Pi made it work because it's not functioning for you. Calcedon. The wind around this structure is oddly moist, and there's a smell you can't identify. An unfamiliar meat, perhaps, spoiling in sunlight. And there's something else, an acrid, silent tingling, hanging in the air. The feeling of power held in reserve. Examine the structure. You reach out to touch the sloping side, but hesitate. Strange. The surface is smooth, inviting even, and yet your instincts tell you that something within the structure wants you to touch it. Come inside, to yield and fall to the earth, exposing your softest parts to... You stumble back, shaking your head. Yeah, you don't want to do that. None of us are sure what it is, or why the first left it behind. I think it's a last-ditch defense against the sorrow if everything else fails. Others say different. She snorts. Feels nasty enough, doesn't it? Examine the structure again. I'm going to touch it. I'm going to make a safety save. We may reload, but I'm curious. Touch the structure despite your misgivings. Gritting your teeth, you ignore the repulsive waves pushing at you and firmly place your palm on the structure's surface. Eyesight deserts you and you fall, toppling in the bottomless darkness. Through clouds of slimy, probing bodies. They pry at your lips, suckle at the moisture around your lips, and scrape urgently at your eyelids. Something clutches at your heart and crushes it. It's the last thing you feel. You are dead.
Can't die.
Kurwa. Okay, so it's a way to get here. Lady Anshi tells me you touched the fairy. Sorry, I'd laugh if I hadn't done the same thing myself. My deals live with me, brothers and sisters. Take advantage of them while I'm still here. Okay, so that's a traitor. Well, let's examine the place, then we are going to talk to people. A strange burbling noise emanates from deep within this device. It looks so out over the valley like a guardian. The passageways of the structure are much too small for a human to enter. Thick flora blocks your view of what lies inside. Adiris. It's not Adiris, it's Adiris. Adiris, something like that. It looks like I'm cool inside this living structure. Unfortunately, this door is locked. Alkashai. The enormous tower jutting out of the ground looks like a weapon or an antenna of some kind. It makes a soft hissing noise and smells faintly of yeast. It's the tip of some much larger machine, perhaps whatever is powering the shield generators around the sanctuary. It hums softly, almost musically. These machines draw power from somewhere underground, using to generate the shields that color the sky. There are several of them around the sanctuary. This building contains living quarters, presumably for castles who make a semi-permanent home here. The doors to the structure are locked at the moment. Get the impression they had far too much fun of thinking ways to clear themselves to access mind play. I'm actually pretty happy that they have thought of unique ways of killing the character in every major area. One would have a fantastic view of the plateau from the building on the sword and crack. This all feels extremely familiar. The enormous tower jutting out of the ground looks like a weapon or an antenna of some kind. It makes a soft hissing. Oh, I read this. This monument tapers to a narrow point. From a distance, the obelisk appears several meters tall, but when you stand at the foot of it, some kind of optical illusion makes it look as though the obelisk keeps going, rising, narrower and narrower into the white sky. Touched. The moment your fingertip grazes the dagger-like stone, your mind is seized by cold fingers and hurled high into the air. Shreds of cloud whip past, stars streak by you, and are lost in the void. Ahead, a light blossoms, threaded with silvery ribbons of time. You plunge into the light and a vision of the future unfurls. You see yourself asleep, bundled in blankets, snoring loud enough to tear holes in the sky. Also, you are drooling. The prophetic light fades, leaving you standing before the obelisk once more. You study the monument, frowning. Though the vision fell through, it hardly seemed to have been worth all that effort. Perhaps touching it again will yield different results. Touch it again. Once more, your mind plunges into the open sky, through the grasping void beyond, and into the waiting light that holds visions of the future. You see yourself staring mournfully at a half-eaten bowl of stew. It certainly looks good, but judging by your future self's expression, it was an utter disappointment. Your vision clears, leaving you before the obelisk again. That vision was just as apparently useless as the last, but perhaps this monument has more to show you. You return to the vision of you sleeping, snoring like a calorale. You see yourself watching the horizon with a thoughtful expression. No way, it's just a sneeze. The obelisk trembles beneath your hand as though something had stirred or awoken within. Then your mind lances into the sky towards the prophetic star. You see yourself standing before a huge organic mass, tubes and arteries pulse in the murky light, and thick tendrils extend from the mass to enfold your body. Weird alien whispers chitter and hiss in your mind. Is that the sorrow? No. Hands close over your mind and hurl it back to Mila West, back to the obelisk. You stagger away from the monument, clutching your head. It seems the obelisk does show meaningful visions after all. Let's keep touching. You see a billowing pillar of burning oily smoke in a ravaged throne room. You see your companions and a handful of unfamiliar cast-offs lie motionless around it. Not all of the bodies are whole. Then the pillar, the sorrow turns, unfurling long claws, reaching for you. Your vision clears. Pulsing mass. You see yourself standing before a ghostly woman. She looks at you, her eyes cold and hard. Stop him! He's harmed more life than anyone can count. You recognize the woman. She's the same ghost you met in the Fifth Eye and in the labyrinth after that, but you don't know who she's talking about. Watching the horizon and sneezing, sleeping, watching the horizon, conversation with ghostly woman, same. I wonder if there's more. Okay, 5 more times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Little did you know, the final crisis is actually finishing a bowl of really bad stew. That was the important one. No, we got spoilers from the end game. So Raima, Andronis, Alkashai, Adiris, Malmoth, Kalkadon, and Lady Anshi. Let's start with this guy. Your eyes are drawn to the tattered leather robes and profusion of tubes that wire this man. He is lighter skinned with piercing eyes and hideous pitted scar on his face. He could be handsome, but centuries of neglect have ravaged his looks. He looks you over and rasps. So you're the new cast-off, eh? Cast-off, eh? Come to ask me about my Dendro or her? Or do you have some other trick you need to show off? He waves his hand irritably. Never mind. You have questions for Malmoth. What? The territory. What happened to me? Curiosity happened to you. He claps you hard on the shoulder. No one knows. I'd venture so far as to say it's some kind of psychic defense mechanism to keep prying noses from tampering with it. But I've gotten precise nowhere with my investigations, so all you get from me is useless speculation. Tell me about yourself. His lopsided smile seems like more of a grimace. I'm Malmoth Liviarm. I'm the creator of Dendro Her, the greatest, or at least most innovative, of the brothers that seek to pass along knowledge from one generation to the next. So many people back away from me because of the way I look, or the way I speak. But let me tell you that in this body I have lived countless lives, seen endless worlds, experienced memories that beggar description. I contain worlds, and they judge me by my appearance. Sometimes I wonder who I'm saving this knowledge for. What can you tell me about Dendro or her? They call us the Eaters of the Dead. We take the knowledge from their fading flesh. Every life flickers and dies, and when knowledge disappears, the world grows darker. The rain of death washes away the experience. I want to preserve. Each of the Dendro is a library of experience. A feral grin flickers on his mouth and vanishes. Every life that vanishes is a loss. Every person living has a story. The secret keys of history hide there. I want truth. I want exposure. I want knowledge to live. Can you tell me more about Dendro or her? Death is a waste of history. We eat the dead, that we might remember the lessons of time. With all your acquired knowledge, you must have a unique outlook on the
I'll
endless
remember
battle.
that.
A waste of life and a criminal waste of knowledge. The weapons being discharged are lost to us forever. Each life gone is an experience that will disappear into the mists of eternity, snuffed away, forgotten, never to be seen again. He leans in. Our sire sought to cheat death to stop that kind of waste. It's beyond my reasoning why he'd allow the endless battle to continue. What can you tell me about the other cast-offs here? He leers an ugly smile. They are idiots and fools. They think their shields can protect them from the sorrow forever. I came here to retrieve some research, and every time I come I think of how much knowledge is in their minds and their bodies, and I wish they would just die already so I could gain access to their wasted experiences. He scratches a small infection in his hand. On the other hand, they are the closest I have to Pierce. Gods, what does that say about me? I'm looking for Mazov. Him? That useless tinkerer? Why? I need him to fix a resonance chamber. He steeples his fingers, lost in contemplation. A resonance chamber. I remember the term. Something about the building of it. Crystal. Ah, the particulars escape me, but Mazov would be the one to fix it. Too bad he's not here. Try asking Adiris. Farewell. Okay, let's check Lady Anshi. Look at this, the woman declares, our wayward sister in the flesh. She spreads slender hands, delicate spider webs of metal thread run through her fingers, studded with circular nodes that look too purposeful to be mere jewelry. The name is Anshi, she says, Lady Anshi, but don't let that scare you off. I sell rare Numenera and a place to rest at a fair price. I can also upgrade certain clothing and equipment, but that's a bit more expensive. Oh, really? She gives you an assessing eye. This one will have spending money, I hope. Take a look at what I've got, she adds, more quietly. My prices are high, but you look like someone who values your friends, and my work will keep them safe. She claps her ornamented hands together with a clink. So, what do you need? I guess we need to upgrade our companions' armor, because we cannot actually get armor for our companions. So this is just like tyranny. You upgrade your companions' armor instead of getting them new ones. What did the territory do to me? It killed you, of course. It'll do that every time, by the way. Just ask Melmoth over there. The corner of her lip turns. Upgraded my companions. One of my companions is troubled by demons of some kind. Can anyone here help him? She looks immediately at Eridis, who brightens, literally and figuratively, at being noticed. Can't say I've ever seen something like this before, she murmurs, and none of us are doctors, so to say. Do you get a lot of business in Mila West? Well, put it like that, no, she says, grinning. And it's not normally me doing the selling, not like I used to. In normal times, I'm treating major customers to fancy dinners, yelling at my advisors, and sneaking in the odd bespoke order before more paperwork lands on my desk. She shrugs. But these aren't normal times. People are saying the Sorrows is on the hunt again. I don't know if it's true, but better safe than sorry. So instead of passing the time arguing like everyone else around here, I'm back to being a humble merchant, she winks. For now. You must do quite a lot of business with Gandalf's battle ongoing.
Making a note.
I don't know, she says carefully. I don't take sides or opinions on that conflict. Bad for business sides. Your name is Lady Anshi. Are you royalty? She says, only in a technical sense. A few years back, I did a favor for the type of person who can spin titles out of thin air. I told her I only wanted the money, but she insisted. So, Lady Anshi, it's opened a few stubborn doors over the years, but other than that, I don't wave it around much. You don't seem upset that I opened the portal into Mila West. That's because closing it wasn't necessary to begin with. Shields are good enough. She rolls her eyes. Our brothers and sisters worry too much. Must run in the family. What are all those wires all over your hands? Inventions of mine, she says. Cobbled together from parts of course like everything. These beauties are wired. Well, not really, but you know, into my head. I use them to build and fix things that are really, really small. She beams at her hands. I've had them almost as long as I've been alive. I need a place to rest. How much? 110. You'll get the best rest of your life here, promise. The sorrow can't track you when you bed down here. Never mind. Can I take a look at... let's talk about those upgrades you mentioned. Sure thing, she says, but in case I wasn't clear before, I can't do much with what you're wearing. Is pretty good as is. She scratches her chin. Your friends, on the other hand, I can help. Who needs work done? Let's start with Eridis. I don't need upgrades, Eridis declares, outraged. He immediately falters. Do I? You might, and she says, frowning as she examines her companion. Let me take a look at your doublet and undershirt. I could do something with slits, possibly slits, maybe wents. 75 shins and wear square. Sure, we have 805. Let's improve Eridis' clothing. Good, she says, lacing her wired, strong fingers together. Hold still, please. So 7 armor, 3 resistance, 15 evasion. I guess, you know, they probably had less armor, less resistance, stuff like that. 1955 hours, that's a lot. Yeah, it's a lot of critical hits time, right? With only 39 games. I think we will reach 2000 hours during our 40th game. We'll see. Unless it's Diablo 3, then it would be shorter. After a few minutes, she claps her hands. Rin. What? She says, jumping. What's wrong with my clothes? Nothing, and she says, smiling down at her. But I can make a few changes to your jacket and shirt. Nothing fancy or heavy. Just a few things you'll like. She looks up at you. 105 shins. Neither of you will be disappointed. Let's improve. Alright, she says, pressing her palms together. A warm line traces the edges of her joined palms. This feels incredibly odd, Rin says, staring down at her shifting clothes. But not in a bad way. She gives you a nervous smile. Thank you. Oh no. Never mind. We'll take a look later. I thought it would cycle. Tiber. Me? Why me? He says, and sniffs at himself. Oh, you do laundry too? Not even a little, she says, studying your companion with a critical eye. His sark and mantle are a bit clumsy. I could finesse the rough edges. Minor work will cost you 130. Welcome, Mason. Good morning.
Adam Ciuda just boosted Dungeon Siege 1.
How are you two? Hope you are both doing well. And having a good Friday. Let's improve Tiber's sark and mantle. Good as done, she says, cradling a fist in her glowing palm and murmuring under her breath. The light swells. Tiber arches an eyebrow at you as his armor begins remaking itself. If I end up naked at the end of this, you only have yourself to blame, and if not, thank you. Do you have Daniel Siege 1 and 3? Did you play them? Beat 1, never did 2 and 3. You should try as soon as you could, but you remember that 1 made you feel sick for some reason. Oh, interesting. I only played and finished 1, I think. So 5 armor, 3 resistance. Alright, nice. Anyone else? No. We won't upgrade the other characters. We'll only upgrade our main party. Can I take a look at your Numenera? Sure, she says. Look at all you want. Okay, so let's sell the oddities first. We can sell that as well. We are done with these Marecasters. This was... I already forgot his name. The Endless Gates Leaders Marecaster. This was an extra story one. I think we can sell them. Let's sell them. Alright, let's see what you have. Summons a Wisp. Converts all damage dealt to energy, 50% movement speed. Pretty nice. Just one person though. Permanent +1 resistance. Oh! Well, we gotta buy that. Cloak. Whereath, Wisdom Chained. Oh, Shadow Ring piece. Oh yeah, we'll buy that of course. So we can combine them. Aerith and Whereath. You love how I have the timer, how much you spend in the game. Yeah. Thank you. I like keeping track, I like keeping data. 30 hours, 30 minutes. It's not highly accurate, it's mostly accurate. Probably there are some minutes who are either lost or overtimed. It's pretty difficult to keep it 100% accurate. But it's good enough, it's good enough. Bonded item. Oh, oh, this is actually pretty nice. This is actually pretty sweet. I should maybe pick it up. I don't know. Could give it to Tiber. Wait, what? Oh wait, this is the one I have. What am I looking at? This one is training level and persuasion. Child's Grace, 1 persuasion. I was looking at the wrong one. Wait, did I always look at the wrong one? Did I buy the wrong things? No, I didn't. Okay, +1 persuasion, that is unnecessary. I don't need that. I have 2 persuasion on Tiber. It's good enough. You could buy these again. I guess I won't just now.
Here. Now.
So let's use this. And yeah, let's take a look at what this is. You recognize this ring fragment. It's called Vereth, or Wisdom Chains, and is one half of the artifact known as the Shadow Ring. You recall that this artifact belonged to a cast-off, though their identity escapes you. You remember only that the changing god himself sundered this ring at the height of a cold rage and infused each half with mutually repellent energies. They have been separated from each other ever since. The changing god went through immense trouble to separate these two rings. It must be possible to reunite them. Of course, this is the piece of Araf. You've seen this ring fragment before. It's known as Araf, or Power Taken. Let's use. You pull the first ring fragment from your bags. At first, it looks like you misplaced the second. Then you find it pressed into a fold at the exact opposite end from where you found the first one. You reach down to grab it, but find that you can't. Fragments reject each other with a force beyond magnetism alone. You pick up the second one with your other hand and hold them in opposing palms. Examine Vereth. You hold the ring fragment to your eye. The fragment's edges are rough, as if sundered by a mighty strike. But on one hand, you still see a socket that might fit a gemstone or something else. You weigh the other ring fragment in your hand. The fragments feel like they should match somehow. The protrusion and sockets clearly fit. It's almost as if they cry out to be joined. Combine Araf and Vereth. Pinching the fragments between thumbs and forefinger, you struggle to bring them together. The force repelling them is not magnetism. It's almost as if someone is holding your hands apart with impossible, contemptuous strength. Nevertheless, there must be a way to join Araf and Vereth. You just haven't found it yet. Okay, I guess we are going to improve our title sword somewhere in somewhere in this place, right? I mean, we could try a might check. $75. Oh, 55 with you. $55, only $55. Why is this red? 0% for a long time. We could go 75. It might be possible. I guess I cannot cancel the check now. We gotta try. Ever so slowly, you force the ring fragments together, pushing your way through the massive force repelling them. The closer you bring Araf and Vereth together, the more they seem to resist. Beads of sweat form on your forehead and your muscles scream in agony. But then, finally, the moment you force the rings to touch, the repelling force completely dissipates and the two fragments eagerly latch onto each other. The complete shadow ring lies in the palm of your hand, simmering with barely restrained power. 4 resistance plus 2 relativistic damage on attacks. Well, it's okay. It's okay. Not what I was hoping for. I don't need Cypher use, do I? What happened to the order changed? I guess I could have waited until I learned of more of the tidal affinity. This man is less flesh than muscle, running in corded bands from his thick neck down his broad chest, wide arms and calloused hands. He focuses on you, his cold eyes flickering from your face and the shape of your tattoo to the width of your shoulders, like a prospective buyer sizing up a particularly dangerous animal. He or she is the one I've heard about, but is she a resource or a threat? Then he smiles. It's as wide and genuine as you've ever seen. The most advanced of our sire's children here at last. I'm surprised you didn't make your way here sooner. A resource, of course, and a fine one at that, at least until she proves otherwise. Who are you? I'm the Calcadon, commander of the Changing Gods forces here in the Endless Battle. The guardian of his grand design and his champion. He raised a self-deprecating hand. Not that our sire truly needs my help, of course, but some here in the very land he created for us would rather accomplish all he's done for us. He shakes his head slowly. Some of these disagreements can be resolved through debate, but not all, of course, not all. Have you seen the changing god lately? No, but that's not unusual, he says. His strategies absorb most of his time, which is why he leaves most of the work in the endless battle. And the diplomacy in Mila West, to me, he flashes a grin. As you might imagine, he measures time differently than us. He chuckles. It's been a number of years since I've seen him. I doubt our sire has noticed. You almost don't spot the unease beneath that grin. The hurt. Has he forgotten us? Has he forgotten me? Alright, we are going to pause for a little bit. Get rid of those ads. The pesky ads. And we'll continue after, so stay tuned. We should have some boosts.
Don't forget to drink water.
Grimrock is no longer pi. It used to be 3.14, now it's 3.15. Pi breaks the pie on Grimrock. Thanks for the boosts, Adam, Chatlers, QP, Multi, Pi. Thanks for the hydrate pad. I wonder who will teach us about tidal affinity. I suspect it's someone here, but maybe it's Adiris. Oh, whatever his name is. This place is smaller than I imagined. With fewer NPCs than I thought there would be. I imagined a pretty big hub like Saga's Cliff City. Maybe not that big. Well, maybe there's more. There's more to this, could be. There are those portals. I bet we will activate the portals. Okay, let's go back to the game. Welcome back, everybody. What is the endless battle all about? In gratitude, he says, within a deep, calming breath, our sire gave us long lives and powerful gifts, a home to protect us from the sorrow. He barks a laugh. The first cast-off wasn't content. She spread lies about our sire and turned some of his children against him. He presses his lips together. She's dead now, but the damage is long done. Our family is divided. The First's army would see us destroy the changing god and seek freedom from his plans for us. He growls under his breath. They are stubborn children, refusing the medicine that will save their lives because taste isn't sweet enough to their liking. Tell me about the changing god's grand design. As you know, he moves from body to body. He does this to test the capabilities of those bodies to their fullest and to ensure their strength. And when he has done so, he gives them to us, gives us life. so that we might continue using them in service of his plans. He's like a sculptor owning his art. He raises a finger. So you see, he's not flitting from body to body like some manner of vapid insect. Each cast-off is an improvement over the last. He lays a hand on your shoulder. And that means, of course, that you are the most advanced of us. We'll need your intelligence, your tactical mind, and to help end this conflict. The sorrow will find us, he says. Before that happens, we must end our conflict with each other. We must prepare our defenses. We must find some way to stop it. You're not upset that I opened the portal? Well, he says, chuckling, there's a touch of unease in it, you notice. I argued for the portal's closure to begin with, so I'm concerned that it's open again. But I trusted our sire knew what he was doing when he made you, so I have no doubt about that the weakening of our defense is a smaller part of his greater strategy. And should something happen, well, I will be safe for certain. I'm looking for a cast-off named Mazov who can repair the resonance chamber in Sagas Cliffs. I'm assured that will stop the sorrow. Of course, he says, his eyes agleam. Our sire told me of the plans to build it. I should have known. He lays bracing hands on your shoulders. Speak to Adiris if you haven't done already. She will know where to find Mazov. Very well. I'll come back, Pa. Hope you had a great dinner. What did you have? Krasmasov didn't die. He changed the body, became Krasmasov. Yes. Exactly. This woman bears a toothed smile, enjoying the anger in the man she's speaking with. You probably think if you won, then the endless battle would actually end. This man's face is flushed and angry, veins rub on his forehead, and his eyes are focused on his companion. A curry dish with rice. Your mom was here on a visit for dinner and coffee. Ah, that's very nice. That's nice. Stop talking, Raima. He spits each word, gripping his weapon belt with bloodless fingers. Stop talking, or I'll prove you wrong right now. He planned this? Ridiculous, I would have known. Ah, but it wouldn't do anything of the sort. Raima replies, grinning as though she intends to eat the man whole and screaming. Even this argument is part of his plan. Do what you have to do, Andronis. If not for the law, you'd already be dead, he says and spits at her feet. Traitor. Fool. You child, she says with laughing scorn. You ingrate. A typical first militia response, angry indignation. This is no way for a family to behave. They simultaneously turn silent, incredulous looks your way. What are you arguing about? Best stay out of it, Andronis says, slashing the air between him and Raima with his hand. Even a second of her bootlicking nonsense is a waste of your time. Hide from the truth all you want, Raima says, shaking her head. You know I'm right. You know it. Neither of you actually told me what you were arguing about. Of course I didn't, Raima says, grinning. Andronis never lets me get a word in edgewise. Why should I? Andronis says with a bitter laugh. All of your words are his, and I've had enough of him for a lifetime. Tell me what you're arguing about. Grinding his teeth together, Andronis merely shakes his head. She chuckles under her breath and runs an easy hand over her scalp. Tell me what you're arguing about. Tell me what you're arguing about. Tell me what you're arguing about. Okay. It doesn't work. No matter how I say it, it doesn't work. How long have you two known each other anyway? Too long. Agreed. Tell me what you're arguing about. Well, tell me what you're arguing about. Okay, tell, farewell. No. Oh, Alkisha. This slim cast-off looks to be in his late teens. He carries an odd-looking device that resembles a scourge circle, and it's not hard to draw the connection between it and the red mark of a recent injury that travels along his forehead and under his hair. The man seems confused, hesitant, as if he has so many questions that he isn't sure which to ask first. I want to ask. I'm not sure. He gives a shaky smile. I want to ask you a lot. We all do. About her? No. Something she did? Maybe. Yes. What did you mean when you said we? He blinks hard at your question, twisting the blackened circle through his hands. I once fought in the endless battle, found this in a giant clay hand, trapped in a half-shattered block of stone. I took it. He shakes his head as if denying the memory itself. Put it on. Circlet spins through his hands faster and faster. I saw darkness. Knew I was inside the owner of that hand. Play automaton imprisoned. No, I could control it. He shivers. I did. Broke it free from the stone. Used it in service of our sire for many years. Thought of it as my armor. He blinks hard again, like a man trying to dislodge a thought with his eyelids alone. Then, a war construct collapsed on the automaton, crushed it, and the crown burned. I remember screaming. Then 100 voices in my head, arguing with each other, shouting, fighting. Another hard blink. The automaton wasn't armor. It was a container for gods. Did you say gods? Yes, my armor wasn't a tool. It was a locked chest with a hole inside, a deep hole full of terrible gods. He shuts his mouth and says no more on the subject. Rin, can you help him? I can try, she says, hunkering down to examine Elkishai's eyes. Her small smile falls into a frown, then she winces.
Dissection time.
Welcome, Vero. How was your
Veru
Friday,
Mamo
Vero?
just boosted fire.
How was the
Veru
York
Mamo just
adventure
boosted
going?
water. Veru Mamo just boosted darkness.
too stupid.
You found the place! Hey! Well done, congratulations. Is it to your liking though, or were you running out of time and options? Are you happy with the place? It's a nice place. Oh, that's very good. Nice, I'm happy for you, Vera. That's very good. Need to get accepted. Oh, it's not guaranteed yet? Well, I mean, I don't see any reason why you wouldn't be accepted. It should be fine. Can you get like a referral letter or something from the school to help with the acceptance process? You have evidence of all your financing. I don't understand these gods. They aren't like any I've ever met. They don't speak anything like a proper god. They are rude. She cocks her head to listen more. Al believes they are prisoners, and also not gods at all. She looks up at him, sad. I offer apologies, sir, for I cannot help you. Thank you, Vera. Enjoy your day. Alkashai nods glumly, unsurprised. Yes, they said as much to me, now that I can understand it. What kind of questions did you have for me? You forced your way through our portal, he says. It kept us safe from the sorrow, now it's open. He swallows, eyeing you reproachfully. Carefully, you feel a stirring of forces around you. You were reckless, he blurts, avoiding your eyes. You exposed us, maybe killed us. I don't want to die. He's on the verge of tears. You need to tell me how bad it is, and I need the truth, he says, raising his eyes again. Have you seen it? Have you seen the sorrow? Yes. I knew it, he says, going pale. We are running out of time. Now listen, he says, blinking hard. This is even more important. Have you abused the tides to change things, to influence people? Well, we didn't, did we? We didn't really do it. Except, I guess... did we use the ties in the Marecaster? We didn't really do it, I don't think. Very little. It doesn't matter, it'll find you. Every use of our power draws it like a fire in the sky. You should leave, he says, but there's no heat in his words. Maybe it'll follow you and leave us alone. Did you want to ask me more questions? No, I don't. He avoids your eyes. You should go. Go before it comes for all of us. What do you think it is in your head again? Gods, he says. Many, arguing. What was the endless battle
I'll remember that.
He shudders. We were killed. The dead crept into my mind. They told me to kill more. And I did because that's what we do. It is in our nature, you know. We are worse than animals, cast-offs, humans. Whether created or evolved, we are all inclined to conflict. Okay, only one character left.
I'll remember that.
Even among all your siblings in Mila West, this woman is remarkably beautiful. Clad in a robe of myriad colors, she carries herself with a distinct grace and ease. Her skin is dark brown, her hair is a rippling midnight black. Her violet eyes blaze momentarily as you approach, and she holds up her hand. Her voice is musical and sweet. You are most welcome here, sister. I am Adiris. I am the peacekeeper of Mila West. Word of your birth and exploits has reached us here already. She smiles. News travels fast in the cast-off world, as I'm sure you've already seen. I know your desire to speak to Mazov. I've even heard a rumor that you can alter the past, that you restored Matkina. This is strange to me, for I have two memories on the subject. One in which Matkina is whole, as we all know her now, and another in which her mind is incomplete. She laughs. Perhaps my mind is the one that's incomplete. I do have a Merecaster here in which Mazov is said to appear, but he's a friend to me, as are all our family, eventually, and I do not wish to expose him to danger. Have a good rest of your day, Multi. Have a good stream. It was good to see you. She shakes her head and smiles slightly. I must apologize. I do not mean to be rude, but if there's a chance it's true, I have some limited psychic ability. If you will permit me, I would examine your mind to get at the truth of these rumors about your powers. You don't need to probe my mind, it's the truth. I can change reality by using Merecasters. She gives you a smile that on anyone else would be patronizing, but on her looks genuinely sympathetic. I hope you will understand that our kind especially enjoys embellishing the truth. I won't be satisfied until I see for myself. She puts a hand on her hip. I would never do such a thing without your permission, of course, but examining your mind is the only way I can be certain. If you must, but don't probe too deeply. This will take but a moment. She places gentle fingers on your forehead and you feel a swirl of color thrill through your innermost core. A kaleidoscope of emotion shakes you, a gamut of experiences recognized and echoed, magnified and reflected. When she removes her hands, her eyes are wet with tears. Forgive my doubt, sister, I believe you now. I believe you are capable of changing reality. Why would our sire have given her this ability? A side effect, perhaps, or...
Making a note.
She holds up a slender finger. But if anything, this makes me more leery of handing you a brother's Merecaster. If you wish to speak to Mazov, you must prove to me that you can be entrusted with the minds of one of our brethren. You cured Matkina, but did you understand Tash? Did you take care of his innermost self as well? Before I can give you this Merecaster, I would have you speak with Melmoth Leviarn. I tried to help Tash. Use the ties in that way with Philippus back in Circus Minor. I loaded from that. It was just one of my experimental curiosity tries. I wasn't going to keep it. I tested, didn't like the result, and I reloaded.
I know you're busy, but could we talk?
It's my contention that we drove the sorrow to us with our abuse of the tides, which is why I do not use our tidal powers. I believe our use of these powers is inherently painful to those around you. For instance, was anyone with you when you awoke to consciousness? Two people, an Iron Priest named Eligorn and a Nano named Calistige. They were arguing as I woke. I'd wager any simmering tension snapped into sharp focus. If they were lovers, for example, they might have fallen deep into the love spell. But if they were breaking apart, your blast of tidal energy would have ruined them, destroyed their relationship. She pauses and you feel the tickle of your mind on yours. That's what happened, isn't it? They were not arguing for nothing. Go see Melmoth, ask him about the tides. When you've done that, we will speak further. I'll do it. I want to ask some questions first. Naturally. My companion Nertis has demons in his mind. Do you know of any healers that can help him? Your gaze moves to Eritis. Oddly, he's silent. Silent, sober, and looking at you. Adiris turns back to you. We do not like this, we do not like it either. What can we do? Nothing but dig deeper and deeper. No, the only cast of healers I know are elsewhere, tending to those who can actually be injured. My apologies. So, I bet they're at the Endless Battle. So if we go to the Endless Battle, we may be able to find some healers to tend to Eritis. Where is Mazov? She's not going to let us know. You mean physically? That I do not know. He was captured by the Gibra of Mirajolios several years ago, a prisoner for the menagerie, but no one knows what became of him afterward. He will be very difficult to find outside of the Maricaster, but you will have to convince me you are ready to take over a brother's life first. Tell me about yourself. I keep the piece here in Mila West. Our sire brought the jagged dream to Sagas Cliffs in my body. Did you know that? She shakes her head. The conflicts they seek to start, the wars. I swore that I would make no deaths in my lifetime, bring no pain. I came here in the wake of the first's death, and our loyalists were at the throats of our sires. I brought peace to them. They agreed we would make Mila West a sanctuary again. That is my achievement, my legacy. Why would you feel guilty about our sire bringing the jagged dream to Sagas Cliffs? It wasn't you. True, and yet the jagged dream knew me. Knew me under a name and history that wasn't my own. The killers, the haters, the ones who wanted to see blood and death, they would tell me of their schemes. They wanted my approval, and any action on my part they took as such. She stares down at her hands. I have never taken a life, but blood stains me. I can't feel that again, ever. He brought the jagged dream using my body. I can't be sure it wasn't me. Who put you in charge of Mila West? Why, no one did. I saw the need and forced to make peace myself. I saw a path to avoid the bloodshed, and I set my feet upon it. With my end goal in mind, those who would oppose me saw that I had set my ideals and would not deviate from them, and since my plan did not involve exalting myself over them, did not put them at a disadvantage, who could say no? Indeed, I am in charge only insofar as they allow it. They are the ones who enforce the peace, I just speak of it. I'd like to ask some questions about, well, cast-offs and all that entails. Of course. Can you tell me about the cast-offs here? She spreads her hands in regret. Ordinarily we see more activity here, and we would perhaps have prepared a homecoming for you. But rumor has convinced many of the sorrow that has been more active of late. Many that the sorrow. To ease their minds, I offered a vote to close the portals into the sanctuary. But I digress. The current guests include the Calcadon, Lady Anshi, Alkashai, Andronis, Raima, and Melmoth. And I suppose you just missed my friend Pi. So if you've joined me in voting against it, I underestimated how afraid they all are. The Calcadon commands our creator's forces in the endless battle. He is a true believer, a tightly wound man, but brilliant. Lady Anshi brings her trinkets from all over the mercantile empire. Poor Alkashai has been badly treated by the world. Perhaps you could have a word or two with him. Andronis is, well, his best quality is that he is loyal to Pi. Because I should say, perhaps I say to the memory of the first? Perhaps should I say to the memory of the first? He's also volatile and argumentative, and he's devoted his centuries to fighting. You'll likely find him sparring verbally with Raima, whose devotion to the ideals of our sire is equal of his. She smiles a bit. And then my friend Melmoth, the leader of the Dendra O'Hare. He's quite a charmer. Speak to him, you'll see. What can you tell me about Castor Sorrent? A small frown crosses her mouth, a minute wrinkled in her brow. Our creator chose to live a bountiful life, and he has brought hundreds into the world. He has explored many forms, shapes, and sizes, and he has led some of our kin through time-twisting loops. I do not know all their names, but I hope that I might one day befriend them, even those who have been twisted into savagery. Even if I knew them all, I would not divulge their secrets, just as I would not divulge yours. She smiled gently to take the sting from the rebuke. What can you tell me about the sorrow? I know little, nothing about where it came from, nor its purpose, nor its true desires, apart from seeing us all dead. She closes her eyes. None of us do, though some of us have devoted centuries to trying to understand it. Indeed, the creation of Mila West was intended for that purpose. But the first and the changing god grew complacent, and then they grew possessive, and then the endless battle. She sighs and opens her eyes. Sometimes I feel that the sorrow must hunt us because so many of us are so very disagreeable. But in truth, I believe the sorrow hunts us because of something to do with the tides. Our unique powers tied to the tides must summon it. I have not seen the sorrow track other living beings, nor heard of it in any context but the cast-off situation. It must be the tides, it must. Why do you think the sorrow hunts us? What can you tell me about Mila West? The name comes from a language predating our creator. It means Stone of Wonders. He and the first created our sanctuary jointly, sitting it on this plateau because the devices they found here proved uniquely suited to creating a sanctuary and to power the shields that protect us. They brought more of us here. Our elders hid from the sorrow or retreated here from the cares of the world. They built homes, laboratories, and more. The shields protected them from the sorrow's gaze. But when the first and the changing gods struggled, all that fell apart. The peace of Mila West was shattered, and those who remained chose sides. Blood spilled on the Great Disk. Factions fought for control for the wisdom gained here. She shakes her head. Such a waste. It was not until after the first's death and my arrival that we were able to re-secure peace. And so we once again have a sanctuary for any cast-off. She looks sidelong at your companions, and their occasional guests. Would that we had not closed the doorways, though whether the sorrow is truly more active or not, there are undoubtedly others who would wish to find safety here. She shakes her head. I accept the responsibility for the closure. Those who chose to leave have left, and I wish to rest safety. What can you tell me about the first cast-off? She died a few years after I was born. A pity. I wish I could have spoken with her to understand her drive and passion. She honestly thought she would serve us well, and sometimes I ask myself what she might do in a situation when two of our brothers are fighting. She shrugs. And then I remember that so many of them have died fighting in our war, and my respect vanishes. I would have loved to speak with her, help her find another way. Alas. Let's talk about the changing god. What do you think of him? Have you seen him? Do you know where he is? That's quite a list. Which of you prefer to address first? Have you seen him recently? She laughs. Never, to my knowledge. Perhaps I have, and he never revealed himself. It would be very like him to gather his intelligence and then be away. We regard every new cast-off with the suspicion that he or she might truly be our creator, and frequently a new cast-off will pretend to be. But we find the truth one way or another, and our sire continues to live in a way that we do not fully understand. To be clear, you really haven't seen this changing god recently. I do not believe so, no. What do you think of our creator? A brilliant man, thoughtful, charismatic, a mind greater than any the Ninth World has seen. Where the Ion priests of today cobbled together bits and pieces of Numenera, our creator was a visionary. Were it not for the sorrow, I honestly believe that he would lift us into a new age of human achievement. She shrugs. He has also systematically destroyed every relationship he ever built. He does not seem to understand human frailty or emotion. No, let me rephrase that. He understands those things well enough to exploit them in others, but does not accept their reality, if you understand what I mean. More plainly, he is a selfish man who grows ever more disconnected with his inferiors every year. She purses her lips. His life's a tragedy, it truly is. What do you know of his history? Much of it has been deliberately obscured, and much he has written, either to make himself seem a better man or to keep his enemies from finding him.
Just a tragedy.
But I can provide you with broad strokes if you wish. She closes her eyes, recalling. He saved the city of Sagas Cliffs from the Tabath, and it was after their siege that he focused so heavily on mental transference techniques, though we do not know why. He was successful in his attempts, obviously, and this is the first record we have of the sorrow in modern times. She taps her fingers on her lips. He traveled to another world, or dimension, and I have heard this is where the first was born. His studies in the tides ran deep. He claimed to have spent lifetimes exploring them, and when he had mastered them, he destroyed the Tabat utterly. He brought the Order of Truth to Sagas Cliffs, and sought to keep knowledge alive by creating the Dendro Her. His life has been about the creation or preservation of wisdom. She shakes her head. But to what end? There seems to be no pattern or goal. He does not seem to build for humanity, but for his own legacy. Should we emulate this? What is that creepy pyramidal structure on the opposite side of the plateau? She gazes in the direction you are pointing. Ah, she says finally. The feretory. It's unclear whether she is saying the name with reverence or disgust. That has been here for as long as anyone can remember, though not perhaps when Mila West was originally founded. What is known is that the first placed it there. What is not known is why. Rumors abound, of course, as no one knows how to activate or open it. None can be proven. What do people think the territory is? Oh, the predictable legends, an escape pod of some kind, a final defense against the sorrow, should it break through. The repository of first treasures, I heard one person suggest the first herself was still alive, preserved inside, and that she would return when we needed her most. Her smirk shows what she thinks of this last rumor. Couldn't get to it yourself, you're hoping someone would. Farewell. Okay, we need to talk to Melmoth. But I want to just quickly check everyone else's dialogues first to see if there's anything new at all. Wait. What's the point of the endless battle?
I'll remember that.
The point? The point is that our sire was defending himself against the first attacks. She thought she was entitled to this knowledge, and she thought she'd wrested from him by force. And now? He looks haunted for a moment, his voice lowers. Now I'm not sure we could stop it if we wanted to. Tiber exhales, rubbing his eyes. When he notices you looking his way, he waves his hand. Nothing, it's nothing. Carry on. I need to talk to Rin too. Let's talk to Rin.
What was the dearest talking about? The tides, I mean. Tides are a thing an ocean has, not a person. What did she mean?
The tides are an invisible force. My body uses them to stay alive, among other things. Other things, she says thoughtfully, like hurting people. Not if I can help it. Good, that's good. The woman who stole me, Tall, used to do that to me. She said it helped her, that she'd kill a grown-up if she couldn't use me. She brings a hand to her mouth. She hurt me, made me feel sick, sad, and dying. I wanted to die a lot, that's why I ran away. I know it's none of my business, and I probably won't even know if you do it, but promise me you won't hurt anybody like that, ever. I can't, I just can't. She shakes her head, unable to finish. I won't do it unless it's absolutely necessary, like to save your life, for example. She nods, her face serious. That makes sense. I'll accept that. How are you holding up? Okay. Let's continue. Alright, let's talk to Melmoth. Adiris told me to come speak to you about the tides. You'll find none better equipped to answer the questions, certainly. The tides are an inextricable part of us, and he snaps a clamp on one of the attachments on a tube. Wait, she sent you to me? He peers closely at you. Interesting. Every time I talk about the tides, she argues with me, as if she'd spend a fraction of the time I have in studying them. What game is Adiris playing? She probably said that we bring pain through our existence. Let me enlighten you. Everyone brings pain to others. I have experienced so many lives and memories, and one of the common threads in all of them is pain. Do we hurt other people? We do. But how do we differ from an immortal in this regard? Show me someone without pain and I will show you a corpse. He winks, and then I'll eat it.
Making a note.
We are imperfect. We leak tides, or absorb them, or both. Our powers impinge on the minds of others, upon their nervous system, if you prefer. We draw strength from them. We change them in the process, and not usually for the better. This is regrettable, but unavoidable. Adiris might have said that the sorrow is hunting us because we abuse the tides or some such nonsense. But if that's the case, we are doomed by the nature of our existence. If true, why not use the powers we have? A dearest thinks that the tidal surge on my birth was responsible for a devastating argument between two humans. It's entirely possible. The tides are a psychic force, and when we are born, our minds snap into a particular shape and force out the residue. An unprotected mind nearby might well absorb some of that energy and react in unpredictable ways. But what of it? Does this change anything in your life? Two mortals had an argument. Oh no, boo-hoo. How do you know so much about the tides? He sighs, exasperated, and holds up his bony hand, folding his fingers back as he counts. 1. I am hundreds of years old. I can devote this kind of life. 2. I'm dedicated to knowledge. 3. I will do anything in this pursuit. 4. I learned to draw memories from dead people. 5. I sought the dead who could teach me about the tides. He lowers his fist. Follow that trail of thought, you'll find me at the end. That's how I know. And why do I do this, do you think? Let me tell you. Since you clearly wanted to ask. It's because the changing man thought the tides were important. He uses the tides to shape us. You want to know more about how you were created? I did. And so I researched the tides. The reason for this is that I'm not an idiot, unlike so many of our siblings. Why do you think the sorrow pursues us? He waves a finger at you. I don't waste my time worrying about it, like worrying about the death of the cosmos. It'll come sooner or later. You want position? Here's a list. Because of our mad creator. Vengeance, sheer bloody-mindedness. Maybe it loves the tides or loads them. Could be it hates what we are doing with the tides. But if you talk to Adiris, say, she'll find she never uses hers. I use mine all the time. Yet the sorrow would destroy us both. He adjusts one of the tubes on his outfit. I worry more about the deaths of others and how I might gain some of their knowledge. Not about the first dead vendetta, nor our creator's desire to kill us, nor certainly not an unstoppable monster from the past. What did you mean when you said the tides were an inextricable part of us? Did you think that you could come back from the dead because you were born lucky? Our bodies require tidal energy. Cut us off from the energy and we dissolve. It's the way we are structured, the way our sire created us. He invented a mental matrix and imposed it on the bodies he grew. I surmise that this matrix is what allows his consciousness to transfer and what allows the tidal energy to permeate our forms. Without it, he grins and pulls his hands apart. Sploosh. Splish splash. But we have the advantage of being able to draw on this power for our own uses. He constructed each of us along different lines, and because of the patterns that hold us are different. Is there any wonder that we should be able to channel this into tidal surges? Rintu. What are the tides anyway? Where do they come from? You know they are a psychic energy field. They pervade the greater Sagas Protectorate, but the pockets of tidal activity are localized in the Ninth World. That suggests that through they are a natural force, they are also artificially induced. Civilizations have risen around their use, and civilizations have fallen. He scratches his nose. Odd thing, I have sought to decipher the accounts of those times, but the creatures that made them are strange. The sorrow shows up in images and sounds and spectra I can barely understand. He taps his head. That's why I sought a better method. You get the occasional disease, a strong mind that doesn't want to share its memories with you. But everyone wants to be remembered. Talk to the voices long enough, they realize you are their only true heir. Okay. Have you spoken with Melmoth then? What did he say? He said that the tides are within us all and that we should use our powers as necessary. She laughs. I imagine he called me a fool and worse. He has done more research into the tides than anyone else here in Mila West. Tell me, did he say anything else? He said I should ask where your powers come from, if not the tides. I awoke with them. They are not, as far as I am aware, any manifestation of tidal energies. It's not as though we have a measuring apparatus, of course, but I think I would know if I were using these forces. At any rate, I sent you to speak with Melmoth. Do you believe that he has conducted his studies with anything but his own power in mind? He seems to care deeply for the preservation of knowledge. So he says, and he has certainly gone to great lengths to do so. I don't believe in his positions nor his conclusions, for he may well have inflated the results to justify his actions. but he refuses my mind's touch, and he rebuffs my attempts to inquire more deeply. My own personal views are of course irrelevant to the deeper truth that he has his own motives, and they may be purer than mine.
Making a note.
So I have another task for you. Andronis and Rhyma are arguing. The recent negotiations between Chalcedon and Pi broke down, and these two have taken it hard. They are like to they are like to come to blows if they cannot be reconciled. She bows her head. If one strikes the other, the laws of Mila West are clear. Yet Aker will be evicted. I don't know if the Sorrow is truly more active, but they came here choosing safety, and it is my wish that they have it. Please, speak with them. Will she take control outside their minds as well, or will she let them choose their own path? Alright, I want to ask, what does this mean? I think she's testing us to see if we take the Mayorcaster, we will try to change the past of Mazov. She doesn't want it changed. So she's testing us in this situation. Will we try to make them do something they wouldn't maybe do themselves? And that might very well be breaking up the fight, right? So I guess what we need to do is not try and influence them in this way. It's interesting. Your argument will lead nowhere without a guiding hand. I would offer to mediate, but I feel that your unique perspective may offer them a fresh insight. Maybe we are... I mean, she seems to expect us to mediate though. By the looks of Ryman and Andronis turn your way, you interrupted a promising tangent of their apparently infinite argument. Adiris asked me to mediate your dispute. They react exactly like sullen children. Andronis folds his arms and turns away from you. Ryma flushes and stares at her feet. Alright, she mutters at last. Tell us what you need to know. First, what exactly are you arguing about? The two watch each other warily for a moment, as if speaking first will somehow forfeit the argument. We mostly disagree, he says at last, on the amount of respect due our sire. He arches a cold eyebrow at Ryma, a silent question. She gives a reluctant nod. Tell me what's troubling you, Andronis. I just don't understand her, he says, flinging his hand in Ryma's direction. The changing god abandoned us at birth, then fed us lie after lie when he chose to speak with us all. She claims he has a master plan. I see a man who serves himself first and always. He doesn't care if we die. Even I care more if Ryma dies than our sire does. Siblings? Ha! Sharing that bastard's consciousness doesn't make us related. He barks a bitter laugh. Did you know that he sparked the whole war from my body? He got the first angry at me, then ditched his shell, leaving me to deal with the consequences. Who think the first knows the difference between the face and the mind? He rubs his eyes. But Ryma, look, I know how she feels. The service hunting all of us. It's nice to think that the changing god has a plan to protect us. It's just not true. I know. He glares at Ryma, then looks back at you. There's a fine line between wishful thinking and suicidal idiocy, and she's dancing on it. She has to face the truth. We are on our own, and this battle is going to get us all killed. Let's hear your side, Ryma. It's simple, sister. The endless battle is a test, and Andronis' side has been failing it for centuries. Our creator managed to annoy the first enough that she stormed off in a huff. He even did it in Andronis' body. You'd think that this big oaf of all people would understand what our sire was thinking. She shakes her head, laughing. The fact of the matter is our father created this sanctuary for us to protect us from the sorrow. But hiding isn't a strategy. Eventually we'll have to take the battle to it. The gleam in her eyes is a banked fire. And when that time comes, our father wants an army who will follow his orders without question. He allowed the first to spread our doubts, and the traitors among us have flocked to our side. She tosses Andronis a scornful look. Even so, I'm sure it hurt our father to discover that so many of his children mistrusted him, she says, lowering her eyes. Imagine how that feels, knowing that you'd have to kill some of your children to save the rest. And that's it, she says with an elegant shrug. Simple, like I said. Andronis simply can't accept that his grand rebellion is all part of our father's plan. She can't accept the our existence and ongoing survival to him. She sneers at Andronis. If you hate his sanctuary so much, why not leave? And he wants to kill each other over it? Better to spend our lives in the war itself. Before I make any decision, what sort of solution would satisfy you both? There is no such solution ever. Neither of them speak for a moment. Their faces are identical sculptures of surprise. I don't know, he says, glancing at Raima. Nothing you could say would make us take each other's side. And with apologies to Adiris, I don't want to get along with Raima. I've hated her for too long. No offense. Her lip quirks. Honesty doesn't offend me. She looks over at you. And we need a decision. You can't please both of us. Our points of view aren't ever going to line up. Your argument is based on the endless battle, isn't it? Is that why the battle is still going on? A good compromise means no one is happy, yes.
Making a note.
Yes, he huffs and casts a dark look at Raima. Whenever our father has the chance, he spends our lives like a loose handful of shins. We keep fighting to stop him. He grins mercilessly, to tear him down.
I'll remember that.
You idiot, she says, but without real rancor. Our father never makes a move without knowing he's going to win. We are stronger than you, and we have the right on our side. You are going to lose this war down to the last soldier, then you'll see that I'm right. I've heard your arguments. I'm ready to resolve your dispute. Andronis and Raima go still and stoic, showing no sign of emotion they displayed before. In this moment, they look very much alike, like family. Do you really want to break the truce? To kill each other over a point of view?
Making a note.
Andronis opens his mouth, shuts it thoughtfully. Finally he speaks. You're right, we are safe here, but the Sarv is circling. If the rumors are true, I don't want to do its work. Raima says. Alright, she says, letting out her ragged breath. Just let's talk about something else, Andronis. Can we do that? The two cast-offs stand together, murmuring to each other. Both nod at you. Nice to see you two getting along. Your older siblings roll their eyes in unison. Have you helped Raima and Andronis come to a conclusion yet? I managed to persuade them to their senses. They were agreed to a temporary peace. She claps her hands softly. Well done indeed. To be free to choose is a part of life in Mila West. We must own our choices just as we own our responsibilities for the outcomes of those choices.
I'll remember that.
Before I can allow you to alter the course of a brother's life, I would hear your opinion on something which touches the lives of all our kind. You have no doubt heard of the endless battle, but what do you know about it? Why do they fight, and who is right? She bows her head slightly. If perchance you have heard only a little about the conflict, you wish to speak to our brethren before answering. I can give you an opinion on the endless battle now. Very well. What do you believe the point of the endless battle is? There are so many interesting points of view here. Birkael's point was, the endless battle makes us stronger through conflict, more focused. Falana and Arman said the only purpose it serves is to ruin the lives of those it touches. To battle endlessly is basically Valhalla, before dying though. In fact, you may die and come back to life to fight more. There is no point, it's a waste. It's war, senseless violence caused by pride. This is a pretty basic argument. It's a good argument, but pretty basic. Let's say what Thalana told us. The only purpose it serves is to ruin the lives of those it touches. A fair point, I admit, but does it ruin all the lives it touches? To some benefit? Indeed, what of the suppliers, the camp followers, the arms merchants, who would strip away their livelihoods in the name of peace? An interesting opinion. Did a cast-off really voice it to her? Then they are part of the problem. The endless battle only creates devastation. Where the end of the battle is, they couldn't find the end of the battle. Yeah. Then they are part of the problem. The endless battle only creates devastation. She nods. There is merit in standing by one's opinion. Only be certain that in doing so, you do not shut your ears to the opinions of others. She clasps her hands together. So, why do you think I have asked you this? No, let us start from the first task. Why would I tell you to talk to Melmoth when he ridicules my beliefs? You wanted to expose me to other viewpoints. Precisely. When we have incomplete information and are exposed to alternate opposing viewpoints, how do we judge which is true? We must reach a conclusion at some point, but unless these conclusions are backed with incontrovertible evidence, you must never imagine that you have the sole grasp on the truth. And what do you imagine I intended when I asked you to intervene with Rayman and drones? To learn how to make a decision and stick with it. To resolve a dispute with regard for both parties' feelings and motivations. That is exactly so. My intention for you in this task was to have you change the lives of your siblings for the better, while they still control their own bodies, to offer them alternatives and see if you can provide them a route through their troubles that maintains their core goals. Then we come to the question of the endless battle. What purpose did that discussion serve? Challenging my beliefs with alternate viewpoints. Correct, and astutely judged. The goal in all of this was to make you question your assumptions and to see things through others' eyes. She holds your gaze. It may be that nothing of import happens in Zarian's mare. You might enter, speak with Mazov, and leave without altering him a bit. But even if so, there will be other mares. What if the next one is Melmoth's or Raima's or even mine? Whose assumptions will you take with you into that life? Whose goals will you accomplish and at what cost? You have the power to change the course of a life, of many lives, without your permission or even their knowledge. You will have to weigh their desires against your own, deciding whether the needs of your life are more important than theirs. You will have to know, with the utmost certainty and integrity, what does one life matter? Seek your own answer, sister. That is what matters the most. Wow, okay. Let's go with our blue tendency. One life can find new knowledge, making new discoveries, passing along knowledge, making humanity greater. That's the purpose of life. There are many ways to improve the world, but I agree that this is one of the best ways to achieve it. A kind way, a gentle way, one with great potential.
Making a note.
From within her robes, she produced a small, clean box. A stylized version of the changing god's sigil is emblazoned across the top of it. This is the mercast of a cast-off named Zarian. One brother looked into it once and reported seeing Zarian in the fields of Osifagan and later speaking with Mazov. I highly recommend you take care of any unfinished business before you enter the mare. You can change the past after all. Anything might happen. Let me know when you are ready. I'll return when I'm ready. Thor or anyone else who might know the game. Am I missing anything here? Before I go with the... Is that your actual belief? Did you just pick the... Well, you mean my actual belief or the character's actual belief? Because my actual belief I don't think matters. if you're asking about my actual belief, I'm more on the side that any single life doesn't really matter much, but you know, that's neither here nor there. But my character's actual belief would be the blue option. Yeah. Find help for Eris. You're just curious. I mean, my actual belief would change from day to day. I can be sometimes hopefully naive, sometimes very cynical and nihilistic. It changes, so I don't really have one fixed idea about deeply philosophical stuff like that. It also depends on how much I have drunk. And I'm only drinking iced tea today, so... So I don't think we can help find for Eris and learn more about the tides and speak to him again. I was hoping this would be here, but I don't think it's here, so this is also not doable here. And I think we did everything else. So I guess we can continue, but anything might change since anything might change. It's a well-known fact that iced tea boosts the gold tides. I mean, upgrades. I wonder if I should upgrade the other 3 characters as well. Well, we can. Probably not. Probably I won't care. Probably I won't care. Let's look at the Numenera. Maybe I should sleep. Maybe I should sleep. So this would be 120, 120, 120, 230. That would make 590. Would leave 82 shins. If I don't buy the plus 6s. I can buy this for 360, leaving me with 310. I mean, I have a lot. I have a lot. I haven't even used the ones I bought earlier, so... Some tight cast of lower wonders here. Yeah, yeah. I'm ready to talk to Mazo. Show me the miracles. I'm not going to do this now. I mean, the ads are still 3 minutes or so away. But I'm going to take a break, so the Marecaster will take a long time. So let's enter the Marecaster. Let me make a hard save here. Enter the Marecaster and I'll take my break. You have proven to me I can trust you. Only remember what you have learned in these tasks. Be gentle with Zerion. You are violating his mind. Be true to his path and find what you need and return without causing him harm. You have a duty to preserve his life as he intended it, if at all possible. She presses the box into your hands. Tidal energy swirls around it, drawing you in like a maelstrom. Use focus on it, opening your innermost eye, and you are torn from your body. Yeah, okay, I will take a break, 5 minutes or so, and we will start reading and doing this Marecaster after the break. I will also run the ads in the meanwhile, so thank you for your patience with those, and yeah, stay tuned, I'll be right back.
Nectar of the Gods.
That's how you conduct an orchestra.
Excuse me. All right. Take my money, but don't hurt me.
What the heck?
I was just wondering if I could ask you a couple of questions. Oh, I see. I thought you were one of those awful gangster rappers. What, dressed like this? Well, exactly. They don't dress well, do they?
Excuse me? What did you say to me?
Do you like golf? No, sir.
Oh, I think we are getting close. Oh no, dog meat. You are now just meat.
Me, whatever shall I do?
That balloon looks silly on your head.
Oh, does it? Thank goodness you were here to tell me that. Whatever would I have done without your keen powers of observation?
You're mean. Shut up.
Get bent, you little runt.
I love this guy. Can we play him instead of Sarah?
Vernon left a DVD in his safe.
Snooky! My Snooky!
Okay. She doesn't look quite right to me. Is it just me?
Any idea what this
Oh,
is? Looks
Nico
like a
doesn't have a
picture
head
of
either.
Spider.
What happened to their heads? Makes sense. Sabotage myself.
Whoops.
Okay, it worked, but I'm not sure if I did a good thing or not. Oh, okay. So Alt. What is this? What's this? What's happening? Definitely the best implemented system is swimming. Yeah, exactly. So how do you swim?
Have you seen a young woman with a Latin guy?
Maybe. I don't know.
What do you mean, maybe I don't know?
I have...
Hey, are you alright? Oh no, he's dead! He behaved so strangely when I asked about Nico.
I know,
and
he
Khan.
died. That's so strange. He must have been guilty of something. Are they angry? Ma'am?
I couldn't get away with that. You don't have to ask
Whoa.
me that.
Can you stop? Can you stop?
That's exactly what I said.
Stop, please. Okay. This is getting silly.
He should have known better.
From now on, keep your paws off stuff that isn't yours.
Those are all just rumors. You just have to listen.
This game.
Side for you.
For you! For you!
I love you, baby.
Oh, I love you too. Are we going to swing on the rope like opposing force this time for real? We are actually. No, this is not a rope. This is not a rope. It was a barnacle. No. Baited.
Paraguay's just roosted return to Kronder.
Hi.
Paraguay's just ghosted Grim Dog.
Again.
No.
Paraguay's just musted Might and Magic 8, Day of the Destroyer.
Don't ask me what I'm doing. No. Did I just cook the guy? I hope not. You might want to get into those cells. It's his fault. Why is he standing there? What? Ooh, I'm going to reload from that. That was terrible, and it was so terrible the game crashed. I'm back. Thanks for sticking around, everyone. If you implement a replay system, Mage Run for Gothic might be fun. I think Gothic would be one of the games that I would definitely like to replay. One, I'm
Welcome back.
Thank you, Parrot. I'm kinda more experienced. It should be a little bit less, you know, little bit less painful this time around. Gothic 1 is definitely easier than Gothic 2. I feel like I can get through Gothic 1 more easily since I have gotten through Gothic 2. And I've never really given Mage a fair try. I think some people were saying it's a lot of fun once you got strong. But at the start it was difficult, right? To start with. It would be good, yeah. Gothic would be fun to replay, definitely. We could do that. Let's do some boosts first, though. Veru, Deadfire. Wrath, Dark Lens. I have all sorts of these cool ideas about the critical hit system. Atheism.
Zon just musted Undertale. Zon just musted Skull. Zon just musted
or if I
Chrono
get to
Trigger.
Loot Ghislaine, I'm gonna find the largest bowl of gnarlant weed and smoke till all earthly sense has left my body.
Yeah, I have all sorts of good ideas for critical hits, but there are two things that stop me. One, I am not sure if I want to mess around with the boosts limits as they currently are, you know, 3 per person. And two, I don't know how much I can or want to change the critical hits, the natural 20 balances. And 3, a lot of the ideas would be a hell to implement without some sort of automatization system that would understand what games people are boosting automatically from what they are typing. You know, people type all sorts of weird things for either as a joke or typos or just short forms. It's virtually impossible for any kind of automatization system to understand what game they are referring. And some of the ideas I have, like, I will share one of my ideas that I have been thinking about recently. Imagine a way to bless or curse a game. You spend some points or some other way of some other token that you have, let's say, earned elsewhere to bless a game for a set of time, like a day. Let's say you have blessed Diablo 3, then any boosts Diablo 3 receives that day has a chance of getting increased by 1. By everyone. If, let's say, Thor blessed Diablo 3, then the Pi's boost on Diablo 3 might count as 2. But if I try to do that stuff manually, it will be so much manual work. It will be very difficult to keep up and not make mistakes. That would be the counterpart, curse. For every boost, any boosts has a chance of not counting, and they would of course consume some sort of limited resource. And I think if I do something like that, the balances might change. And so for the resurrection system, I also don't know what to do still. I have to think think on those, try to come to some sort of decision. That would be just setting a multiplier that would be active 100% of the time. Yeah, but so when you boost a game, it is recorded to a text file, and I raise it here, but you know the auto count here doesn't increment automatically. Only if I add it to here, to this boost history list with the correct name. So let me give you an example of what I'm thinking about. Let's say the first boost today, Draconic Dude Zoria boost, okay? So 23rd of August, Draconic Dude boosted Zoria. So if you go to Zoria, it's not counted automatically because the name is wrong. I would have to change it to Zoria Age of Shattering, and then it's auto-counted. And this is the system that I use to check if I have counted the boosts correctly. Every day after stream, I have to add that list of your boosts and fix all the names. So for any system to automatically add a multiplier or a chance multiplier, I need a system that automatically fixes the names. Otherwise, I have to do all of it manually. And it is difficult. That is what's stopping me right now, Proc. You might want a proper web interface or critical list rather than chat parsing. But then there will be less interaction with it. Whenever I take anything out of the chats, anything out of the Twitch chats, less people interact with it. And it'll be more difficult to approach. In general, you don't think anything negative fits the spirits. You mean cursing? You mean blessing would be acceptable, but cursing wouldn't? I also agree with you. You know, these are thoughts in progress. Probably will never be implemented anyway. It would be very, very about curse idea. Yeah, I guess you're right. I guess you're right. Guess you're right about it. Well, we have Hazen boosts. Undertale. Scald. Chrono Trigger. And with an idea like Bless, the games would have the chance to get double boosts only after the Bless and only up until the Bless timer runs out. Like it could be one stream, it could be 1 week, it could be 1 month if it's a special month. I have been thinking about this September, the next month, because it will be September. You know, kind of trying to find a way to reward people who sub during September. In case you don't know, Septembers on Twitch are always special months where subs are discounted. And I was thinking I could award something to subs, and it could have something to do with the critical hit system as a whole. Like Bless ID originally, I came up with the Bless ID originally from that. If someone subbed during September, I could give them a chance to boost the game for the Bless a game for the whole month. But it will mess up so much with all the balances we have here, which is not necessarily a bad thing. I'm just a little wary of changing the balances here. If people stack up, let's say boosts, Bless, let's say Silent Storm, and everyone boosts Silent Storm, you could see Silent Storm very easily at the top places, which is not necessarily good for the system, for a game to, as we saw with Arcs, how that game got shunned after it was boosted by a group of people. Another group of people kinda stopped caring about the game, even if they would otherwise be interested in the game. So those kinds of artificial moving, changing of the positions, and it is kind of artificial, might not be good in the general, in the overall sense, I think. I don't know. That's why I choose not to do anything with it right now. And that's why I'm also kind of thinking a lot about how to implement the resurrection or a replay system. But I'll find a way. I have a few ideas. I just haven't really made up my mind about how difficult I want it to be. But we'll find something. Alright, let's check the Mirrorcaster. When you first open your eyes, there's only a ruddy glow and frightening shapes and shadows around you. The air is hot and stifling. As your eyes adjust, you realize you're outside, but the sky is darkened by clouds of pitch. The ruddy glow comes from lava flows as they trundle down distant mountains into the volcanic fields all around you. Sharp towers pierce the sky, tapered like the bones of a ribcage. Indeed, they look like bones in every way, as does the ground beneath you. You appear to be standing on the spine of an enormous beast. The bottom of his jaw can be seen far in the distance, half buried beneath a layer of cooled lava. Most of the bone towers look identical, but one shines from inside with an odd blue light. The top of the glowing tower has been snapped off, and what looks like a transport hovers next to its peak. It's your transport. You are sent here to find something. Twisted bridges connect the spines to the volcanic fields around you. In one direction lie enormous formations of obsidian, arches, spires, and a wall. In the other direction, a narrow pass is carved into the mountain face. The field leading to the canyon is illuminated by hundreds of glowing lights. You know this body wasn't sent to find Mazov, but that Yuri said he'd appear. Perhaps following through the events lead to him. Perception. Explore the towers around the spine. You search through tower after tower. Some of the chambers you come are filled with piles of dead relics and broken ciphers, but nothing of value. Finally, you come across something promising. You find a staff made of some prior world metal. It's cool to the touch, unusual given the extreme temperature of the air itself, and burn marks blacken one end. Very likely this was used as a weapon. It may work again, but probably only once. You take the staff with you. Try to remember who you are and how you can find Mazov. You're in the body of Zyrian Daywalker, a jack who can speak with the dead. Indeed, now that you remember that, you can feel the dead all around you. You can hear them. It takes little effort to know the stories of those who died here. You may even be able to imbue some of your life force into their corpses. Zyrian is wearing a black form-fitting suit that keeps the worst of the heat. He carries a whip and various necromantic ornaments. Zyrian was on a task for someone called the Chimera. He was sent here to find some kind of sphere. The sphere is an artifact called the Erlimnian. The Chimera would be quite upset if Zyrian returned without it. Perhaps Zyrian's mission will aid you on your own. Use your connection to the dead to learn more about the area of the spine. You're in a place called the Fields of Ossifagan, and many have lived and died here, though it seems a terrible place to live. Scavengers from Sagas Cliffs have been through here in recent centuries, seeking treasures of the past. Before that, it was mutants fleeing revolution after Blood Revolution in a place called Harif. Before that, refugees from a village called Shuenia. Before that, the Ossifagans themselves. You see a glimmer of a powerful artifact. Hundreds of years ago, there was a battle here. Many died. 2 people, a middle-aged woman, a teenage girl, fought over a copper sphere at the top of the glowing bone tower. Perhaps the copper sphere is what you were sent here to find. Climb the tower to the transport. You're at the top of the broken bone tower. Jagged bone walls act as a kind of parapet. From here you can see the fields of Ossifagan even better. The spine below you, the obsidian formations in one direction, and the glowing fields in front of the mountain pass in the other. Floating just next to the tower is a hovering pod made of azure steel. A ramp leads from the parapet into the transport. Use your connection to the dead to learn more about the top of this bone tower. Properly here. Welcome, Tizen. Good to see you. I'm glad your laptop is working well. It seems to be overheating though. Even 90 is a little high. I hope you have some external cooling device for that. But I'm glad you got your new rig working, and I think you're happy with it, right? All is well. Use your connections to do that to learn more about the top of this bone tower. Little has happened here, but for one event that immediately becomes apparent. You see a middle-aged woman, you know her name is Amma, facing off against a young girl named Thea. Amma is hovering in the air like the transport does now. She holds a copper sphere that glows with a golden light. It's got an AMD 7000 series, so 95 intended temperature. Really? Okay. Angry words are exchanged and suddenly Thea leaps off the tower and tackles Amma. The 2 of them soar through the air toward the obsidian formations in the distance. Enter the transport. As you approach the ship, a tingling crawls up to your spine. You have a profound sense of a task unfinished, that trouble awaits you, or at least it awaits the person whose body you're in. If you leave now, is this what Adiris meant when she said to be careful with Zyrion's life? Don't board the ship just yet. Return to the spine. Go to the obsidian formations. What about a special boost command that costs like 10,000 naturals that allows the user to add an extra boost on a game? That's also another idea I had, Pi. Yeah, exactly. That's something I also thought about. For a game to be boosted twice with extra costs, or even a fourth boost, that's very expensive. Again, that could be used for a game that they boosted. Those are some of the more acceptable ideas that I have. You had a big of gaming laptop when you went to college, and it would easily overheat if you didn't make a cool fan on it. Yeah, that's one thing that could be done, Pi, for people who has a lot of points to spend. Allowing a user to add an extra boost, let's say Diablo 3. Yeah, a fourth boost that can also be spent on a game that they have boosted before. But that's extremely expensive compared to the usual boost. Like you said, 10,000 or 5,000, something like that. That's one thing that can be done. You're on the spine of a great dead monster buried in... Go to the obsidian formations. Crossing the volcanic plains, you arrive at the obsidian formations. Massive structures of cool, shining rock leap from the ground, curling into impossible shapes. An enormous black wall rings most of the formations, rising 100 meters out of the ground in places. The obsidian formations are dark, quiet, and desolate. A hot wind blows from magma, flows farther off, but here nothing flows and nothing lives. A special command outside of the normal usage. Well, yeah, that could be one way to implement it. There could be other ways as well. Like, maybe I would consider implementing it only as a fourth boost. If it's not the fourth boost, it would be... It would have to adhere to the normal regulations and rules, like the first 3 boosts, which cannot be repeated. But if it's your first boost, if it's your fourth boost, then it would cost more, and I would accept a repeat boost or something. An extra command, I don't know, that could be done too. Gotta think about that. The obsidian formations are dark, quiet, and desolate. A hot wind blows from magma, flows farther off, but here nothing flows and nothing lives. In the distance, you can see the spine and bone towers, and in the other direction, the plain stops at a sheer cliff face with a mountain pass carved between. Use your connection to the dead to learn more about this location. The obsidian formations did not form naturally. The creatures made of pure light, called fire rites, formed these structures out of hot, flowing magma, then supercooled them into spheres they are in now. The whites were trying to get at something or someone. You see a pair of figures atop a small flying platform. One of them holds a copper sphere that glows with a golden light. The whites tried to trap them here with their wall, but they escaped and flew towards the mountain pass. Adding an extra command easy for it? No, not necessarily. Not necessarily. It wouldn't be too difficult to add it as a fourth use of the boost command. I have already built the architecture well enough to support any special X or nth time usages. It would be easy enough though, the way you recommend, it would be very easy to set up. The way I am thinking right now, it wouldn't be too difficult either. The problem with an extra command is people will need to learn it, right? There is still the I still gotta communicate whatever I add to people for them to start using it. And anything new is inherently a little difficult to explain, especially when the channel has more and more stuff going on. So it is kind of a in that regard, it's a better idea to keep using what we have and add functionality to it rather than adding something new. The Whites were trying to get at something or someone. I read that, right? You see a pair of figures atop a small flank platform. One of them holds a copper sphere that glows with a golden light. The Whites tried to trap them here with their wall, but they escaped and flew towards the mountain pass. Another event occurred here. The Fire Whites have killed many people over hundreds, even thousands of years. These deaths culminated in the creation of something called the Gamorn, a creature of pure rage. The Gamorn has since wandered these volcanic fields with an insatiable lust for revenge, mostly against the Whites that created it. Explore this area. You search for anything remotely interesting, but the place is barren. As you're about to leave, an orange glow reflects off the rocks ahead. An enormous paw steps in your path. The rest of the creature emerges. It's the Gamorn, a pillar of light with claws. 100 faces twist in this body, emerging, howling, then melting back into the curdling fire. The creature is easily 3 meters wide and at least twice as tall. Attack the Gamorn with the stuff you found in the bone towers. Is this a good idea? I don't know. I don't know. Let's try. We can always reload. We attack? Okay, we attack. Attack the Gamorn with the stuff you found in bone towers. You aim the charged end of the staff at the center of Gamorn and press the button on his side. Thunder claps in the air and a scalding beam of light strikes one of Gamorn's faces. The Gamorn howls in pain. Its rage wasn't directed at you before, but it is now. It charges at you. You try to fire the staff again, but nothing happens. The staff is useless. Draw your whip and attack the Gamorn. That's a terrible idea. Run to the mountain pass. The Gamorn lets out a piercing cry. It stays right on your tail the entire way, forcing you to sprint, gasping for breath in hot air. You can feel the Gamorn's rage like a hand pressing against your back. It presses harder, squeezing your mind. The Gamorn's howl makes the ground tremble. Suddenly the pressure releases and the air turns burning cold. You risk a glance behind you and realize you're in the center of the plains leading to the mountain pass, surrounded by Fire Whites. The Gamorn grabs Whites one at a time, tearing them in two, then tossing them aside. The Whites rushed forward together to defend themselves against the horrible beast. In their anger, you are forgotten and ignored. Okay, that's nice. Use your connection to the dead to learn more about this location. We actually accomplished something without me intending to. You see a group of people in tattered clothing march through the pass and out of these fields. They are terrified, having lost many of their number to the Whites. You see two figures riding in a small flying platform, almost like a shield. Suddenly the platform teeters and the figure...
I'll need to do something.
Fall. That's pretty powerful. Yeah, exactly. It always happens. I feel really lucky. I feel really lucky finding some of these correct solutions, or at least solutions that seem correct, by completely stumbling upon them. It happens so much, especially in point and click adventures. You see two figures riding a small flying platform, almost like a shield. Suddenly the platform teeters and the figures fall. You can see the spot where the shield fell, and though the bodies are no longer there, you can feel their presence very strongly. And there, a short distance away, you can see where one of the figures dropped what looks like a copper sphere. Explore the fields carefully. With the Whites ignoring you, searching the fields is relatively easy. You find a kind of shield embedded in the molten rock, and you feel rather than see the strong presence of death here. Searching further, you find a copper sphere lying on the ground. Use your connection with the dead to speak to those that died here. Though there are no bodies on the surface, you can feel the dead beneath the rock, preserved by magma that has flooded over this spot over the centuries. One is a middle-aged woman named Amma. The other is a girl, but she's strangely silent. Even with your strange powers, there's nothing there to speak with. Peace, says Amma. Is it better? Better, yes. Better oblivion. There's nothing to fear but fear itself. Really? Is that what they say? Who exactly says that, Tazen? Who are you? Amma? The disembodied voice sounds like it's calling Amma rather than naming herself. No, not Amma. Shelled, castaway. Eaten and alive and eaten again. Not Amma. Food for whites. What happened to you? Buried to death. Before that, lived. Before that, died. Before that, lived and died and lived and... So many cycles, so many deaths. The air shivers. Her tone drops dangerously low. Before that, someone else. Awoke and remembered. A fight. A girl. Limnian. Though you cannot see Amma, her presence moves through you, turns your head. You see in the fields, in the distance, what she's talking about. The Limnian. A sphere of burnished metal lying in the rock. And you know this is what you were sent here to find. Why can't I speak with the girl? Gone. Gone, but not gone. You shudder, but it's not you who's shuddering. She woke something, vengeance, though no vengeance is in her. You feel Amma's presence looking off toward the obsidian formations. There's something glowing and moving over there. Let her return to her peace. Get this shield. The eyes don't bother you as you try to pry the shield from the ground, but after a few minutes of tugging and digging, you realize it isn't possible. The rock has cooled and melted and cooled again several times around the device. It's not going anywhere. Use your connection to the dead to animate a corpse and have the corpse get the sphere for you. Reaching into the earth, you find the body called Amma and summon her forth. With uncanny strength, she crawls out from the cooled rock. Though her skin is charred and rotting, a cast of tattoo is clearly visible on her head. You command her to collect the sphere. The whites are preoccupied with the game morn, and so Amma's body reaches the sphere easily and returns it to you. Then the corpse collapses. Go to the obsidian formations. Return to the spine. Climb the tower of transport, enter the transport. You step aboard. The transport does not appear to have been made with adult humans in mind. There is only room enough for you to lay down, and even then you have to roll on your side and bend your legs slightly. As soon as you have done so, the ramp recedes and the doorway disappears. Your stomach lurches as the transport takes you to the sky. At first you try to peer out of the tiny portals, but all you see is pitch black, presumably the volcano's black clouds. Eventually they are replaced by the black of a starry sky. You try to see the land below, but it's impossible in the cramped space. Hours pass. Finally the transport slows, its humming ceases, and the door reappears. Obsidian formations, is that where New Vegas was developed? Possibly.
Days pass.
Oh, Tunon? Is this Tunon? You step out of the transport, stretching painfully. You're in a strange cavern. Artifacts are strewn everywhere, in various stages of repair or experimentation. One wall is covered by a network of displays showing people and scenes that mean nothing to you. In the center of the room is an enormous cage made from steel tendrils that twist together at the top. You sit this tree now, okay. The cage glows for a moment.
Look behind you! A three-headed monkey!
And the figure walks out. He wears a thick cloak, but his face is most strange. It shifts and blurs, changing his features constantly. You get the impression you are seeing a person, but you can't define what that person looks like at all. Hey Ash, you are late as a friend was visiting, but will be around soon. Welcome Ash, good to see you. I'm not sure if you are here now or will be around soon. But yeah, welcome. Hope you had a good day with your friends. Hope you had a fun day. Hadn't seen them in 6. That's nice. That's nice. The way you kept in touch and got to meet. In the center of the room is an enormous cage made from steel tendrils that twist together at the top. The cage glows for a moment and the figure walks out. He wears a thick glove. I read that, right? His name comes to your mind immediately, the Chimera. Okay, Ash, enjoy your food. Took you long enough. The Chimera's voice is metallic and artificial, shifting as often as the features of his face. His expressions slide and change, but all of them are frowning as he reaches forward and takes the sphere from you. With your unique gifts, I thought finding a dead relic would come easier. The Chimera sets the Limnian on a nearby table with a clunk. He immediately picks up a variety of scanning tools, one after the other, probing the Limnian and his secrets. He seems to have forgotten about you. You look around the cavern, but there are no entrances or exits. Nowhere this Mazov could be except for the cage. Examine the cage to figure out how it works. You take 2 steps toward the cage, but the moment you reach your hand toward it, the Chimera stops you with a bark. What do you think you're doing? Your mission is complete. I have no purpose for you out here. Where's Mazov? I need to speak with him. Let's go 100%. Let's not risk. Mazov, the Chimera's altering voice slips from baritone to falsetto in a rapid series of notes. A dozen different eyes narrow with suspicion. I'm not sure that Tinker could tell you anything useful, but I can think of no reason to deny you. The Chimera turns and slides a hand along one of the metal tendrils. Although no discernible interface appears, he presses his fingers against the metal twice and the cage begins to glow. The Chimera turns the attention back to the sphere, indicating you should enter the cage with a dismissal ray. 2 of the metal tendrils become a kind of doorway. On the other side, Mazov squats on some sandy alien shore. Stars twinkle in the sky behind him, but they are no stars you recognize. He picks up his head as though he heard something, then he turns around to face you. One of his eye sockets is artificial, alternately projecting a human eye, a snake eye, and a something even more alien in the time he looks you over. He looks like a shipwreck survivor, bare-chested, ragged pants, ragged beard. If so, he's better fed than you'd expect. Syrian, he says, his human eyes squinting in the light. What the hell do you want? He peers forward as though trying to see into the camera. I'm not really Syrian, I'm a new cast-off, using a Mircaster to project myself. I was told you could fix the resonance chamber. Should we do that or... I guess we'll be truthful, let's see. Mazov's human eye grows as wide as a saucer. His other eye flips through a few images, landing on a red eye with 3 pupils that scrutinizes you up and down. This is beyond me, and that's saying something, he says. About the resonance chamber though, the only one who benefits from it is the changing god. That bastard's got nobody's interested at heart but his own. Don't listen to a damn thing he says. It wasn't the changing god who told me. Well, if that's true, then it's someone who only has our sire's interests in mind. Stay away is my advice. The resonance chamber is only good for one thing, he holds up a finger, and that's snuffing us out. The changing god plans to use it to merge all of us, every cast-off that still lives, back into his body. That's his plan for stopping this arrow. You're talking about Crass Mazov, waiting for communism to come up. Yeah. He puts a grease-stained hand on your shoulder. Look, I don't know who you are or what your part is in this, but you cannot let him activate that chamber. You need... He glances over your shoulder at something in the cavern, though when you turn, you see nothing there. The first is alive, he whispers, drawing your attention back to him. And she's got her own plan for the chamber, the one that won't kill us all. Our sire has a new cast-off body that he plans to use as a catalyst for the chamber. But the first is a better plan, something that won't snuff out every last one of us. Look for her in the bloom, he says grimly. Just make sure you don't... Before he can finish, you feel a wrenching twist in the center of your body like your heart is being wrung dry. Your vision tunnels back and you feel as though your body were being sucked through a steel pipe. You are being pulled out of the mare, but it's far more painful than it ever was before. Then, Mazov, the cave, and everything else disappears along with communism. The end.
I think I'm ready to try something.
This first just wants to do the same thing as the changing god. I don't know what the first is trying to do. You plant your hand on the icy floor and push, staggering up to your feet. Every inch of your body aches as though you've been crushed in a massive hand. The spectre stands before you, impassive. It may be your imagination, but he seems more solid than before. A phantom tendril, Oom's tendril, coils around your forehead, cool and soothing. You find yourself staring at your hand, your solid, real hand. Across from you, the spectre is still transparent. How are we here as a live body? The tendril tightens once, as if in confirmation or warning. Then the sensation is gone. You're alone here with the spectre once more. He's waiting for you to speak, frowning now. Collect your thoughts. You concentrate, struggling to gather your thoughts, but they whirl through your head like hot sand. The spectre sighs, seeming less solid now than he was a moment ago. We need to talk, he says. You barely hear him through the pain. But this is your mind, honed in the psychic battle you fought alongside the warriors in the fifth eye, sharpened to a glittering edge. You inhale. I didn't fight alongside, I fought myself. Excuse me? Well, I mean, yeah, kinda. I got their opinions. You inhale, clear the pain from your limbs, and gather your thoughts to you, focusing. You open your eyes. The spectre, now slightly transparent, is speaking again. I have something I've been meaning to tell you. You see, I haven't been completely honest with you. I'm not a part of you, you are a part of me. I created you. I'm the changing god. Are you surprised? I will say this crossed my mind. I didn't give much of a chance to that being the actual plot. Why would changing gods be a spectre in our mind maze? Unless this is not a mind maze, or this is his mind maze, this is his projection, and every time we die, we go back to his mind maze? I don't know, it could be possible. I didn't think that was it, even though I kinda suspected it's a remote possibility. But I don't know if I believe the spectre when he says, I can believe that he is the changing god, or a projection or remnant of the changing god. But I'm not sure if he is not actually a part of us, but we are a part of him. He may be twisting. You said you were thoughts, that I couldn't read you because you were like most things in here. What would mind maze taste like? Probably regular maze. Depends on how it's cooked, though. Eli, he says, his outline flickering. I'm not just some reflection. I hid my thoughts from you. Now I know this is a lot to take in. It means this body of yours is actually mine. I've lived in it for years, and now that we know the first is still alive, I need it back. And what would happen to me? A good question, he says. He seems taller than he did a moment before. Once you give me my body back, your thoughts would be pushed to the back of my mind. It would be frightening for a moment, disorienting maybe, but not painful. And then our thoughts would merge. You'd become a part of me again. He spreads his hands. And that's it. Now, give me my body back. No, this is my body, not yours. This is too much. This is too much. This is a bit too much. I'm not gonna consent to this. I have been kind of on the side of the changing god throughout the game, kind of feeling more towards what he's trying to do, even though he's like an enigma and you don't understand. I always thought that he must have a good reason. As a player, at least. I felt more drawn towards the changing god than the side of the first. But this is too much. I'm not giving my body. Since you are omnipotent, get yourself another body. I mean, I guess some people would, hoping that they would gain control of the body, maybe gain power over the changing gods, and take the risk, you know, try and get stronger. Hey, farmer. Happy Friday, farmer. How are you doing? It's good to see you. As you speak, a faint red light suffuses your limbs. Not the red of the tides, but of blood held in a bowl. Yes, you claimed this body with your own will. You bled it from the beginning. The spectre's eyes narrow. I know you'd say that, but let's get this straight. I lived in this body. I made it for a purpose. And now you say your wisp of a life outweighs my centuries of experience? Or maybe you think my first cast-off is a better way, hmm? Some magical solution to live out your false existence without price? I promise you, she has no such thing. She has always only killed to get what she wants. Her self-interest is just as strong as yours and mine. The only difference between the three of us is that I am real. You wouldn't exist if it weren't for me. You don't exist apart from me. Everything you are is a byproduct of my skills, my intellect, my experiences. And now I have the chance to stop the sorrow, to save us all. You refuse me? You refuse me? Who in the hells are you? 12 says on number 17. You enter the stream, it says you have 17 stream streak. 2 hours later, it said under 130 streaks.
What a grand and intoxicating innocence.
So there is one thing that may be the I have no idea why it might be 17. It's either a very big coincidence or something else. But when you go into a stream for the first time, if you immediately check your streak, it hasn't actually updated. So it shows you what it was the last time you were in the stream. So let's say you actually got the 17 stream streak on the Tuesday stream and missed Wednesday. If you missed the Wednesday stream, when you come into the stream today, first you will see that it is 17 like it was on Tuesday. Then it will update and it will be 1 in 3. It will have reset. You've been watching, being here as far as you know. Can of course miss the stream. Can't see when that will be though. Have been home after 8 every night and online. Yeah, I understand. It's probably a bug. It's probably a bug, but I'm just saying that the first time you check your stream streak, as soon as you enter the channel that day, it will not have updated. That is why it may reset after a while if you missed this. But if you didn't miss, then it must be a bug. And I know that you are afflicted with bugs when it comes to streaks. Sorry to hear that. I'm sorry, you can't really build it up. But ultimately it doesn't really matter. Who in the hells are you? The new owner of this body. It was never yours to take, the Spectre says, grimacing. No, let me tell you what you are. You're an accident of fate, a parasite in the mind I built. You're a child. I don't want to destroy you, but I will if I must. Give me control. Never. You are proud of your streaks, only for showing shepherds. If not for you, it's for stream and rest of China. Say, I'm here with Georges. Hey, thank you. Thank you, farmer. Thank you. Never. Then I'll take it, the Spectre says and spreads his arms. Tidal energy pours from the air around you, flowing into the Spectre. The ground itself slips around your feet, holding you in place. You feel your grip on your body, your mind slipping by finger lengths. You are diminishing, he is winning. You search your mind, your hard-earned memories for something that will loosen his hold on you. Your machines have driven women in Sagas mad. What makes you think you deserve to return? The Spectre winces as if you have struck him and mutters something under his breath. You barely make out the words through the chaos around you. I would drive everyone in Sagas mad if that's what it took. Then he looks up, startled that you heard him. This moment of uncertainty costs him. A portion of his own energy lashes through him, stealing a portion of his strength. With a shuddering gasp, he stumbles backwards, fading in and out of visibility. The pressure on your mind dwindles and ends. Fine, he says, eyeing you with cool contempt. If you are so intent on stopping the sorrow on your own, have at it. Let's see how you handle what's in store without my help, my guidance. This is your most watched stream this year by 120 hours, down to the second place. That makes me really happy, farmer, that you enjoy the stream enough to keep coming back. It really means a lot. Then he fades completely, but speaks again. His voice is coming from all around you, from every corner of your mind. He's not gone, only hidden himself in your mind. I wasted my time trying to reason for you. That won't happen again. As the portal closes behind you, something feels off. It only takes you a second to realize the Spectre is gone. It's quieter now, in the calm of your mind. But he's not truly gone, is he? You can still feel him out there, watching, waiting, perhaps for a moment of weakness in which to strike. I missed the start of the interaction. Did you see that coming? No. Wait, As much as you want to keep watching, your stomach has a reply. Okay, Tazen, enjoy your food. So I was saying, Thor, maybe you missed it. I always had the idea that the Spectre might be something other than what he claims to be. And one of those ideas was that he might be changing God, but I never really gave it any serious thought. I never thought that was a high possibility. And I didn't see it coming that he would try and claim our body. When you play a text game, you do great voicing. When you play a voice game, you have great commenting. You're an underrated streamer. You're a good, nice, sober, and polite person. Thank you. Honestly, I don't think I'm that good. But what matters is that you enjoy your time here. For whatever reason. And that makes me able to go on. People like you having a good time here. At least on stream. No, I'm like this. I'm not different on stream. I'm not trying to, you know, speak highly of myself or, you know, compliment myself or anything, but I never act differently on streams than I do otherwise. In fact, I find that's a weakness of mine. I find that some amount of ingenuity maybe is good to provide a more fun environment. Like if I'm feeling down, if I'm feeling bad, it's reflected upon my face. I cannot act any different than I feel or than I am, which sometimes makes for worse streams. So I kind of feel that's a weakness of mine, but yeah, I'm exactly like this in real life. I don't believe you watch the stream as much as you claim. Or you'd know you're supposed to only bully Mitral, not be nice to him. Hey, GM Farmer is here to balance your bullying, okay? Otherwise, how am I supposed to go on with only negative interaction? If it was only you, Thor, bullying me, I wouldn't survive in this harsh dog-eat-dog environment. I wouldn't survive. But going back to the game, honestly, this is the only moment, the first time in this game, when I really want to know about what would happen if I tried to give him control. If I made the other choice, if I made the other big choice, what would happen? I feel that so strongly, almost to the point of going back and seeing what happens. But I won't do that. Instead, I will just ask you. I have a suspicion. I will ask about that specific suspicion. And you can answer me, because I'm not going back. I won't do it. I won't do it. But I will ask this question. So if I wanted to give my body back to the changing God, if I chose, okay, take the control. I have a feeling it wouldn't happen. He wouldn't be able to take it. Am I right? You have so much to say that you should silence, say nothing most of the time. You often think will streamer or chat benefit from you writing this? Or chat would be Grandmaster Farmer's spam. It's okay, it's okay. What matters is you feel comfortable. And if you feel more comfortable keeping silently lurking and not saying much, that's perfectly fine. If you want to talk our ears off, that's perfectly fine as well. Everyone here is very friendly. No one would be annoyed by you, you know, talking a lot. Least of all me. I definitely wouldn't be. So just do what you want to do. But yeah, if anyone knows about that choice, trying to give control to the changing God, what happens if you choose that? I'm actually curious to know, and I won't be going back to try that other option, so you can feel free to tell me. I have a feeling it wouldn't be possible though. Ability or skill? I kinda want to get a new skill. The quick fingers could be one, but Tiber has it. Edge could be one, another edge in intellect could be very smart. We could get more intellect. That's not really useful though, is it? I already have too much intellect. More than I usually spend. Edge is good though, to spend less intellect. I think increasing intellect has less value than getting an intellect edge. Extra effort probably has the highest kind of added value, but we have selected it at this tier, so I cannot select it again. As far as the skills go, I don't care about new abilities, but concentration 2 could be very good. Deception, Tiberius has it. Healing, I don't care. Intimidation, I don't care. Eritis has it too. Lore Natural is good, but it's already activated, so it would be only improving it. Quick Fingers, Tiberius has it. Smashing, Eritis has it. Cypher Use, I don't really care. Endurance, I don't really care. Initiative, I don't care. Lore Mystical is again good, but we already have it. Persuasion, Tiberius has it. And Running, I don't really care. You're not sure what happens and Googling takes you to other things which are spoiler. You suspect the same though. It doesn't work. You wouldn't put it past this game just to go to a game over screen. I don't think it would go to the game over screen. But yes, I wouldn't put it past this game. You're absolutely right in that. But I don't think it would happen in this case. I'm curious. And I don't want spoilers. So yeah, don't tell me what you found. So running is good. We have seen that just running past enemies can be very useful in that Dandro, her Endless Gate encounter. We just ran past. Could have been so much easier if we could run faster. Lore Natural and Lore Mystical could be good to improve, but you know, it's just 15% more chance, which means just one more effort not having to be spent for those specific checks only. We could, I guess, put a point in Persuasion, because we seem to need to use Persuasion a lot when we cannot use Tiberius, like in Marecasters and stuff. This one we will Google the answer. You won't believe what you found. I think I will go to Concentration. I think I like this. And next time we may enable Persuasion. We'll see. So now we don't get any of these negative effects. I wasn't particularly worried about +1 stealth, but we may find other stronger bonded artifacts which might also confer strong maluses, so it's good to have that. I really like the concentration skill, especially because they can also be used in certain dialogue checks. Like in Marecasters we came upon that twice so far, or maybe 3 times even. So concentration is for this level. Oh, we leveled up again? Wow, okay. To find that if you had the Words of Cross still, you could unleash them on him. Yeah, I had that. I unleashed Words of Kra on the adversary before, and I still got an option to unleash the Words of Kra on the Changing God. But maybe if I had chosen it, it wouldn't work. The option was there, but I didn't choose it, because I didn't want to use it there. I found another way to make him back off. We spoke about the ghosts and the probability engine that he created and how it's hurt the people. It caught him off guard. So okay, we will increase edge this time in intellect. Intellect is most important.
I understand now.
Choice area, Interfere. Eridus. Let's try to talk to everybody. This didn't have an interact button before, did it? Let's check this out.
Making a note.
A rested mind. This portal used to... we used it to run away from the sorrow in the tutorial, so now we can open it again? As you cross through the portal, you hear the ringing of synth plate being battered, followed by frantic shouts. Focus, villain! Keep the beast away from me! I just need a little more time! You think focus is my problem? This is a piece of sorrow, not some broken house. Kamo spots you over the riding haunches of the monster. Brothers, calm ourselves. Our friend is not lost as we feared. She will help. Strange, I saw it place a barrier against you mere seconds ago. You broke through so quickly. It shakes his head. No matter, I have a necessary that may banish this creature, but I need a few moments longer to prepare it. Assist Kamo's and villain in defending me so I may do so. Or, you know, if she could help. How do we know that ritual of yours will even work? Complete your history, Diviatiku. I'll help them fight it off. As you say, if you have any knowledge of the Numenera, you might also assist me speeding the process. Get over here if that's true, otherwise I will complete it myself. The sorrow fragment snarls at villain, preparing another assault. The threat of violence triggers a reflex deep in your mind, and you subconsciously begin to summon reflections of your current companions. Oh, we can suppress the reflections to face the sorrow fragment alone. We will suppress the reflections. Because I don't know what... Oh, ads are coming. Okay, I'm going to stop here. We will decide what to do after the ads. So, yeah, stay tuned and thank you for your patience with the ads. I shall see you in a few minutes. Okay, so this is an interesting... I guess it's going to be a crisis. And I believe the pacifist route, if you will, to solve this is helping Diviatiku to get rid of the sorrow by completing the ritual. So that would be the pacifist route. So we can run to him and help him. As far as the reflections, one, I don't really need them to do what I plan to do. Except that they may tank the thing, like take some damage on others' behalf, maybe keep everyone alive. But since I'm not planning to kill the sorrow fragment, I don't really need them. And two, I don't know if allowing the reflections to join me here will have any repercussions in the real world. I wouldn't want to kind of put them in danger doing so. I think I will face the sorrow fragment alone. Could be a little egotistical to imagine that we can manage that on our own, but we'll give it a go. I have a save anyway. Why not just wrestle with the sorrow? I could do that. We don't seem to have much clothing on us anyway, or a weapon, a proper weapon, so we could wrestle it. This is not sorrow. This is just a fragment. This is much weaker. I bet it could be defeated in combat. I bet it's one way to solve this crisis, so... Not gonna do that though. Thanks for the hydrate, Mitral. Nope, wrong side. So Thora, are we getting to the third chapter now? I think the third chapter would be Bloom, right? So we go back to Sagas Cliffs, we find our way to the Bloom, probably, something like that. This must be kind of towards the end of the second chapter, which you said was the shortest. Alright, welcome back everybody. Let's go back to this encounter. We are going to try to suppress the reflections and face the sorrow fragment alone. I have a save to save, so...
Welcome back!
Protect Diviatiku until he completes the hesitation to banish the fragment. Talk to him to speed the process. That's what we will do. His arms fold and extend in peaceful undulations as he drones a language you do not understand. Motes of light float around his hands. His eyes meet yours. It's a complex esoteric I devised to protect against sorrow. I regret I was never able to make it strong enough for that creature, but perhaps it will be able to aid us here. You watch his arcane gestures and listen. You watch his arcane gestures and listen carefully to his words. The ritual is vastly complex, but you begin to recognize a pattern within it. Viatika notices your attention. You understand? Perhaps you can assist. With two of us, we might complete the ritual more quickly. Next turn. It's a concentration check, by the way. It's working. The fragment's tether is weakening. No, don't attack me. Attack the others. Chant a complimentary verse to amplify the esotery. Try to mirror the Viatika's gestures. So I have 2 perception, 0 quick fingers, 2 concentration, 1 lore mystical. So this is more bonus. Concentration? No. Listening to the Viatika's incantation, you pick up the pattern of syllables he utters and devise a counter melody. The motes flash and shimmer as your voices coalesce. Thank you, that sped the process greatly. I'm afraid another verse would create too much energy for me to conduct, though. I need to protect the Viatika.
Making a note.
You're halfway there, my friends. We can do this. And we are all the way down there. Really? Is this just it? With the fragment of the sorrow gone, you feel new connections being made in your mind. It's as though the sorrow itself were keeping you from your full potential. Oh, well done. We are in that multiple times now. In her death, it's her fault we are trapped here in the first place. By my count, he stops and stares at the sands. They are transparent and becoming more so. Hey, what's going on? Do you know which instrument is this is to conduct and where? What? I don't fully understand your question. And here I thought you might actually be asking a serious question for a moment. And I was trying to understand. Well, that's what I get for taking you seriously, Tazen. That's what I get. You deserve this.
For eternity!
Intriguing. It looks at his hands and feet, which are fading in the same way. We are no longer tied to this place. Our consciousnesses are finding a more suitable location. I can feel the pull, as though my memories are being sifted for material to create something new. What does that mean? Are we dying? Are we free? Neither, I think. You can sense through his head and chest. It means this part of the mental construct is not ours, not truly. We are being drawn to some place that is. She placed a hand on your shoulder. It feels solid, though you can hardly see it anymore. Farewell, friend, sister. I don't know if we will meet again, but until then they're gone and you're alone. That was a very easy encounter. I was hoping for something more difficult. Maybe at least survive 2 turns. Take both options. As you emerge from the cloak fathom, you notice a new portal has appeared where there was only empty space before. There are more fragments beyond it, you can feel them feeding on your mind, strangling your full potential. Something has to be done, but only if you're strong enough to face more of them. Sure, we can be. Let's keep exploring this maze for now before going back. There seems to be many new things. Oh, let's try this again. I bet it won't work, but let's try anyway. Can you talk about what happened? No, okay. Waves as the band wave encompasses every fiber of his being. He steals himself and it comes to encompass him but a moment, or is it eternity? Indeed, he could not tell the difference. However, it came and went, and when it passed, Tazen looked around and it was gone. Only he was left. The lone survivor.
Making a note.
As your body pours from the portal, an ad hoc laboratory comes into view. Irregular catwalks connect several platforms, each littered with dust machines, tools, and displays. In the center of each platform stands a strong glass tank, glowing like the orbs from the dark fathom you were born in. You have a feeling that, like the orbs, those tanks contain your memories. Each tank is connected to a machine on the same platform. Caustic black ichor sputters from all but the nearest of the glowing tanks, keeping you from seeing or even feeling what lies inside. The oily film on the nearest machine pauses, almost as if it has noticed your presence. It begins to drain from the device. As the black sludge coalesces, you recognize it as a fragment of the sorrow, stronger from feeding on your subconscious all this time. Because the fragments have been feeding on your tidal energy, you sense that they are bound to you, at least for now. You may be able to use the machines in this place to manipulate them. A mental reflex twitches, a subconscious response to a perceived threat, calling forth reflections of your current companions. I'm going to try this again. I'm going to try it by myself again. I think it will be very difficult or impossible to do it solo, but I will try. There are lots of machines. Let's go to the one we can actually reach. We can reach this one. Running would have come very handy here. Judging by the images and information flitting across this display, it's some sort of control mechanism for the tank on this platform. The screen flashes angrily. Foreign body present in tidal flow regulators. Configure flash. It must be talking about the fragment feeding on the tank. And telling me speaking about loading a pizza with Oregon. Ah, that's terrible, Pie. That's terrible. Honestly, you deserve to be banned for eternity too. Flash the system just enough to remove the sorrow fragment. Oh, this is going to be tough. Speed checks. The machine floods with power. The air around it crackles as eldritch energy pours through the tank. The sorrow fragment spills from the device, taking form with a head-splitting screech. But what are we supposed to do? What am I going to do with these fragments when I release them? Am I supposed to kill them?
I'll need to do something.
What happened? Did it not work? Oh, okay. We just figured out something nice.
What am I trying to build?
Hey Katniss, can you kill them? I'm trying not to, I'm playing a pacifist route. I'm trying to find alternate means of solving all the crises. If I have to kill them, it may be very difficult. Begin charging a tidal pulse to paralyze nearby fragments. Cause energy to leak from the tank, attracting the fragments. Let's do this. How are you, Catmass? Good to see you. The roiling energies in the tank begin to slow and move in unison, coalescing into a visibly ordered pattern as the machine indicates a buildup of energy. Indicates that a paralyzing pulse will detonate before your next action. Tired but you survive? I hear you, bud, I hear you.
What's happening to me?
We are knocked down, but we get up again. Alright, they are paralyzed. We got rid of those two. So, one more sorrow fragment remaining, and that has to come from this. If I use this machine to paralyze, well, I need to check what this machine is. Begin charging a tidal pulse.
Updated my journal.
Oh, this was the last one? With the last of the sorrow fragments neutralized, you feel a cold breeze flow through you, your mind and body. Your muscles tense with dexterity and strength you haven't felt before, and your mind flows gracefully from thought to thought, exploring possibilities and sensations more quickly than ever before. Gradually, you become aware of a shadow in your mind. The sorrow still has one stronghold somewhere in the labyrinth. You've almost driven out entirely, but not yet. Okay, we survived this one too. Why'd we fragments again? They deserved it, okay? This little device issues a series of ticks and clicks, and each one calls to a different part of your mind. You feel a memory coming. Allow the memory to come. You are lost in the scent of her hair, the taste of her mouth, the feel of her skin. You stumble against the door and fumble with the lock, unwilling to break contact with this remarkable, beautiful, wonderful woman. Even before you manage to wrestle the door open, you are already shrugging out of your clothes. Once inside, the rest of your clothes disappear as if by magic. The city outside is noisy, but you can't hear the din of the market as you focus on her breath, her eyes, her body, and the day vanishes like your clothes. Eventually, hours later, night falls, and the two of you collapse onto the ruined bed. She drifts off to sleep, whispering in your ear of what you could accomplish together. The mints were innocent, they were not. They were not. You are too naive to see the things they did behind you. Never trust mints. Always frag them. As her contented breathing warms your chest, you reflect. You never expected Salimeri to be like this when you sought her out. You intended only to take advantage of her position and her expertise, but she has become so much more in such a short time. She makes you consider everything you've been striving toward for all these years. Gods, you don't remember feeling love like this for anyone since... No. Another memory swells, and it reminds you of your goal. What you want in this moment can't distract you from the centuries you have spent building this life. You strong Salimeri is here, and the tides trickle from you into her dreams. You break her love for you, turning it back to the work you discussed. You refocus her mind and rebuild her affection. You don't want to lose this, but you can't cast off your ambition. You lie in bed, waiting for her to wake, for the work to start again. A single tear wells in your eye. You dash it away. Interesting. Is there more here? So Sarah was feeding on these memories. A low aromatic fog surrounds this device, and every whiff of the vapor conjures up a memory from deep within you. Let me know this guy. The cheering throng that spreads before you across Government Square has a voice like thunder, rolling and booming through the city. The people in it are victims, survivors, victors, and the last of their enemies kneels before you on the broad steps. You hold your hands aloft for silence. The thunder subsides to a low murmur and becomes a quiet, hungry wait. They want to see vengeance. And so do you. Oh, the ache is so strong. O Gestital Kotu, you proclaim. Orphan Maker, Hope Smasher. The crowd cedes at these titles. Today is the day of your judgment, you roar. Today is the day the Tabath pay in full for the crimes against our citizens, against humanity everywhere. Today sees an end at last to the Tabath. The crowd erupts in frenzied joy. You lean forward and whisper in his ears. You have two choices, a quick death or an immortality for which you sacrifice your ambition and your freedom. The Tabath stares at you, his strange eyes wide. Why? Because one choice will end your subjugation, here, now, cleanly. The other will give you immortality, but by imprisoning you in time. But consider, one day I might die, and on that day you'll still be here. I'm giving you a gift, if you can master it. A victory, but only if you can learn the deadly art of patience. The Tabath scowls, sensing some trick. You touch him with your mind to shove him over the edge of desire. He winces as the ripple of your psyche washes over him. He rumbles. Death holds no fear, but I will tell the future how I bested you. You smile as you turn away, signaling for the machine that will enslave him to your will. Then you pause. He was a notable foe. Perhaps he deserved better than to be a permanent marker to your triumph. You owed him the right to make his own choices, you think. Then you remember the faces of the sickened and dying. You inject them yourself. Okay, we learned about the final remaining Tabath as well. Images flicker in the air, projected from this machine, reliving the same scene over and over again. As you study the device, you feel it reaching into your mind, pulling memories to the surface. Let the memory take. You are watching a display cast through crystal prisms. The images and colors are a jagged rainbow, just as they have been in every previous iteration of this machine. One day should be a single glowing picture at least, if this device is to function as intended. You hiss through your teeth in frustration. How many years must you waste in trying to align these energies? Is this effort fruitless? Turn it off, you snarl. Your apprentice pays you no heed. A moment longer, he murmurs, just a moment. He is kneeling before the control panel, and he reaches in to make a slight adjustment. Above him, the images and the colors align. He sits back on his haunches, an enormous grin wreathing his face. I knew it, he laughs. I could hear it whispering to me. It's like it wants to be done. This is my masterpiece. Now what's the next step? You are not sure if your cast or prodigy is talking to you or the machine. You stare at the back of his head. He is undeniably gifted. In certain aspects, you have to admit he even surpasses you. This is, after all, part of why you constructed his body the way you did. But now he's achieved this, do you dare to let him return to the world? He knows your deepest secret now and holds your future in his hands. But you feel a certain affection for him. To kill him would be poor thanks indeed. Instead, you speak. Mazov, you whisper. He turns around, and the instant he makes eye contact, the full force of your psychic power crashes through his meager defenses. You insinuate yourself into his memories and erase the details of this last year of work. It's a crude tool, a bludgeon, but you tell yourself that it's kinder than destroying him. You almost believe it. So now we are seeing all the terrible things that the changing god has done. These are probably some of his most difficult choices, because he is usually depicted as having no regard for anyone other than himself. But all of these choices have the memories have the moments where he had to make very difficult choices. Sure, he still kinda hurt the person across from him, but he had difficulty, so it's not that he didn't have any regard for anyone besides himself. He definitely had some problems. If I remember correctly, was Salimeri the first cast-off? I'm not sure if she was someone else, but I think Salimeri was the name of the first cast-off. So they were lovers once, unless I'm confusing names. And Mazov was a loud prodigy as well, but he knew secret stats, first cast-off, that the changing god couldn't just let be. The machine projects a looping holographic scene. As you study it, you briefly feel it probe your mind, and then an onrushing wave of artificial nostalgia as it summons memories. Allows the memory to... You have been walking under the wasted sun for what feels like days. The sun does not move on the horizon, and its incessant heat has scoured the plane of life. Your water is running low, and you are seriously considering abandoning this body. And then you see shapes shimmering on the horizon. You release an eye catcher. It will tell you if this is a mirage or destination. It shoots into the sky, vanishing from sight. It returns with good news. You've discovered an oasis of sorts. You trudge onward, bitterly wishing for better boots. When at last you reach the rude collection of wattle and daub huts, primitive humans gathering around you, beseeching you in a strange tongue. They offer you some of their precious remaining water, and you settle down to learn the basics of their language. After a day, you know enough to understand the depth of their plight. They say the lurker in the cave has stolen the sun's momentum. They beg for your aid. After a fitful nap, you begin the perilous climb to the cave. Inside the long-forgotten installation house is a trapped construct. It speaks through the screen of a fallen ceiling, and it tells you that it has demanded the autochtons clear the rubble. When they refused to dig it free so that it could return to its work, it sealed the plane inside a time bubble. They will come to reason, it concludes. You don't have time for this. Construct's needs are paltry compared to the need for water. You concentrate, marshalling your powers, the tides you have been researching. You imagine them as a blade, and you hurl them against the construct circuitry. The machine struggles, throwing up defenses against you, but it is no match for this new energy. It fizzles and dies, and you feel a wrench as time lurches back into the motion. You look at your hands. The flesh hangs loose on your suddenly skeletal frame, a steep price to protect these villages. Wow. Wow. At one point he tried to help villagers and lost his hands, pretty much. As you inspect this device, you feel it rifling through your mind, bringing up a blur of unbidden images. One of them in particular demands your attention, tugging insistently at a buried memory. You enter the tavern and every face turns to you. The warm susurrus of conversation trails off. They know you, and they know what you come here for. The Aldeo of Thol supports the nearby clave, and the locals keep a chary eye on the Ion priests. They know the dangers of the Numenera, the scientists on Earth, and given their proximity to the endless battle, they know what your tattoo means. You hear the sharp whisper, "Cast off, scum!" You don't give them the satisfaction of looking. But you can feel the tension in the room as you make your way up to the bar. The tavern keeper won't meet your eye. You know what comes next. You sigh and turn to face the room. A large burly woman stands in front of you. "You're not welcome here, cast-off. Your damn war is a bane. We'll have no cast-offs here, not anymore. Get out, or by the gods we'll make you wish you had." You feel energies building and swirling within you. Your smile is savage as you weave a net of the tides. You have no idea who you are talking to. I'm no cast-off. I'm their creator. I'm the author of the endless battle. I am the changing god, and you will revere me. You hold your hands wide, and the tides spill from you. Half the villagers fall to their knees, weeping as your will twists their hatred into adoration. The burly woman yanks a knife from her belt. "You'll not take my mind, monster!" Her neighbors fall on her before she can take another step, knives flashing. Her life spills across the floor around your feet. You step through it, trailing bloody footprints to the door, and you are not sure if the disgust you feel is for the dead woman or for yourself. Wow. It started like he has been corrupted in a way, you know. Maybe having to do terrible stuff changed him so that he doesn't feel terrible about them anymore and fully embraces, you know, manipulating or killing anyone. It sounded like he didn't have any more damns to give. But the way it ends, you are not sure if the disgust you feel is for the dead woman or for yourself. He also loathes himself, right, from doing these. I'm sure he justifies all he does in a way at this point, but also loathes himself for doing them. Look into the abyss, and the abyss looks back, yes. Exactly. Very nice. These were some really nice little lore bits from Changing God's life. Yeah, I think I did all of them. Now there's one more somewhere. But it didn't unlock just yet. Throw cookies at Abyss and getting nothing in return. Abyss is a jerk. The Abyss isn't a jerk. He's just he has so much love for cookies. It's one vulnerability, you know? Can't really give it up. Can't really get himself to share. It's one weakness. This cannot be the third one. This was the probability engine storyline. So a jerk? Yes, okay. Okay, Abyss is a jerk. Anyone who doesn't share cookie could be considered a jerk. It was mentioned that there was one more hold of the sorrow on our mind. But the portal hasn't opened yet, so I guess we cannot do it just yet. Weirdly enough. If you go on random website, decline cookies, are you a jerk? No, you can decline cookies. If someone asks for cookies and you deny them, then you are a jerk. So if you were to go to a website and asked for cookies, but the website didn't have any cookies, then the website is a jerk. Okay, I guess we are going back.
I can breathe again.
There are 0 websites like it. Yeah, exactly, that's the reason. Because all the websites strive to be kind and nice, as you know, on the internet. What did... Okay. Oh, wow. What website doesn't use cookies, Parrot? Michalab. Well, true, Michalab doesn't have any cookies, you're right. Your eyes snap open and at first you fear you've fallen deeper into the labyrinth, another fathom. Flames rake the ground above you, the bedrock buckling under the heat. The image of Adiris resolves as your vision adjusts to the searing light. Oh, we are fully healed too. Her composure is beginning to crack. You can see the fear in her eyes, held in check only by her iron will. You are awake quickly now. While you are inside the mere gods, the shields have fallen. The server is breaking into the sanctuary. She scans the area. It's destroying our home. The others are trying to hold it back, but tell me first, did you find what you were looking for? I found what I was looking for and much more. Where do I start? Would that we had time? But time is no longer our friend. She looks nervously at the flames around her, if it ever was. Now we must deal with this situation at hand. A few have already escaped, but most are trapped within the rubble and flames. Some too terrified to move. We must get to the teleportation platform and flee. Save as many as you can on your way. Although the dome no longer encircles our sanctuary, the generators may hold enough power to slow the sorrow's progress. They can be activated by placing your palm here and whistling this tune. Her dry lips rasp a 5-note descant that you commit to memory. She plants a kiss on your cheek. Good luck, sister. Just make sure as many survive as possible. She runs off, her voice raised in command, as the quiet matron of Mila West had never existed. Okay, let's see. Let's see. Starting with Earths. There's a sorrow fragment there. This cast off seems to be kind of safe, but we need to go
I get 1
through
claw
him.
just boosted Gorky 17.
Hey kids, welcome.
I get 1 claw just boosted Return to Kronder. I
How are
get
you,
1
kids?
claw just boosted Age of Decadence.
Good to see you. A few weaker rocks like cracked below a larger group of boulders. If they can be removed, the rubble will collapse. Smashing. Smash the smaller rocks to free the boulders. Should be easy. A few of the rocks break free. Those remaining cannot support the boulders above. The pile collapses and rolls out of your way. Tiber's turn. Let's try to activate this machine with Tiber. Okay, this sorrow fragment is suppressed, so we saved Andronis and Raima. Let's talk to Andronis. We are doing what we can, leave us be. Okay, next turn. No, don't fight sorrow fragment, it's oh, okay, maybe do fight it. Whoa, wickets! Oh, okay. That's a pretty sweet roll. Well done. Hey, Nebu!
Forward march!
Nebu. The Iron Man. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome, everybody. Good to see you. How are you doing? How did Skyrim go? Did you finish it? Did you finally finish it? Let's give you a shout out. Welcome, welcome everybody.
Not very good with explosives, are you, Kennebu? Dude, I'm master with explosives. It's just the game that doesn't offer some nice explosives. Like, look at this. Right there. Thermal detonator.
I think I made this clip.
He throws it like 1 meter in front of him. Okay, now I cannot climb. Alright.
I think this is my clip.
Amazing. Master exploding myself, maybe.
Master of explosions indeed. As you see, Nebu is a master of explosions. Any kinds of explosions, especially exploding himself. He is very good at it. But jokes aside, he's a great streamer, great friend of the channel. Go check him out if you're not familiar with this content still. But yeah, thank you so much, Nebu, for the raid. Thank you, Raiders, for joining the raid. Hope you had good fun. And you must be getting very close to the end of Skyrim. You are at the last DLC. Has been on the last DLC for like 2 streams now. So yeah, it's good to see you. How did you how did the stream go? Any interesting things? And if you are new here, I'm Mitral. We usually play RPGs here and point and click adventures. We are playing Torment, Rise of Numenera. We are well in our way into the game, probably past the half point. This is an interesting crisis that you caught us in. We are trying to save as many people as we can, protecting them from sorrow fragments, and I hope you enjoy your time here and enjoy the stream. Mainly did some side quests, killed 2 dragons. You wanted the harder quests earlier.
Have a
It'll be interesting to
taste
see how
nightmares.
How pacifist I can stay. How pacifist works out in this crisis. We'll see. We shall see. I think I may be able to lift this with Mitral. Or let's go here. We have to run, run! I have to get rid of this. Smashing, okay. Well, Rin is the worst person, of course, to... Ah. Wait. Where's my okay, never mind. Can I level them up in fight? I cannot. Oh, timer. Timer. Thank you, Parrot. Wow, QP is off duty. Yeah, Rin is the worst person to try to smash these rocks. Obviously it won't work. So let's talk to Andronis. Cannot reach. Let's talk to Andronis with Rin. Ask them to help with other cast-offs. Convince them to flee and save themselves. Let's ask them to help the other cast-offs. Right, let's go, Raima. Okay, they are also doing stuff to help out. That's pretty good. Make your way out, brothers and sisters. The portal to the necropolis still functions. I need one. Okay. I think we can barely reach. No, we cannot reach. Ah. We can almost reach, but not quite. Do you have any good ciphers to give me? A speed or something? Oh, this is Eretis. Wait, this is Eretis. Eretis is better suited to maybe remove this. Cannot reach. I guess I can activate this machine with Eretis. I kept Eretis here to remove this pile of rubble, but Adiris did that. I can send Eretis this way.
Do it.
Eretis doesn't quite reach anywhere, unfortunately. Yeah, it's a bit of a bummer. Oh! He was able to reach here. I'm glad I tried. Okay, Tiber has to use this. Alright, that's very good. Yeah, we can reach that. Ah, no. No, okay. I didn't lose my turn. Rin. Now, Rin. What will Rin do? Rin is pretty fast, so... What is this? Loot? Loot what? Liquid Death. Kaleidoscopic Marecaster? Who died here? What am I trying to loot? I don't know who died and we got to loot them. Sorrow fragments? No, it's a character. Quite the cat. Smash. Thai beer. Let's use this twice. So it's last cast-off's turn. I will have to go in there, I think. Or alternatively, we can go ahead with the last cast-off. Aerithis can handle that one. Oh, there are so many of them. Adiris is stuck here, by the way. No, Adiris is not stuck here. Never mind. She is helping those around. I need to talk to Malmoth. This is a quick fingers lore mystical check. Okay, we can do it next turn. What's happening? No.
Draven just boosted Yummy Yummy 8.
No. Is that the actual Sorrow?
Draven
No.
just boosted Anna found her
What
watch.
is that? That is the actual Sorrow. That's the big Sorrow.
Draven just boosted Wizards Go on a trip with some warriors.
I don't know if he can save this caster. Ask if she knows anything that might help rally the others. He couldn't. You have to keep trying. You have to keep trying to save the other casters. Doesn't move fast. $400,000 damage? Who died? Oh. She shouts to you above the din. Hope is not lost, the fair story. If there's any truth in the legends, then it's our only hope. She looks up at the towering sorrow, but you'll need time to understand it. If one of us is brave, then others can live and find a way to stop it. She breathes in. I am brave. I am brave. I will buy time for you and the others, the young one. Make most of it. No, Adris, we need you. Thank you. No. She turns away, hearing your words but ignoring them. A golden glows her answer as she steps forward, a kaleidoscope of beautiful colors. Shifting energies of the tides cast into tangible being. She holds her hand aloft and ethereal fires play around it. The weight of the sorrow's baleful focus settles on her. Your vision shrinks to a pinpoint as the two face each other. Attend me, Sorrow. Oh, wow. 2 damage. Very cool. Good job. I mean, 2 damage is a lot. Save who you can and run. What if I use... let's talk to Malmon this turn with Eritus. It's better than 1, definitely. In fact, it's twice as much. Malmon gnaws at his lower lip, blood trickles from his lacerated flesh, but he doesn't seem to recognize the pain. He stares blankly at the destruction around him, his eyes flat and distant. He glances at you momentarily. It seems he hardly recognizes your presence. It's here, he whispers. So this is our doom. All of our lives have been leading to this moment. We cannot escape that. He gestures your way, not looking at you. Run if you like. I accept our fate. Intimidation. Challenges defeatist attitude. I mean, Eritus isn't very good at this. I guess we'll try. Oh, okay. He did it. He tears his eyes away from the flames to stare at you. He huffs a bitter laugh. Hope is the folly of youth. But if I die here, all my life's work is for nothing. Might as well try. Is that what you're saying? See if I can scratch out a few more years? Or at least make sure someone else can scratch out a few more of their own. Fine, let's go. Okay, Tiber. Tiber, you have to just run past the Sorrow. I'm sorry. It's fine, just keep on running. Ignore the pain. Smashing. We'll try, okay. We used all our strength. Tiber is out of commission when it comes to strength checks now. Andronis did it. Well, not fully. Exactly, just run past. Okay, this barricade is removed. Should I rush to this thing? I wonder if I should. I kind of feel like it might be a good idea. We'll do that. Okay, Rin. Rin, you have to... You have 9 damage. You won't die from... No, you might actually. Eritus will take care of this. Rin has to go somewhere else. As far away as possible. That cast-off is in trouble. I wanted that Night Force Hunter fails. You've been getting so lucky. Come on, it's already difficult enough, this one. Oh! Oh! No, he breaks the devices as he passes. Adiris, how is she going to survive there? I mean, I don't think she plans to survive. But if we can do it fast enough, maybe we can help her survive. This is the last cast-off to save, I think. Let's look around. I think all the cast-offs are heading for the exit now, and he has a clear path. Well, we need to activate this as well, of course. Okay. This crisis is really thrilling, you're right. That is why I love this crisis system. It's so much more than combat. By a mile. Okay, let's try. Even as the heat of the fire cracks and blisters skin, yes. The air around this structure feels damp and pregnant. Enjoy the lurk, Bogu. I appreciate it. It passes in a way it wasn't before, some kind of reaction to the sorrow's presence. As it is approached, the three bone-like handles curl out of the structure as if in greeting. That certainly didn't happen before. A telepathic whispering begins, a cold cacophonous chittering that is clear despite the roaring flames all around. Something is alive inside this thing. Force a connection with the mind inside the pyramid. Let's try. You reach out with the tides, pulling the psyche inside the device closer. The screeching, moaning, crying voices nearly deafen you, crushing your head with psychic pressure. When you think you can't handle anymore, the mind lashes out at you, breaking open the cage that contains it. The bones glide languidly into place, then disappear into the structure. A voice or 1,000 voices moan in your head. The pyramid peels open, a swirl of transdimensional energy and biological fluids blossoming inside. A portal with something else waiting on the other side. You can only hope it's not worse than the sorrow that haunts you here. The interior of the pyramid swirls with a mysterious energy, a loud plaintive chittering beckons.
I'm ready to become even more heroic.
Before you can react, a powerful gravitatic force yanks you and your companions into the structure, away from the horrors of Mila West. It wrenches the other surviving cast-offs inside as well, hurling them to other places beyond your reach, and you suddenly find yourself somewhere else. Okay. Did we save the people? You are pulled through the ferretry, the world goes dark. Your sense of sight has suddenly failed. You try to move your limbs and find that you cannot. You're alone, cut off from everyone else. You sense the fortress of regrets? You sense the terrifying presence of the sorrow as it surges through the portal behind you. Knowing you are trapped, it reaches out. And is hurled back, shrieking in fury. Its cries vanish at once, as if an impermeable wall has suddenly been raised between you. In the instant before that happens, however, you sense the roiling, nauseating shape of its mind. Through the places in your mind where resides, and Um's pain mingled with a wordless rage. What? 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 A terrible new sound fills your ears, a chittering, whispering cacophony. Something probes at the edges of your mind, something vast and incomprehensible. Focus on the chittering sound and try to understand. I don't think it's a good thing. Resist with all your might. Test your might. You breathe deeply, channeling your instinctive fear into cold fury. Then you focus that fury against the thing that is probing your mind. At once the chittering sound ceases and you sense the vast presence regarding you more carefully, perhaps even respectfully. A new sound replaces the chittering, a bone-jarring hum, like a buzzing of insects' wings the size of mountains. It grows stronger and louder. The sound becomes a dull ache that spreads throughout your body. The ache becomes pain, hot and searing. You grind your teeth, straining to concentrate to keep the intruder out of your mind. Then, without warning, it stops. You feel a sudden sense of recognition, and perhaps surprise. The chittering fades, and you slowly wake. What just happened? I don't fully understand if we solved that previous crisis or if we failed it. What happened to everyone? Did we save them? I think we saved them. But I'm not fully sure. I'm going to take a short break, chat. I will be away for 5 minutes or so. We will continue from this point on. I feel very nervous that I haven't been able to save since before the start of the nice encounter. But I guess we'll see what this is. And yeah, stay tuned and thank you for your patience. I'll be back in a few minutes. I'm also going to run the ads, so thank you for your patience with those also. I'll be right back.
Nectar of the Gods.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. No. Uh-oh. What?
Berbertree.
Nebuka just boosted Daggerfall. Nebuka just boosted Deus Ex 2. Nebuka just boosted Dark Sun.
I never knew this. This is the first time I see it. You know, I doubted my information that Mr. Crowley, we could do that.
Returns. Thor Obliterator just boosted Banner Saga.
No.
Thor Obliterator just tooted Wasteland.
Okay.
Hello, and welcome to the Pimplicar Music Challenge. Your goal is to drive over the bagpipes and
drive over the
bagpipes.
okay.
Bring the noise. Ready? Go!
What? Oh, is it the jump? Can I fall on the first aid kits and get healed? Yes! However, the net result is still it costs.
I see you are back. Have you had any luck?
I think I have found one of your druids. Steadfast Orlane has returned. It is good to have him back in the circle. Here is your 300 gold ray. You are overjoyed to welcome back dear Bree. Here is your 300 gold ray. My dear friend Terrari's return was welcomed by the Grove. Here is your 300 gold ray. Nature herself is impressed with your abilities. Here is your 300 gold ray. Thank you for rescuing all of the druids. I have great hope for the spirit of the woods. Good luck.
I see you are back. Have you had any luck?
No. That knife is not going to cut it. Get it? Cut it?
I told you I had a plan.
I'm very funny. I will enter this room, not that. Okay. I changed my mind. Oh. Jedi. Uh-oh. Bye.
Cardinal Gianelli.
That was amazing.
I don't think he's catching up on his paperwork.
That's very odd. He never uses the factory entrance.
I think we need to follow him.
If you could just go and talk to the Bedine, maybe they would allow us to restock our water supply.
You know why you cannot deal with problems like this, Katriana? That is because you don't move away from your stop like 2 meters. If you would just, you know, go around, look around, walk around, you would probably solve some problems yourself.
Just boosted Pathfinder.
I don't understand what you... I'm mistargeting.
Just boosted Scald.
Oh! This is not a sleeping bandit. It's a backpack. How would I know? Looks like a bandit. Looks like a known bandit.
I'm restless.
Okay. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. What is it doing? What? What was that? Chat, if you're in a building that's coming down like this, if you hear explosions and rocks falling,
what if the power went out?
Don't take the elevator. Virgil is right. I didn't expect him to say that though. Help me. Maybe these offspring of your species will listen to you. Hey, you kids, leave that Itorian alone.
What do you care what happens to some scummy alien? He's just a freak.
Yeah, he isn't even supposed to be in the upper city.
Just because he's different doesn't give you the right to attack him.
Come on, let's go. I don't want to listen to this alien lover anymore.
I'm back. Welcome, drummer. Good to see you. Happy Friday. We have some boosts. Oh, we have a lot of boosts. Let's see. I don't know what to think of that crisis. However, the clones overwork in the Deponia. The answer somehow involves Organon. Organ non-stop, yes. Yes, that is true. Gorky by Ikit. Rondor. Decadence. Yummy yummy. Might and Magic. Might and Magic 6 is another game I would like to replay. It would be fun. I played it so early. In my streaming career, if you will. Not much of a career, but you know what I mean. Chronox. But I would love to replay it. Should I stop with the organ and just into yes? Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, shut up, 8-Ball. Shut up. No, don't stop. Don't stop. Do what you want. That is what you are here for. Do what you want. Don't take no for an answer from anyone. Least of all the 8-Ball. Daggerfall. Deus Ex. Organ knock it off, yeah. Dark Sun. Nice boosts. Shadowrun. I feel like I have, in a way, failed the previous crisis, though. I was so focused on keeping Adiris alive, hoping to use that device to save Adiris. She was in a pickle there. The sorrow had almost reached her. But maybe we had 1 or 2 turns more to activate that other suppression device and give all the cast-offs a way to run, take the portal. I don't know if it would lead to something nicer. I don't know what happened to them. I imagine they all are pulled into the device that we activated. And who knows if they are saved or not. I feel like I rushed through that crisis, but it was a little nerve-wracking. So I hope we did a good thing. I don't know. That will be one of the things that I really read about after I finish the game. Or maybe even soon, since we are past that encounter now. When you rolled Magar 1 for 1 second, you turned to Jiggertharn. Oh, you rolled Magar 1. Jiggertharn. Jiggertharn isn't in the system yet. Hopefully it will be. It's been too long since we added new characters. Jiggertharn is on the list. It will make it to the next batch of characters. Once I get myself to do the work. Who knows when? Hopefully soon. Scald, Pathfinder. Scald. 86, the Avatar. Nice. Like to see the Avatar always. Dragon Age. Inquisition. There we go. Thank you for the boosts, Ash, Drummer, Thor, Nebu, Draven, Ikit. Well, I can only hope that I did something good.
New Evil character suggestion by Thor Obliterator.
560. Wow. Okay. Okay. Good one. We don't have any quotes for it, of course. Or sounds. Maybe we can find the sound. I don't know. You still haven't suggested Matkina or Obviously, I'm not playing with them, so it's maybe difficult to find stuff. But if you have to look elsewhere, like outer sources, feel free, Thor. Can you use one of the game's description of it instead of a quote? Yeah, I sometimes do that. I did it for Minax, Mundane, a few other characters as well. Sometimes I do that. Okay, let's continue. What is this? What new treasure is here for me to find? A friendly voice booms. Opening your bleary eyes, you see an earnest, gray-skinned non-human with a toothy smile. He is tall and wide across the shoulders and exudes great strength. His hands terminate in long claws. Oh, also, what was that about in that previous encounter? Right after the crisis in the darkness. Is somehow part of the sorrow, maybe? Or is made of the same material that sorrow is made of? Maybe sorrow is sorrow, because is tortured so much by changing gods and of course by the other cast-off under his changing gods command. So maybe being the same material of sorrow somehow gives birth to sorrow. Because they are also like a little sludgy, blobby, black stuff. I don't know how to explain.
New Evilometer character suggestion by PyLorZan.
That's amazing, Pi. That's amazing. Unfortunately, I wouldn't put Rufus anywhere under 450. That's amazing, though. Same level as Ike. I love it. Yeah, we can add Rufus. I'll find a suitable number for it. That's amazing, Pi. That tattoo. So, another of the changing gods' children has made her way here. It's been a long time. But where are my manners? My name is Drakujan, and you're in the bloom. Though I dare say you didn't expect to arrive here quite like this. His voice is warm and welcoming, but there's something about his tone that suggests something more predatory. His cast-offs always find the most exciting curious for me. He studies you briefly, his eyes roving across your body with practiced ease. Do you have questions? Perhaps I can answer them for you. He whispers in your ear. Don't do it, lass. He's never friendly unless he wants something from you. And you do not want him to want anything from you. Tybir, old friend! The tone of his voice is avuncular. Avuncular? What does a one killer? A one killer? A wound killer? I don't know how to read it, or I don't know what it means. He smiled wide. How are you? He holds up a finger. Actually, we should wait for a moment to catch up. I must first engage your compatriot. I have some pressing business that simply cannot wait. I'm sure you'll understand. He turns back to you. Regarded as characteristics of an uncle, especially in benevolence or tolerance. Ah, I see, okay. I felt others pulled into the territory with me. Where are they? Who knows? The balloon's motivations are inscrutable, and its tendrils pass through countless worlds and dimensions. If you were brought here by the balloon itself, then these others you speak of could literally be anywhere. How did I get here? All I did was touch the territory. Hey Sangnif, welcome. Happy Friday. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well. You don't remember? A pity. It must have been something to experience. If you'd come down from Memorira's fortress or along one of the roadways, you'd know the path you took. The pathways of the Bloom are strange, and not all its roads are pleasant. What were those voices? The Bloom is a living creature with a reach across dimensions. Its consciousness, if I may use that term, is unlike anything we know. So unless I miss my guess, what you heard were some of the many voices of the Bloom. Tell me about yourself. He swells with momentary pride. I am Drakujan. I'm the man who can find what you need, even if you don't know that you need it. I deal in information, and I pay those who work for me handsomely. Ask anyone here, and they'll tell you I trade fairly. Thor, I'd like to know if this is the third chapter that you were talking about, or if we are still not there yet. I have a feeling this is like a new start, a fresher start. So is this the third hub, the third chapter that you were talking about? You'd say this is Act 3. Okay, good to know. Good to know. You could also ask your friend Tiber there what happens to those who try to cross me, but I don't think that a relationship starts best with threats. Valley and Mila West, you'd collect. Cool. We should work from a common interest. Perhaps you can do something for me. He flinches back and manages a weak smile. Crossing Drakujan, a bad idea, yes. What do you want from me? A business proposition, my friend. I wish to prove my value to you. Then you can provide value in return. I trade in information, favors on Numenera, and it so happens I know about you and your kind. You are a cast-off of the changing god, an old acquaintance of mine. Indeed, I have known a number of your brethren. I even know about Mila West, your secret refuge. So ask, and I will do what I can to provide an answer. He groans. Make no deal, lass. Getting crossways with Drakujan is a quick way to an early grave. And it doesn't matter if you are on the up and up or not. One honest mistake, simple misunderstanding of the terms of agreement, and you're vanished. Walk away, girl, walk away. Now, Tiber, I thought our arrangement worked out nicely. You certainly came out ahead. Mila West has been destroyed by the sorrow. Shock flashes across his features and he wipes it clear quickly. I'm truly sorry to hear that. I never had the honor of a visit, though I longed to go. Such accumulated knowledge, so many artifacts lost. The value of the pieces would have been worth, well, no matter. What's done is done. That is valuable information. I need to think on how best to leverage it. You shithead. I shouldn't have told him that. I knew as I was choosing the option that I shouldn't have told him that. Oh well. What do you know about cast-offs? I have met your sire. I guess that makes that I know that he makes and discards you. I know that the sorrow pursues the changing god and destroys his cast-offs as a consequence. He smiles. I know more about my trader's information. We'll speak more of what I know later, perhaps. I know you're haunted by what might be considered a natural enemy of the Bloom. Most cast-offs prefer not to come to the Bloom. It's a great predator, you know, and something about the psychic energies of your kind seems to have a great appeal to it. Perhaps some residue of your sire's life. I'm here looking for the first cast-off. She has been dead for over a century. Have you tried her tomb? Fine, if I were looking for a random cast-off in the blue, where would I start? Is time for you to go to bed. Your eyes decided to not want to obey you anymore. Thanks for the stream. Take care, everyone. Thanks for being here, Tayson. As always, it was great to see you. Have a good sleep. Have a good rest. Hopefully, I'll see you tomorrow. Fine. If I were looking for a random cast-off in the bloom, where would I start? Very good indeed. You declare one thing, I declare another, and so you find a way to sidestep my denial. I concede in the face of your surety that my information may be incorrect. I do not have your answer, but I know one who might. She's very confident in her information. How intriguing. What information? I didn't tell you. Well, I mean, it wasn't easy to understand what I had in mind. If you wanted to know anything about the bloom, you should speak to its ruler, the Memovira. Tell me about the Memovira. A hard, ruthless woman, she holds control of the bloom because it favors her. She uses this advantage to dominate the trade routes and control access to the moves that lead to other worlds. But the moves are closing, and thus her funds are dwindling. Alright, where can I find the Memovira? Inside her fortress, she has locked her gates to outsiders while she considers the problems that face her. Only those who can provide something of value to her get in now. He bows like me. I see. So what do you want in exchange for an introduction to the Memovira? I once had claim to an artifact, but it was spirited away to a place called Ascension of Kexlinish, a realm of crystalline beauty. I need that artifact back. It's called the Magmatic Amulet, a circlet of dark, hyaline material. It's of great interest to me. Great interest. I believe that you may be uniquely suited to retrieve it. He bows. Find it and bring it to me, and I guarantee you an audience with the Memovira. How do I get to this ascension? Follow the caravan road to the trade post. You'll find a move there, and it will take you to the ascension. Or rather it did, but that's why I'm sending you, Castoff. Your kind always finds a way toward your sire's footsteps. What's a mole? A mole is one of the many mouths of the bloom, reaching its tendrils through the dimensions. Some enterprising individuals travel these tendrils, exploring new worlds and bringing back strange and wondrous items for trade. What if I decline? He shrugs. You won't get into the Memovira's fortress, and most likely you'll be devoured by the bloom, with nothing left of you but memories of what could have been. But as with all things, this is your choice. A stubborn one this, but give her time, no doubt she'll come back. He gestures toward the large open chamber behind him. Ask around, you'll find that I trade fairly. You'll also find that I brook no deceit. He stifles a yawn, but I have other business to attend to. If you wish to gain access to the Memovira, you had best
I'll remember that.
Remember, the magmatic amulet from the Ascension. He turns to Tiber. And now, old friend, let us resume our acquaintance, shall we? How is Owen? Owen? Did you have a joyful reunion? Tiber's jaw drops, his face goes pale. I don't know. How do you know? His eyes seek yours in mute appeal as his tangled questions take his breath from him and leave him for once speechless. Owen and Dracogen? How? Oh gods, the ring. Tiber, who is Owen? Former lover, forget it. I know who Owen is. He's former sergeant. Come now, don't sell your epic short, Tiber. This was a love for the ages. He claps your companion on the shoulder and turns to you. You could write a script that turns off caps lock whenever caps lock is pressed. You don't want it to ever be on. Let me tell you, the two of them were inseparable. Inseparable. But somehow they parted, lost track of one another. Owen came to me a year ago, asking me about Tiber. He came to me, you see, because the two of them shared, let's call them mind-link rings. Well, Tiber gave his ring to me for legal and moral considerations. Shortly afterward, he hoofed it for the city above. Foolishly, I turned the device off as I was examining it, and poor Owen thought his lover dead. He came running, begging my help. Well, it seems that Owen has broken his word to me. I turned off on purpose. I was curious who would link themselves to him. Owen would never do that, Tiber says hotly, then flashes. He's a man of his word, and while you have to admit you do have a fearsome reputation, and Owen wouldn't want to cross you. He taps his chin. That does present a problem then. Owen pledged a year of service to me in exchange for certain information, and, well, now he's vanished. I thought of using the paired mind-link ring you gave me as collateral in order to track him down. but then realized that anything could have befallen the poor man here in the bloom. And besides, who am I to stand between two long-lost lovers? Perhaps you might be more inclined to seek him out than I.
Making a note.
So here, you can have your ring back. May it be useful to you. He smiles to you and bows. My apologies, but I simply had to make sure of Tiber and Owen. I do look forward to hearing him of the successful resolution of our arrangement. Hearing of. If he didn't turn off, I wonder what happened to him and whether anyone crossed me. Okay, interesting stuff. Let's level up first. Let's level up first. Some speed, I think, is a good idea at this point.
I'm stronger now.
+1 concentration. I already put 2 points. Become invisible, completely untargetable, only removed when it expires, not due to any action. Oh. Okay. I got both of them. But it was a waste. I shouldn't have put points in concentration. It's wasted now. That was very suboptimal. Very suboptimal. Nothing that seems very interesting. Run is ruined. Start over from Plinsk Torment. Yeah, I should. I mean, this is a good passive that still has something useful for me. I'm not fighting, so none of them are useful. Oh, this one could be useful though, to keep enemies busy, right? Confers controlled. Force the target to fight on your side. Pulse that pushes or pulls all creatures in range. Gravity manipulation. That also looks useful. Let's pick those up. Intellect. Some good crisis tools could be useful outside of fights as well. Let's give you extra effort.
I feel even more fantastic.
Good for you. Extra effort. God of Change, +1 in concentration, Cipher adapts. Conserve the next cipher used, allowing it to be used a second time. Cannot be used with items that grant permanent bonuses. This is actually very good. Very good. Choose one remaining. Yeah, let's get this mind barrier. Let's give you another quick fingers. Yeah, let's do that. Extra effort for you. Okay. Let's make your heart say.
Well met yourself.
We need to talk to all of our companions. Let's start with Tiber.
I knew.
He paces over a small patch of ground as though caged. I knew he was here, and that he was looking for me. I should have. He trails off and pulls the ring Dragojan gave him from his pocket. He cradles it in his palm and meets your eyes. Sphincter? What is sphincter? He trails off. Heartbeat, he says. They work by skin contact, see? I'd know if he was. He bites his lip and closes his finger over the ring. I couldn't tell. I was too scared. Of what he'd think of me, yes, but also of myself. Drakujan had the right of it, he says through his teeth. Owen and I were closer than close. The world stomped on us, but we survived it together. Carried each other through wars and harder times. He looks away from you. We were arms of the same body, but with different minds. Too different as it turned out. He takes a deep, shaking breath. Flesh orifice that can open and close. Like this? It's covered up by the text box. Ah, okay. I love them, he says simply. We have to find them. I have to find them. I don't understand. Can't you use those rings to sense his mind and see where he is? Right, he says with a trembling laugh. You don't know what you're asking.
I too love butts.
Back in the good days, it'd be like holding hands, wrapping your fingers around theirs, right? Up with their thoughts and feelings instead of flesh and bone. He shakes his head. I need to concentrate, for one. And two, I'm not welcome there anymore. He made that clear, and I don't know that I disagree. You'll find them. Thank you, he says, nodding. I just want to talk to him, set a few things right, if that's still possible. What happened between you and Owen anyway? This isn't the time, Tiber says, but he glances up at you regardless. It was mutual, all right. As time wore on, we wanted different things, and I wasn't willing to. He stops himself, sighs. Leave it. Let's just focus on finding him. Can't you tell me anything about what happened between you and Owen? Not important now, he grunts. Let's focus on finding him. Where do you think Owen is?
Making a note.
He's... Tiber begins, touching the ring on his hand and closing his eyes. His brow wrinkles in discomfort, confusion. He's somewhere in Little Nilly-ish. Let's talk about you. Sure. Tell me about some of the happy times you had with Owen. Gladly, he says softly. Truth to tell, it'll be good to get some of the memories off my chest and into the open air. He rubs the back of his neck. I told you parts and pieces about him, not sure where to start. Were you and Owen together from the first battle you met? Oh no, our commander separated us after we got out of the brig. Tiber chuckles. He didn't want us planning more herd heists. I didn't see Owie for a handful of years after that, when we both landed in the only mercenary company that'd have us. He scratches his cheek. You see, even mercenaries have rules. Don't sell the company's weapons on the side for one. He raised a guilty hand. And don't break your captain's jaw, even if you're Owie and think he's a rock-humping sadist. So we ended up in the Broken Riverbed Company, thieves, murderers, and drunks with nowhere else to go. But the commander had a good heart. Took the contracts he believed in redemption. Tiber shakes his head ruefully. Well, he signed us up to guard a village trapped between two enemy fronts. Half of us bolted when they saw the armies coming, and the rest when the bombardment started. I saw a big man pinned beneath some rubble and nearly left him anyway before I saw his face. The captain helped me pull Ovid out just before a slug took the top of his head off. The smile never left his face, Tiber sighs. I like to think he died thinking he'd turned one life around before the end. Tiber spits. I was even faster in those days, and Ovi was freaky strong. We fought our way off the battlefield, trench by trench, and kept running after that. He smiles, remembering. It was a week before we realized we were working together in all botany. Tell me about how you and Owen became partners again. Yeah. How did you and Owen fall in love? I think we always were, he says, rubbing his eyes. The two of us were never good at spotting the obvious. He stares at the air. This was just after Ovi started messing with the link rings and turned a potential battlefield into a muddy pit of romantic acrobatics. Back in the early days, the mind-sharing powers of those rings were, well, they were stronger. And even though we were far from the fighting, we felt the effects. We stood there, watching the magic unfold below, and gradually felt each other's thoughts creeping into our heads. Tiber closes his eyes. Finally, he turns to me and says, "You should have said something sooner." And he puts his hand in mine. He raises his hand, looking at his fingers. He grabbed the rings after the things died down, and tinkered with them over the next few months while we moved from company to company and battle to battle. I never asked why. Fixing things was part of what made him him. Tiber lets his hand fall. Then he gave me one of them, said he'd be able to keep track of me if we got separated in a scrap, and find me if I was in trouble. He grimaces. That was Ovi too, never thinking things through. How did the link rings change the things between you? Well, they made us closer, he says wearily, and at first there was no downside. We were new lovers with a mental link. I don't think I need to draw you a picture. He massaged his knuckles. We were tough fighters on our own. With our thoughts linked, well, we were unstoppable, and fools enough to think that the good times would last. Tiber raised his eyes to yours, because the endless battle was waiting for us. Our orders were to take a hill in the middle of a field of shattered time. He shivers. The first time, Ovi and I fought our way to the top before something snapped in our gut, and we were back at the bottom, 2 hours back. We charged up again, and this time one of the fireballs landed right on us. Tiber studies his bicep. My arm burst up apart like rotten fruit, and Ovi died on the spot. I felt his mind wink out inside me like someone had crushed him in their fist. He rubs his temples, then snap, back down to the bottom of the hill, with Ovi still alive. But even with him at my side, I couldn't stop mourning him. He swallows. We fought for that damned hill for what felt like lifetimes, dying and dying. Eventually one of our victories stuck, and Ovi and I got the hell out of there. After a moment of silence, he says, Ovi took that whole mess as a sign that it was time to create our own company, but I was still mourning for him. You and Ovi created your own mercenary company? That's a generous assessment, Tiber grunts. I was against the side-by-sides from the first. Thought we were better on our own. It was one of the first signs that things were souring between us. He covers his eyes with his calloused hands, but no, Ovi and Owen wanted to run things. To choose the fights he thought were worth fighting, and he wanted to drag me along with him. Groaning, he lets his hands fall. So he recruited his people, and I stood on the side, hating every second of it. It all went wrong in some no-name village that was burned off the map years ago, he says, looking away from you. He gave me an order I didn't like, so I didn't follow it, and he hit me. He touches the side of his face, said if I wanted to run side by side so bad, I could have it, and he walked off. He looks back at you, his eyes soft but hooded. Haven't seen him since, and I've missed him every day, if I'm being honest. What was that order he gave you that you didn't want to follow? Couldn't tell you, he says, turning his head. And it doesn't matter now. Don't ask me this, I don't want to remember. He shouldn't have hit you. Huh, Tiber says, shaking his head. Don't get the wrong idea, he'd never hit me before that, not once. And our relationship was over long before he threw a punch. You're hiding something, Tiber, what is it? He bows his head. Have mercy, eh? He says. Telling all of this hasn't been easy, and I know I had a part in what went wrong between us. Shaking his head, he says, and what does it matter anyway? The full truth isn't going to mend things between Ovi and me. That time is done. How are you holding up? I'm fine, okay. Let's continue on. Alright, let's talk to Rin.
I need someone to talk to. I need to talk to you.
She clutches your hand but won't look into your eyes. Of course, Rin, what is it? Even though she says she needed to talk, she hesitates. It's about my memories. I feel like I should remember more by now, but I don't. I can't. I can't remember my parents' names. Why can't I? I can't remember why I left them, or how I got the Sagas Glyphs, or anything that happened to me before that horrible slaver Toll captured me.
I've new villainies to deal with.
Hey Log, how are you doing? Happy Friday. How did you get hurt? Oh, her cheeks become flushed. I was running away from someone. I don't know who. Toll and her slavers captured me. They hurt me, then stitched me up so Toll could use me. She shivers, her face twisting into an ugly mask of disgust. I escaped later, days later I think. Otero found me in the junkyard, and then later I made my home in Sagas Glyphs. She frowns. But who was I running from before Toll found me? That's what I can't remember, and I don't know why. Why do you think that is? She shakes her head. I don't know. The memories are there. I know it. Just like those thugs knew I was in that house on Cliff's Edge. I can feel the memories, hear them, but when I look for them, they aren't there. Do you mean they are hidden? Hidden, like the thugs, like... She yanks Al from her pocket and holds him in front of her face. Al, do you know about this? She cocks her head, and the way she does when she listens to him. A worried expression blooms on her face. Suddenly she gasps. A tear drips from the corner of one eye. It was Al, wasn't it? He hid your memories from me. Yes, she says, down to the stone. Why? Why did you do this? She listens more. You hear something like a bird rustling in its egg, but you can't tell if it's from the stone or something else. Her head is still cocked. Rin speaks to you, her voice strangely flat. He's been hiding parts of my memory from the beginning. He wanted me to blend in to avoid undue attention, and he was worried. He thought if I knew the truth, I would have given up a long time ago from the beginning. Tell me then, she says to the stone. Her face reddens angrier than you've ever seen. What have you been keeping from me? She listens for what seems a long time, her expression increasingly frightened as she does. Finally, she lets her hands fall and she tells you. I ran away. I was angry at them, my parents. Something stupid, something we'd fought over 100 times. But this time I left. I packed my things, took my coat, and when the moon was high, I just walked out.
I think I'm ready to try something new.
I thought I was prepared. I thought I was safe. But they attacked me. No, I shouldn't say their name. Soldiers, it doesn't matter. Her knuckles widen around the stone. I ran. They ran faster. I made a god somehow, a god of going forth. I must have cut away into this world and fallen through it. I guess it saved my life, but then the slavers, my head, all... She scowls and shouts at the stone. You kept it from me. You walked into my mind and stole from me. I can never forgive you, never. She pulls back and throws the stone as far as she can manage. Then she collapses to her knees, her shoulders shuddering with each sob. It's over, you remember now. And you're a part of this world. You should forgive him. That's true. She sniffs and wipes her face on her sleeve. But he broke my trust, picked it up and shattered it. She stays on her knees for a while longer, wiping her tears away occasionally. Finally, she looks over to where she threw Al. He's a friend. You don't throw away your friends. Sometimes you wish you could. Sometimes they are too heavy. She stands and walks over to the stone. She stares at it for a while, then says, I can't forgive you all, not yet. But you are my friend. She bends down and picks him up, then places him gently into her pocket. We should go, she says without looking at you. We need to go.
Did you want something?
She looks more pale than usual in this place. I want to talk about you again. How are you holding up? Okay. Let's continue. Skill. I guess running, in my gameplay style, running seems to be one of the most important skills. I guess we'll put a point in running. If I wanted an ability... nothing interesting, so yeah, running.
I've learned a thing or two.
Shoot first. Gain 30% on attacks against enemies with a lower initiative than Tiber. Choose one. Max effort +1 on all non-combat tasks. Okay, that's actually very good. Yeah, let's pick that up. Select skill to increase. I guess I'll put one in smashing so it doesn't have a penalty. Or should I go stealth? I don't know. Initiative. Let's put one in initiative. Initiative is good as well, but let's put a speed edge. Can I choose intellect? I cannot choose intellect. Why can I not choose intellect? Let's put an edge on speed, I think. No, should it be might? Focus Eris on might. We have enough efforts. 5, I think. No, let's put 1 in speed.
I feel even more fantastic.
Good for you. So, tier 3. Next level. Earth is going to be tier 4. Okay. Oh, wait! Look at it. I just noticed that concentration when we got clear mind. No, what was it? Concentration increase. It actually got to above specialized. Like requires thinking, which we already know is a big no-no for it. I guess so, yeah, I guess so. So it did get to 3 points. Same with perception. They are above specialized. They are specialized plus. Oh, that's actually nice. It wasn't suboptimal. In fact, maybe it's very good that we chose concentration before and then got this, and we were able to get it to specialized plus. Because I believe if we had 1 concentration, got to tier 4 and got this, I don't think we could have put another point to get it to specialized plus. I think this may be a unique way to get it to even higher than possible. Then it was a very good choice. Right, time to speak to Eris.
Oh? Oh, it's you. Can I ask you something?
If you didn't know better, you'd think he looked thoughtful. He rubs the side of his face, then the corners of his sleep-bruised eyes. I've been pondering some things for over an hour about what happened back there in Mila West. All those people with stories so like your own, and now many of them have just stopped, and I barely knew them at all. How? He pauses, toying with his doublet and staring at the sky. His glow pulses growing brighter and brighter until it is hard to look at him directly. How are they supposed to be part of my story if they are dead? We don't like these thoughts, suffusing behind them. Yes. They were my brothers and sisters, and now they are gone. It's not really about you, Erdis. It's not? He blinks. I don't understand. Unless I'm supposed to avenge them for my loyal friend. He glances at you sidelong. That's you, of course. There, he begins, then winces. The glow around him is glowing brighter than it ever has before. He doesn't appear to notice, however. Their stories are over now, aren't they? I mean, unless they come back at some dramatic moment, more powerful than they were before. I love doing that. He's still talking. We are filling his eyes and thoughts, and he's still talking. But assuming that doesn't happen, what does it mean? Their stories matter to them, I think. But what do they matter now? Hey, Nixt. Thank you. Happy Friday to you as well, Nixt. You've been lurking all day. It's finally over. Nice. I'm glad work is done. I appreciate the lurk a lot. Good to see you. Time to relax now, rest now, hopefully. How did the rest of the fight night go next? I like to think they live on in our memories, if nowhere else. The stories of theirs that we know are part of something larger now. Yes, he says wistfully, a larger story. I've always lived life to the next adventure, but now I'm wondering where it will end. What will it be like? He pauses, shocked by his own thought. What will happen after? You will inspire others to follow your example, to host us, to entertain us. Ah.
I thought the inside of my mouth was strange. But this place... It's like being inside my mouth. Well, it's inside another mouth.
This place has promised many opportunities for excitement and sacrifice. What's strange about the inside of your mouth? All mouths are strange, fleshy bits flapping and squishing behind exposed bones. Well, if you think about it, actually, he's on it. He knows what he's talking about. Fleshy bits flapping and squishing behind exposed bones. That's exactly what a mouth is. Fight night went well. Finally got to play some games where you were actually good at. I think I may have missed that part because when I was watching, you were getting your ass kicked. No, it was fun. It was fun from what I could watch at least. It was fun for sure. He pauses mid-shudder, thinking, although my mouth doesn't have anyone walking around in it, in comparison to this place, anything is normal. He beams. Thank you. My mouth no longer makes me nervous. How are things between us? Great, he declares, throwing his hands in the air. I knew we had the same instincts for adventure. Better not tell others about all the bacteria. Yeah. We are not going to mention the bacteria. He may declare war or something on the bacteria. I have some questions for him. You seem to be under the impression that this journey of ours is all about you. You say that like it's not, Ertus says, peering at you suspiciously. It isn't. How can you say that? He says, hurt. I'm on a quest to find quests. I thought you knew that. He bites his lip furiously. I'm still looking for the right quest, but I'll know it when I see it. It's the one that will lead me to the destiny that I think I'd see in my dreams if I ever manage to sleep again. Rubbing his eyes with his hands, he says, it's just so exhausting. I want the treasure and the glory and the heroic stuff, but when I have it, it's never enough. I'm always looking for the next quest. He cradles his head. It's just never enough. Maybe you should be helping people rather than looking for treasure and glory. I like that, Ertus says quietly, tiny currents rippling through his glow. Through him. I like that more than I can say. You sure you don't remember talking with me inside my head? No, I don't. It's probably a good idea to summon all the other companions and talk to them, but honestly, I'm not feeling like that right now. But I think I should. Let's do it.
Can't stop thinking about your meal of vest. You know, you build up an impression of what a city of immortals might look like. Libraries and such. Maybe some tea shops. That wasn't a city. That was a prison, built by your changing god. And your siblings live there by choice, bickering over who owns the cutlery while their executioner waits at the door. Why do all of you let him get away with it?
What was I thinking following her? This isn't about me or the changing god, is it? What else would it be about? He declares, throwing his hands up in the air. They falter there and fall back to his sides. Oh, he says, looking past you. Oh, you're right, it isn't. His lip quirks. You bring out the honesty in me. I hate it. He massages his eyes. And yes, being honest, I don't see much of a difference between your changing god and me. You are taking mortality, mind you. I never set out to hurt anyone, he says, planting his hands on his hips as though he's holding himself in place. But I did. Didn't always mean to, but there it is. His hands tighten on his hips, shackles of flesh and tendon. I regret every time I left a friend to take the bite for me. I do. I swear I'll never run again. But then I do it again. He closed his eyes. And will you leave me when it suits you? Is that what you're saying? You are being too hard on yourself. Kind of you to say, he says, though he doesn't sound like he means it. I wish you were right. He straightens with visible effort, favoring you with a smile. But let me bear my own conscience. What do you need?
Did you want something?
No.
What's on your mind?
Gods, I hate this place. A man likes to see a nice blue sky over his head, possibly with several naked lads and lasses in the way, asking if I had a nice nap and would like a drink. Not intestines and the like. Hope you're not planning a long stay.
Only as long as it takes... Say no, lass. Please say no. Only as long as it takes to find the first cast-off. So, the rest of our short and painful lives then. Fine, fine. Not too late to move on. Okay.
Yes, lass?
Specific parts. Well, we'll see if we can even summon Tibir back. Let's start with Doom. Now that you stopped, Doom takes a moment to look around, eyes widening, contracting, and widening again. Boop. It says at last, in what feels like interest. I have some questions for you. Again, you feel a distant focusing at the back of your mind as Zoom prepares itself to answer your questions. Why didn't you tell me the spectre was the changing god? Slk, it says, assaulting the ground with an irritated tendril. But you sense fear from the creature as well, fear that his former master may still be alive. Back at Mila West, I sensed a connection between you and the sorrow. What was that? Oom's eyes contract, but it goes utterly still. A wave of tendrils, spikes almost, ripples over its back, but it does not otherwise respond. Lore natural, still the spikes speak for themselves. Oom is either afraid or angry. Can you tell me anything useful about the changing god? Rulsk, Oom says shortly, drawing a circle on the ground, then another beside it. No idea what that means. Okay. Let's get Matskina.
Deadly.
Deadly. This is room.
Did you want something?
No, I misclicked. As you were.
We're not safe yet. Not by a long shot. I don't remember if I told you this, but I was born here.
She struggles to hide the fear that shivers through her frame. You can feel the tight control she maintains over her emotions, over her tights. She swallows hard. Woke up in the process of being devoured. I suppose the bloom saw our sire's mind leave. It dropped me, newborn, and I got out. Pulled up to Sag's glyphs, and that thrice-damned sorrow almost snatched me then. Her voice drops, almost indistinct. I left the city, stole and hurt people on the way out, but at least I got away. So, you know what happened with the cast-offs, with the first, damn her, and let's be sure to kill her when we find her. Anyway, the bloom. After the trouble with Melmoth, I wound up here, in the service of the man who became the Memovira, the old boss of this place. Listen to me, the bloom rewards cruelty and pain, and it will react to your actions, so be careful. The current Memovira and I don't get along too well. Be aware there's a history, a bloody one. I can't promise I'll be civil around her. She adjusts her clock. Alright, let's go. You said you and the Memovira had a history. She and I were Chagans for the old Memovira, ran different games, different turrets, But it was always a competition with her. See who could make motions, who could keep the piece better, who could embarrass the other. I always got the sense she had a secret, something she was keeping from all the rest of us, but I never had any proof. She shrugs. Not until the day she took power. She was quick, I'll give her that. Not a moment wasted. I thought she'd let the rest of us run. She didn't. When she sent bounty hunters after me, I knew the game changed. Used to be Chagans get a choice. Severe fealty or leave. Because, you know, blood is bad for business. Better to keep all our knowledge alive, right? I'd have sworn because I admired her efficiency, but she didn't give me the choice, nor any of them. Alright, I'm going to have to pause here. And we will continue right after the ads. So 3 minutes of ads. Thank you for your patience with those. I shall see you right after. Okay, we don't have any boosts. I guess I'll just look through these conversation options. See if there's anything new. Our siblings, sorrow. Okay, nothing new. Send her away, let's get the next one and we will talk to the next one. No, you didn't. Not for Matkina or Wait, did you? Let me check, but I don't think you did. Eligorn, Calistige, Erithis, Rin, Tybir. You submitted those 5. And Sorrow today, I guess. Oh. Didn't mean to start the music. Let me summon the next one so we can talk to them after the ads. Calistige.
This should be useful. My thanks.
Okay. So is afraid of the sorrow, or angry at the sorrow. I have a sneaking suspicion that at the end of the game, if we face sorrow, if we have with us, it will lead to some unique outcome or some unique interaction. Back from the ads. Welcome back, Ash. Thank you for sticking around. I don't know, maybe that's something I should explore. Well, I guess I have to finish quests first. I still haven't upgraded my title affinity. Maybe we'll be able to do it here, who knows. I was thinking we would do it in Mila West. I was pretty sure that it would happen there. It didn't though. Alright, welcome back everybody from the ads. Let's continue. In your absence, all I did was switch out Matkina with Calistige, so you didn't miss anything. Okay, there is nothing. There is nothing. There's nothing with Calistige.
Well then, farewell. For now. You won't be gone long.
I won't be gone at all. You will be gone. I'm the protagonist. You come and go. I'm always here. Thinks she's the hero.
Ready to test this out.
Okay, interestingly enough, we cannot tell Eligorn nor Calistige about our effects on their breaking up. I was thinking maybe we would be able to. But no, not a thing. Okay, let's get cyber.
Deadly little thing, isn't it?
Alright. Now we can start exploring. This is the muscular orifice that first expelled you into the blue. It quivers and clenches in agitation. Odd-looking symbols flicker across these screens. They appear to be communication devices, but they only respond to Drakujan's touch. Drakujan's flat eyes roll quickly across you, measuring and studying in a glance. He smiles warmly, but his eyes remain hard. You return, and more quickly than I had anticipated. Do you have something for me, perhaps? Or perhaps I can do something for you. One of my companions is infested with demons of some kind. Can anyone in this place help
I'll
him?
remember that.
Demons. It's not a question. He stares at you for a moment. No, I know nothing about demons. Perhaps one of the doctors in the surgeon's slump will be able to assist you. Okay, I have some questions for you. If they are within my power to answer, and if they do not come with a price, ask away, my friend. You mentioned knowing about Mila West before. What else do you know about cast-offs and the Changing God? You asked to plunder a great deal of knowledge, but I suppose you'll discover these things sooner rather than later. But it would behoove me to have you think well of me. Again, the shark-like smile. But we should make your questions come one at a time. What do you know about Mila West? Alas, I have only heard stories. I know that it was a place of refuge, a sanctuary. I once sought it out. Its name means Stone of Wonders in an ancient largely forgotten tongue, and I thought perhaps to acquire the stone. He smiles ruefully. I did not find it, naturally, but the search allowed me to make the acquaintance of a number of your brethren. This proved fruitful on several occasions. Ah, to plunder the treasures of that place, sadly it will probably never be. Did we condemn everyone there to die by doing what we did? I mean, we were told to use that device, so I don't know. Maybe we should have waited for the cast-offs to run out. Oh man, my mind is still at that crisis, thinking about what we could have done better. It's definitely a crisis to experiment with. I will have to read up on that sometime, maybe when I finish it. There will be a lot to read upon about this game once I finish it, I guess. What can you tell me about the other cast-offs? I have had the pleasure of knowing quite a few. Some were excellent business partners and sources of information. Matkina especially, for she knew the Bloom and the Stiabao. Inifir hid from his acolytes in the blue, but found no peace here. I have met with the Calcadon and Pyrekan as they saw the advantage for their armies. Your kind are drawn here frequently, though they rarely stay long. You made a similar impression on you. This game creates some great moments in time where you have to, or you commit to a decision and you never know what might have happened if you did something else. Like nothing is clear cut, nothing is easy to figure out. It looks like there is so much else that could be going on if you just had made a different decision. Especially the Marecasters are like that. The game makes no effort to make it clear for you that you are making the right or the wrong choice. Well, except for a couple of lines of dialogue where you are actually clearly warned of making a wrong choice. But those are far and few in between. Few and far in between, not far and few in between. Mostly you just follow what you think is the best course of action, and the game just continues, it progresses. And you are left with questions. It's actually very, very nice. It's very nice. It keeps you curious and questioning. Mazov was an intriguing one. He did so much more than merely find treasures. A shame what happened of him. What can you tell me of the Changing God? His mood darkens. Your sire is brilliant, but he's dishonest and untrustworthy. I dealt with him while he was in the body of one of your ill-fated brethren. He carried the amulet then, and he vowed that I should have it for my troubles when he had no further need for it. Instead, he locked it away in Ascension, beyond my reach, and then he vanished. I would have taken my vengeance, but I discovered that the body that returned to me was not the mind that had left. It was through this interaction that I came to know more about your kind. But the fact remains that the changing god is a scoundrel and a cheat, a man who breaks his word as easily as breathing. That's one of the reasons why the game feels maybe not quite as long as some comparable RPGs. Maybe. But a lot of the material written for the game is actually hidden behind different decisions. Like let's say Neverwinter Nights, 100-hour game with almost no two choices that you have to make, that you have to choose between. It's completely linear. It's a long game. But this game, being 50 hours with many different things to choose from, in total is probably longer than Neverwinter Nights. But not a single playthrough. Yeah, maybe that's why this game feels kinda short. But it's not really short either, you know, 50 hours is a good time. I don't know if it will last 50 hours. It probably will. I don't think we will be able to finish it this week. But who knows? Actually, I'd like to ask you about something else. Tell me about the job you want me to do again. No, I don't need that. Tell me more about yourself. He spreads his hands apologetically. I have a great deal to say about that subject. Most of it is interesting only to me. What is it you wish to know? What do you do for a living? I'm an investor. What is my business? I see you ask with your eyes, and so I answer for you. I deal in strange and exotic Numenera. The Bloom is the crossroads, a fruitful place, and I see much of interest. My particular clientele demands items of an interesting nature, and they pay me well for it. Well enough that I can afford to pay my finders generously and remain solvent. How long have you been here? Quite some time, as ordinary humans measure it. I have made the Bloom my base of operations for a good 100 years. I have learned to avoid the political squabbles of its residents, for the political turns personal all too quickly. Personal and bloody. He smiles slightly. The ghosts of the past are always with us, in the Bloom more so. He looks away for a moment. Time changes us all. Justice comes on its own feet. It's best to let events take their own course, and to steer clear of entanglements one cannot control. So you haven't been in the Bloom your whole life? He looks faintly offended. By no means. I've traveled from the Clock of Kala to the Steadfast and seen the towering crystal sky fields. I have journeyed to the Forge of the Night Sky, forging fire whites and spills of magma. I stood upon metal moons to look down upon Earth and saw signs of life in the stars nearby. I have traversed time and space, bending light around the nebula bell, and seen myself transmuted briefly into pure thought. The Bloom is but a small stop. Speak of something else. Who are your clients? He groans. Do you want to die, friend? You don't ask Drag-Gen prying questions. He shakes his head, the smile gone from his face. They are private individuals with no desire for their identities to be made public. They are collectors. This is all I will tell you. This is all I dare tell you. What are you doing here?
New Evil-O-Meter character suggestion by Thor Obliterator.
This unbubbling you would just be a waste of time for me anyway. Thank you, Thor. I'm looking for a useful and interesting Numenera, my friend. The Bloom is a crossroad of worlds. A place of power and pain, and a great many people from a great many places pass through here every day. I found explorers, merchants, and other travelers who wish to bring back more for the collection, and I pay well. I'd like to talk about some of the people of the Bloom. I do not frequently indulge in gossip, but I see no harm in answering your questions. I'd like to talk about the Memovira. My old compatriot, I have told you what I wish to tell you. She is a hard woman in a hard position. She rose to her rank in the time-honored tradition of the Bloom, with bloody knife in hand. She rules in much the same way. Having seen some of the more legitimate governments of the world, her way simply seems more honest. Unfortunately, the traditions of the Bloom are not finished with her yet. What about this area? Why do you remain here in particular? I remain here because a great number of things and people emerge from this particular entrance into the Bloom. I am equipped to deal with them, my friend, and to help with their needs, for I have traveled far and know much of the world. If they prove hostile, his smile turns dangerous. I am equipped for that too. Perhaps you will see what I mean someday. What can you tell me about the other people in this chamber? His voice lowers conspiratorially. You heard none of this from me, of course. Let me summarize. Near the well, you'll find Skady, small-time merchant. She seems different of late, though why I cannot say. In the fighting ring near her, you will see aeons-old killing construct waits for prey. Avoid it unless you wish to die. Ah, challenge accepted. His gaze shifts. Near the great door to the fortress, you'll see Bruska, the Memovira Sand, and Fist. Particular friend of mine, though not particularly friendly to others, just as she wants it. He gestures. Then the slaver Parson Flint, who claims to abide by the rules. Untrue, of course, if you have the shins. Of the others, my heart rests with Kian. Is that the proper term? No? No, I empathize with her. She is here through no fault of her own, a victim of chance, a kind
New
spirit,
Evilometer character
like their dead ones
suggestion
soon.
by Thor Obliterator.
Bloop. It's going to be weird to find codes, sounds. I guess we can. I would have to play a little bit with music off stream. I guess I can find something. Okay, I have no more questions. These shanties are constructed entirely of tanned bloom flesh with a framework over harvested bone and gristle. Ah, this is a big map. I'm not sure where to go first. So the right side and east end is over here. We are at the southwest corner, if you will. It goes north a lot, east a lot. So I guess we start by going east, maybe. Exile slaves. Bloom Dwellers Memorial Thugs. Parson Flint is here. Kian. This tent is made from scavenged canvas and flimsy wooden poles. It smells faintly of sweat. Someone built this simple structure from a motley assortment of planks and timber. The wood is rotting in the damp air of the Bloom. 2 refugees. The tents look and smell like nests of vermin. They are littered with moldy blankets and scraps of rotting food. This massive vehicle appears to have crashed through the nearby wall. Bloom flesh has resealed the hole and is beginning to grow across the vehicle's surface. You recognize the vehicle as a Katina, a hyperdimensional transport from a prior world. The panel has fallen away from the side of the crashed Katina, exposing a compartment that is filled with machinery. Waves of energy radiate from it like heat haze. Examine the compartment. Most of the machinery in the compartment is smashed and unrecognizable, hanging by wires and strips of torn synth. In the open spaces between the machine, tiny vortices of light and energy occasionally spring into being, obliterate everything they happen to touch, and then vanish again. You recognize the vortices as minuscule singularities in space-time. Their presence suggests that this Katina is powered by a transdimensional power source, which might be accessible from its aft section. As your eyes grow accustomed to the weird, blurry haze, you notice a synth canister near the back of the compartment. It appears to be inactive. If you stretch out your arm, you might be able to reach it, but if a vortex opens at the wrong time, you could be seriously hurt. Peer more closely at the canister. If the interior of the Katina is anything like a mechanical engine, you'd guess that the canister is some kind of coolant. Though, given the size of Katina's engine, it's probably much more powerful than anything you've seen before. You suspect that the canister could be repurposed as a single-use device that could freeze anything or anyone in a matter of seconds. A Quick fingers, try to retrieve the canister. So who's the best? Rin? Tiber is better. Let's go 95% with 5. You reach into the compartment, fingers scrabbling at the smooth scent of the canister, trying to work it loose. A tiny vortex flares to life near your arm, but you snatch it away, and the vortex misses you by a few centimeters. With a final twist, you pull the canister free. The canister is icy cold to the touch. On one end, you find a release valve. If you opened it all the way, the coolant could be sprayed out, freezing anything it touches. So it's this cipher. 25 chemical damage confers stat to a single enemy. Sure. Sure, we'll keep that. Let's give it to Rin. Yeah, let's give it to Rin. A woman, barefoot and in rags, stands defensively beside her tent. Despite her obvious poverty, she crosses her arms and holds her chin high. And what do you want? Another dangerous looking one. God, is there no end to the predators in this place? Who were those people who ran off? She points her chin in the direction of the tunnel that leads out of the courtyard. They are called Delny and Wrong. They've been squeezing money out of me for months. Protection, they call it. Though obviously they only mean from them. I wish I could do more than simply cave to their demands, but as you can see, I'm not exactly equipped to defend myself. It's all I can do to survive. How often do they steal from me? Too often. I barely have enough to feed myself, and then they take what's left. Usually more than what's left. Why not call the guards? That's a stupid question. Guards? You mean Memovirus thugs? All they do is guard her interest and extort money from the gangs. They don't keep order, unless you can pay them. That's the way of the bloom. Delny and Wrong can do as they like as far as anyone is concerned. Maybe I can help. Where did they go?
Making a note.
They crawl out of a hole somewhere deeper in the bloom. Little Niliesh, I think it's called. I'm not the sort to wish violence upon anyone, even people like them, but I hope something happens to stop them. I'm so naive, hoping for help. Still no harm in pointing one potential threat for another. Look at her closely. You notice immediately that her rags are actually made of a high-quality fabric. It appears that they were once a fine green dress or gown, though it's now filthy and torn. She catches you looking and straightens her posture, seeming almost regal for a moment. Will you tell me about yourself? She gives a weak smile and curtsy. My name is Kian, the Bloom's most pitiable storyteller and self-styled innkeeper. Though I admit that inn is far too find a word for my little tent. Still, I can provide a meal, a bedroll, and at least a modicum of entertainment in the form of tales from my homeland. Before I came here, I was a noble woman, believe it or not. A courtier from Sturtall. She gets a faraway look in her eyes. It feels like a previous life. I wonder if I'll ever find my way back. She shakes her head. I suspect not. Even if I could leave the bloom and learn the direction of the steadfast, the journey itself would be lethal. How did you get here? You've seen the Katina, I assume. She gestures broadly at the massive broken vehicle behind her, being slowly subsumed by bloom flesh. It's a kind of magical carriage capable of traveling great distances by skipping over the space in between. And we just took out the power device, right? Governor Marzak's priests determined that it came through Sturtall on a very precise schedule. It would appear that at one of the few locations near Sturtall, every 73 hours. Well, among the nobles it became a sort of adventure. We would dare one another to board the Katina, or even hold parties at the location where it was scheduled to appear. It was exciting. I knew people who went on such journeys and came back with the most wonderful tales. They'd spend a couple of days meeting strange, fascinating people and visiting wild locales. Some, I am fairly certain, were not even in the Ninth World. I had to see it for myself. Isaac almost always had the most romantic tales, clouds of crystal, Picala's shimmering fields, a dome of water in the desert. So about a year ago, my friends and I threw a Katina gala in anticipation of its arrival. We packed and dressed for adventure, and when the carriage arrived, we boarded immediately. She clasps her hands in front of her and sighs. Sadly, that was the Katina's final journey. It crashed here, tunneling through part of the bloom. Most of the passengers were killed in the crash, and the rest in the months since. I am all that's left of that voyage. I only wished for a tale half as romantic as his were. Sadly, that will never be. You are a very strong person to have survived for so long. I never considered myself strong. If I was truly strong, I might have kept the others alive too, she sighs. But thank you. Azrael, welcome. How are you doing? Hope you're having a good Friday. Are you ready for the traveling? Where's Turtle? Hundreds of kilometers from here, from what I've learned. As I understand it, the bloom is located in what we in Startle call the Beyond, or actually beyond the Beyond, as I had never heard of Sagas Protectorate or any of the places people talk about here. Startle is one of the largest cities in the Steadfast. It perches on the edge of an enormous rift in the Grand Valley called Royal Chasm. Some streets and buildings even protrude from the cliff sides, not unlike your Sagas cliffs as I understand it. It's a cultural jewel in an otherwise war-torn nation. I'd like to sleep here, let's see. 65 shins each. Ooh, that's 260 for all of us. Never mind, never mind, farewell. We will sleep. We will sleep, but I want to explore this map fully first. Memorial Thug, Merchants. Oh, Philetis is here. I thought I saw a different name there. This Philetis seems remarkably similar to the one you met in Sagas Cliffs. Indeed, it is identical to the one in every respect. If it notices your presence, it gives no sign. Instead, it watches the slave market with a scholar's avid disinterest. Tired, you work 5 days this week, 12, 13 hours drawing blood, vaccinating kids. But yeah, you are looking forward for getting married, 3 weeks off, husband as a side effect. Ah, you're a hero, Zirel, you're a hero. It's a very, very tough job to work as a nurse or a doctor. I know it's very demanding on you, but you know, a lot of people owe a lot to you and others like you. Hopefully you'll have a nice vacation when you travel and get married, and you know, then probably back to grind. Abruptly, his glass face twists in your direction. In a rasping, uninflected voice, it asks, why did the child wail? Rule number 3 for being a member of Mitral Adventuring Party, no resting. Rule 3.5, unless your only alternative is using consumables in which a bad quest swiftly begins. Exactly. Exactly. You have figured this out, Thor. How's Torment of reading treating you so far? It's been a lot of fun. We have made good progress. There's a lot of reading, but it's not a problem. We have had some really good crises. Very exciting ones, very dangerous ones. We went through them. Still keeping the pacifist route. Still haven't killed any enemies at all. We are in the 3rd act, if you will, kind of the 3rd hub. And yeah, the story is getting very interesting as well. I'm having a hell of a time. We had some really good cries. Well, yeah, because for a long time in the 1st act, something like 20 hours, around 20 hours or so, all we did was read. There was one crisis that we had to deal with. One big one. Others, all of the remaining of Act 1 was like one huge reading section. And in the 2nd act, especially towards the end, it was really exciting. Yeah, I know. It is funny. It is funny. When you think about it like that, it is funny. The pacing was a bit rough, yeah. It was. I really had a great time in Necropolis and Mila West sections, really. Act 2 was really good. Act 1 felt like a huge lore dump. Which is not a bad thing, but, you know, compared to what came after, it felt like a one big lore dump of an act. The whole Sagas Cliffs thing. Perhaps it was lonely. For a span, the Philetus stands still and silent, then with a gasp like the opening of an old vault, it sighs. It sighs. Ah. After a moment, it seems to nod slightly, as if inviting you to pose questions of your own. I've seen you before, haven't I? The hall was dark, and the plasma gleamed. Together we posed questions. There seems the only answer it tends to give. What are you? In a strange piping voice, the Philetus replies, a mudlark on the bank of the river Time. Do you know anything about the bloom? A socket, a doorknob, a crumbling cliff. These are not your face. Each that is itself. The words, already slow, screech to a stop. Its glassy face cocks slightly, and a word comes from within its robes. The mirror does not look back. The bloom cannot teach, but it leaves scraps. One gathers. Tell me more about the bloom. The Philetus sighs, silently contemplates the question for a time, then answers simply, no. What are you trying to find? A long, low exhalation comes from the Philetus. The question. Is there something I can do to help you? The question hangs before the silent Philetus. It gives no answer, not even one of the varied sounds of its contemplation. Eventually it becomes clear that nothing will come. I said, can I help you? Again the Philetus stands silent. I'm looking for someone, a fellow cast-off of the changing god. The Philetus leans its huge bulk toward you such that your face swells and deforms in its round reflection. You yourself must find. The thing's voice grates with labored certainty. Farewell. Okay, let's talk to Parsim. I feel things will go not so well with the slaver, if I know myself. I need to remind myself that we can die very easily if we get into some bad encounter with these people. They are probably under the protection of Memovira. The thugs are right here. The fat little man turns towards you, a wide smile already on his face. Indeed, his smile is unnaturally wide, reaching almost to his ears. You notice that his mouth contains 2 rows of white, well-manicured teeth. You catch me in the midst of an auction, madam, but no need to beg pardon. My clients will wait. He leans forward conspiratorially. I find that a short delay in the proceedings gets them talking among themselves and sparks their competitive natures. Good for prices. The smile gets even wider, if that's possible. Parson Flint is my name, and the disbursement of so-called slaves, the so-called owners, for the betterment of both parties, is my trade. Lo, Flint, still dealing in human misery, I see. Listen. Why, if it isn't old Tibur and another school of fish on the hook, eh? Watch out for this one, friends. He couldn't play it straight on a tightrope. That's nice, coming from a swindler like you. He winks at you. Never mind that school of fish line, lass. We are only pulling each other's legs. You can't put a school of fish on one hook. Terrible euphemism. Terrible. Are we? Doesn't matter. In front of Tibur is a welcome customer of mine. He raises his eyebrows expectantly. What sort of slave are you looking for? What are my options? Well, Flint puffs himself up, which makes him look like a good deal fatter, but not a bit taller. Which of the areas have you liked the most, aesthetically speaking? The vibrant and unique environments, I think are some of the strong points of Torment. You're right. You're right with the environments being very unique and very distinctly designed is a strong point of Torment. I cannot really choose one though. One, because I cannot really bring back all the scenes to my head right now to compare. I would have to take a look. I've loved all of them. I know that's a cop-out answer, but I really loved all of them. But I really liked Even though it wasn't much, I especially liked the necropolis and the tomb designs. They were very similar, but that's one design and its variants. I really like those small chambers, and you could see the other chambers kind of from afar, giving you a grasp of how big it actually is. I really like those parts. The one place that didn't seem very interesting to me was Mila West, interestingly enough. I think they could have maybe would have done more with it. I was hoping, being the cast of Sanctuary, but then it was answered that it was by design when Tiber said you would expect a city with tea shops and coffee shop, but what it was a prison, right? So they didn't really work on the place to make it more of a community place, a good cast of Sanctuary. Rather, they made it like a cage for themselves. And it looked pretty cool getting destroyed, right? What a poor man's move. I'm sorry, Zeralik. Just keep trying. You'll get it. You'll get it. I have all the major crimes represented here. Murder, of course, that's a given. But also grand assault, treason, burglary, and conspiracy to commit all of those crimes. The foulest sort of predators, that's my guarantee to you. They come with all manner of emotional disorders, if that's what you're seeking. I'll find you a slave who caters to the needs of your mom, whatever it wants. Thin Rin tugs urgently at your garment and you glance down at her. You have to buy one. Buy all of them if you can. Flint notices the little girl for the first time. Ah, what a darling child you have there, and smart too. Are you looking forward to feeding your slaves to a maw, my dear? Not for a maw, Rin whispers, ignoring the little man. We have to set them free. What are you exactly, an auctioneer? Indeed not, madam. I'm a public servant. My work is indispensable to the fair city of Sagas Cliffs. I help these unfortunate wretches, he gestures at the slaves in the pit, pay their debt to the society as it were. What do you think, Thor? And what does everyone else think about Thor's question? If you have seen, or from the areas you have seen, what are the most interesting and well-designed places for you? Maybe you'd better explain how slavery works around here. Certainly, these slaves, Flint nods at the bedraggled men and women in the pit, are convicts of the foulest sort. They are the very dregs of Sagas Cliffs and her surrounding communities. In order to pay their debt to society, many choose bloom, slavery, instead of prison or execution. These individuals are given to me and I sell them to the enterprising merchants who apply to the bloom. A magnanimous arrangement to think that execution is the only option in some lands. Usually my clients come to me with specific requirements. Every maw has its own unique tastes, you see, and it won't open unless it gets precisely what it wants. So I offer an appropriate slave and they feed that slave to the maw, and everyone's happy. Flint grins, both rows of teeth shining whitely from inside his enormous tooth. The Mind Palace. It's more difficult for you given the low resolutions you watch the stream at. Yeah, I understand, Ash. If you have not played the game yourself, you are probably not experiencing it fully, even if you are watching at high resolution. It just isn't the same as playing it yourself. Mind Palace is very good. It's simplistic, and it's kinda small, but the idea and its implementation are top-notch. The slaves volunteer to be eaten. Flint blinks, apparently taken aback. They are desperate people, and being fed to the bloom is not a death sentence. Well, not always. Sometimes the bloom only devours certain aspects of a person, and they are entirely changed for the better. Or it takes a small, trivial part of them, an eye, or half a stomach, or their ability to feel love, and spits them out in another world, where they can start their lives anew. Flint beams at the thought of it all. Once a maw feeds on a slave, that slave is free. That's the law, mind you, unless the Murdens get hold of you. Flint crinkles his nose in disgust. They don't give a bird's turd about such things. I still can't believe that a slave would volunteer to be eaten. Look at it from their point of view. They are choosing between life in the dungeons, or worse, execution, and a chance at redemption. Oh, I know it's a roll of the proverbial dice, if you are playing Torment as a tabletop adventure, then it's still literal dice. But a mob won't always kill you. So these slaves are all criminals. Of varying sorts, yes, the more vicious the better, at least as far as my clients are concerned. Flint leans towards you again, his voice falling to a theatrical whisper. The Bloom has a taste for the criminal element. Dangerous, predatory sorts of people draw his attention, sometimes for better, sometimes for worse. What is a maw anyway? Maws are the mouths of the Bloom, my friend. Sometimes they lead to other worlds or to hidden pockets elsewhere in the Bloom. One never knows, but that's part of the fun, you see. How do you know what a maw wants? Ah, but that is the question. Sometimes you can puzzle it out on your own by watching the maw, observing the behaviors of its tongues. He wrinkles his nose. A disgusting business altogether. Better to ask someone who's been here for a long time. They are barking mad, most of them, but they have an uncanny sense of the Bloom's desires. Some of them claim to hear the voice of the Bloom in their minds. Hearing the Bloom of the voice, what am I saying? Hearing the voice of the Bloom, huh? Flint whistles and waggles his finger at his head. That's when you know you're in trouble. Drakujan told me that the malls have been closing. Yes, they are. Closing, disappearing, changing destinations, all behaving badly all around. Flint glances over at the guards, his smile faltering. That sort of thing is better to stay in a low voice, preferably far away from Memoria's logs, or they might get the idea that we are blaming her for the problem. Drakujan, what does this young woman have to do with that chiseler? And she is supposed to have some sort of influence over this giant sack of angry flesh, so who knows? Maybe it is her fault. But I would never say such a thing. He smiles beatifically. I have other questions. So basically you're an auctioneer. Flint bristles, but he keeps smiling. As I said, I'm a public servant, madam. If not for my work, the criminal elements of Sagas Cliffs would have no choice but to rot in prison or die by the axe, as in the days of our uncivilized ancestors. I'd like to buy a sleigh. Flint's eyes light up. If his smile got any wider, it would tear itself off his face and go scampering away. So you're a registered merchant, are you? Got all the proper documents signed and stamped in all the right places? No, but I'm sure you've heard my name. I have plenty of friends in Sagas Cliffs. Flint shakes his head firmly. Despite my worldly demeanor, I know little of what goes on outside the Bloom. You seem a respectable sort, I will admit, but official business requires proper documentation. Of course she's not a licensed buyer. Suddenly Flint glances around in such an exaggerated caricature of stealth that you aren't sure whether he's serious. On the other hand, he whispers, perhaps we can make a deal, beneath the purview of the relevant authorities, as it were. As Mom used to say, with disappointment comes great opportunity. Sounds most visually interesting, yeah. That one might be Reef of Fallen Worlds. Yeah, Reef of Fallen Worlds is really visually interesting with the dancing creatures and stuff. Go on. One of my slaves is not attracting any buyers. He's a young fellow, fresh from the streets of Sagas, but I fear he's only a thief, not a murderer or a sadist at all. You can imagine how that's gone over with my clients. Since I cannot sell him in a legitimate manner, I'm forced to go under the proverbial table. You may even for a mere 400 shins. No returns, refunds, or restitution. Flint flashes a disturbingly white and toothy grin. Can I see the man for? Do you know how he ended up here? Flint produced a sheaf of papers from a voluminous pocket and shuffles through them, finally sitting upon one. His eyes scan the page. Let's see here. Third time arrested for thievery, minimal resistance to arresting levy. Curious, non-violent offenders are usually considered for Bloom slavery, but he volunteered anyway. Some of them do, you know, if they are running from something, or if they are barking mad. The little man shrugs, stuffing the papers back into his pockets. What about other slaves? Not for sale, not under any circumstances, I'm afraid. The little man shakes his head sorrowfully. and with such a regretful expression that you could almost believe he cares. So chat, you don't see these best viewers viewer sale messages, right? Because in the last 7 minutes, Parrot had to ban 2 of them. I see the messages, I'm sure Parrot sees them. But I don't think you see them because I was in other channels recently, last few days. And I hear them talking about banning bots and bots showing up very often. But I haven't been seeing the messages myself, the best viewers messages. So I guess this is a new Twitch implemented feature. Those bot messages are marked as likely harasser restricted to me. I guess the restricted portion is the Twitch is waiting for me to allow or delete the message. Yeah, something like that. Something like that. Unless we have added it to automod at some point, because I never used automod. I know QP and Parrots played around with automod before. But I think this restricted mark is something Twitch does automatically. Yeah. Which is, I think, a very good feature. Maybe channel has been flooded, yeah. A lot of every channel I have been in is getting a ton messages in the last few days. Maybe a week. Not even a week. Last 3-4 days maybe. I am willing to bend the rules in case of this one slave only. The Numenera will feed me to a mob if I start selling all the slaves to unregistered clients, and I mean that quite literally. Can I see the man first? Certainly, he's just over there. Flint gestures toward one of the bedraggled slaves in the pit, a young man, well-built, with a surprisingly sober expression, given his condition. I'll give you 250. That slave isn't a hardened criminal. Nobody's going to give you a better offer. Give me Thai beer. Oh, Thai beer? Oh, wow. Difficult check. These checks are very difficult. Now, we can get them because we are specialized, basically. But look at how many points I have to spend. 7 efforts, 3 from edges. 3 edges, 4 extra points spent. We are getting 100% with 7 total effort. Act 3 baby checks getting harder. Yeah. You have a professional manner about you, madam. And that I like. I will accept 300 shins. Not a single shin less. Moreover, Flint throws himself off. This offer is conditional upon your immediate acceptance. Walk away from it, and it's done. Gone for good. Done. I'll pay 300. Very good indeed. Flint grabs your hand with both of his, shakes it vigorously, and gathers up your shins, shoving them into various pockets and purses. Then he shakes your hands again, both of them this time. And the deal is struck. Excellent. I never thought I'd get that much for the boy. Next to you, Rin is bouncing on the balls of her feet, doing a poor job of containing her smile. Your property shall be extricated from the pit momentarily. I believe his name is Coty. The young man takes a deep breath, as though preparing himself for something. He looks directly into your eyes. His expression is not merely sober, it is resigned and emotionless, almost dead. So, what now? This is what you signed up for. Do it, Coty. Do it and be free. How did you become a slave? He shrugs. Got caught stealing. Didn't that toothy merchant tell you? I volunteered. They didn't want me to. I said I didn't have to, but they don't know me or what I have done. Is thievery really a capital offense in Sax Cliffs? I don't know. I volunteered to earn my freedom. What if I decided to feed you to a mole? You could die. A flicker of fear shudders across his face, but only briefly. His eyes harden once again. Then I die. That's part of the deal, Coty. You knew that coming in. Death is freedom too, sort of. Coty looks up at you without a word, his eyes as dead as before. What are you good at? He grimaces. Stealing is all I've ever known, really. He thinks for a moment and adds, I guess I'm good with my hands. Can you fight? Have you ever killed anyone? He shakes his head. Never been much of a fighter. Never killed anyone either. Under his breath, you hear him add, not on purpose. What's the word when you didn't mean it? Accidental death? Not murder. I couldn't murder. Have you killed someone accidentally? He watches some activity further down the courtyard. It's as if he didn't hear your question. Though you asked it clearly enough, his attention returns to you. So what are we going to do now? Sandra, Could you steal for me? What? I thought we were going to free him. Just a little errand, then I'll free him afterward. Rin crosses her arms stubbornly. Fine, but you better free him. He waits expectantly. You notice his hand trembling slightly. Ah, I thought maybe we could use him for a special thing, not just bring pickpocket some extractions from him. Forget the task, I want to ask about something else. What do you want to do? He jerks his head back, apparently surprised by the question, then he shrugs. Whatever you want, ma'am, I belong to you now. I'll be back later. Okay, I'm going to keep Cody for now. There may be moments when we need his services to steal something specific than just some good stuff from merchants or pickpocket assumptions. Did you get some boss with your automat settings? I'm not sure if it's your automat settings. I don't think it is actually. I think this is a Twitch feature where a lot of these bots are restricted for being suspicious users. But maybe it is your settings, I don't know. It's just that I have seen them being restricted on other channels as well. It's not the terms, and I don't know. I don't know, QP. I actually don't know if it's automat settings or Twitch itself. I feel like it's Twitch itself. So yeah, we will keep Cody here for now. We won't set him free. We will set him free eventually. Once we know we don't need him for anything else. Let's check what this is. Bloom Cultist. Something worked, yes. A metal pylon so polished it might be crystal has been thrust into the bloom flesh at the junction of two armored neural axons. Whether the bulbous protrusion around it is an effect of this invasion or whether it was the reason for the insertion in the first place, it's impossible to judge. Like so much of the bloom, it oozes both mystery and mucus. Examine the pylon. Oh, look, I'll let the Slayer go as soon as he's no longer of use to me. No, okay, yes. Yes, what do you want me to say? Yes. I'll let him go. I'll let him go eventually. I just don't want to be locked out of some unique interaction with the guy, because I haven't explored the place fully. The pylon appears to be the foundation of a dimensional anchor, but just the foundation to be sure. It's in some ways the most difficult part to construct, but it's worthless without a variety of additional, properly attuned Numenera. To finish the project would be a considerable undertaking, far more than you could hope to attempt. You notice that there's a deep sulcus in the bloom flesh where it meets the pylon. The talc filling the crevice makes it impossible to tell what, if anything, is inside. Study the bloom flesh nodule and the neural sheaths running outward from it. Judging from the ancillary organs that protrude from the nodule, it seems to be organic equivalent of a regional control center, not a true brain, but something more than a mere cluster of nerves. It's unclear whether it's a part of some larger mind or a near-sentient organism of its own. Reach into the sulcus. You are forearm deep in warm, mucousy talc when your fingers brush against something with a hard edge. Obviously not part of the bloom flesh, but also distinct from the pylon. Unfortunately, your touch has dislodged it and it begins sinking deeper into the crevice. Try to grab it. So Rin, Eritis has a decent chance as well. Rin with spending 3 speeds can get to 90. Eritis spending 4 can get to 100. Tybir spending 3 can get to 95. I will use Eritis. You plunge into deeper and catch hold. Oh, you plunge in deeper and catch hold of the metal object. With relief, you pull your arm and the recovered cipher out from the mucousy sulcus. Sunspot icon. Opens a channel to the nearest celestial body. Fires a blast that deals 28 energy damage and confirms blinded. What? Opens a channel to another... to a star or something? Yeah. That's true, QP. That's true. It doesn't get, like, flagged like that. Saying best viewer wouldn't get anyone flagged, of course. This is a bad idea. But we'll do it anyway. As you slide your arm back into the throbbing crevice, deja vu washes over you. Oh! There's an old man rambling on about a thought experiment. It involves some kind of prehistoric rodent capable of telepathically linking its mind with others of its kind. Perhaps a forebear of the Saturn. Free Bitcoin at total legit website, not a scan. 100% real. Let's bam Thor for eternity, please, for that. The old man posits that if enough of these rodents gathered together, the sheer power of their conjoined desire would be enough to change reality. And for what world would these scavengers wish, he asks, rhetorically. One where everything, even the very dirt, is mastered, to say. PP is Judge Dredd. Except knows the command wrong. Gets it wrong. It seems that he intends to manipulate the Bloom's transdimensional nature to test his mirroring dream time hypothesis. Such meddling, of course, cannot be tolerated, so as he natters on, you slip the sunspot totem into the sulks. It seems implausible that the Kodji will ever complete his dimensional anchor, but now at least you can be sure that it will not interfere with your own plans in the Bloom. The memory fades, you pull your hand out of the mucus. Let's do a third time, okay. This map seems big. I don't know if I want to explore all of it today. But maybe we will. Maybe we will go slightly late to finish exploring this map. The metal gates are firmly shut. They are blemished with age, but still strong. Coruscating rings of blazing energy hover vertically just inches from the fortress walls, offering no clue as to their true function. Let's talk to Broska. This woman's face is lined with worry, though her thick build suggests that she could snap a spear in two without much effort. She continually glances toward the tunnel leading out of the courtyard, as though she hopes to see somebody. She runs a hand through her short graying hair and mutters, "Gods. That's two missing. Where the hell are they?" Finally, she takes notice of you. The wrinkles on her face harden immediately. "What are you looking at?" She adjusts a thumb toward the massive gate behind her. "Nobody gets in the fortress without permission. I can already tell you don't have it, so keep walking." You look worried about something. What's wrong? She gives you a wry grin. "It's that obvious? You'd be worried too if you had two patrols go missing and you were stuck on guard duty."
I'll remember that.
"Listen, if you happen to see my missing soldiers, I'd appreciate whatever news you can give me. They'll be outfitted like me." She indicates her studded leather armor. "Surprised? Usually you are more tired. You won't complain about more torment. You try to be more active in chat so I wouldn't feel like you were just like..." Thank you. Thank you. I really appreciate anyone who is active in chat. I know it's difficult. And I don't want to feel like you're responsible for doing that. Honestly. You should never feel responsible for doing anything. But I do appreciate more activity in chat. Because otherwise, it's really more tiring if I'm just doing this by myself. It makes me feel worse as well. But again, don't feel like you have to do that or anything. I am tired. I'm tired, but I don't want to leave this map half done, you know? And I won't go too late or anything. We'll look at this map and leave the rest for tomorrow. I'd go looking for them myself, but she gives a kind of surrendered shrug, leaving her thought unfinished. Out of love, not obligation. Thank you, Thor. That means a lot. Still here, so you're good for another 30 minutes at least. I appreciate that a lot, Ash. Yeah, I don't think we will even go 30 minutes. We'll see. Depends on what kind of dialogues we get. We are going to have a have an ads break now, though. Gotta get that out of the way. So, I guess let's do that. Before we won't be able to finish this dialogue before the ads, so let's run the ads, and I'll keep the timer running because I have forgotten to turn it off at some point when I had to. And let's get rid of the ads for 3 minutes or so, and then we will continue this game. We will continue exploring this map, so stay tuned and thank you for your patience. All the same.
Life-giving water.
No boosts, so... Thank you for the hydrate. How is it ads again already? It's been an hour. Ash probably doesn't hear me. Says like this, you may swoop in at the end, break it for Fallout 3. Really? You would break it for Fallout 3? Not Mass Effect 3? You prefer Fallout 3? Did anyone else get ads 10 minutes ago? Ash is probably being, probably exaggerating. You can't have gotten ads 10 minutes ago. We ran it an hour ago. You shouldn't get it randomly. Maybe it's because the game is so, immersive. You don't feel the time fly. Could be that. Oh, you can hear me? Okay. You think your concept of time is broken? I thought maybe you were getting ads, not hearing me. Probably ADHD. ME3 being done means Andromeda is next in the series. Fallout 3 means New Vegas is next. That's a very, very valid point. As much as I want to play Mass Effect 3 and Fallout 3, if you consider the games after those, Mass Effect 3 plus Mass Effect Andromeda is kinda lesser than Fallout 3 plus New Vegas. For me as well. Previous hour was 10 minutes ago. Yeah, well, yeah, true. True. Yeah, we'll see what wins. I'm feeling a little worried about playing Fallout 3. Not because of the game itself, because it is an open world and big game. It will be the first open world big game that I play. We have played pretty big games, but they are not open world like Fallout 3. Like Daggerfall or Morrowind, Oblivion, Skyrim, or Fallout New Vegas, Fallout 4. Those games, they have a different kind of openness to them. And I will not 100% them is what I keep telling to myself and you. But I know I will feel like I should. And I will feel torn between exploring everywhere because that's how I play those games. I spend hundreds of hours on them to do everything possible. And it will be weird to try to constrain myself and to not do it on stream. I don't know where I will draw the line. What kind of side quests I will pursue. It will be a weird new experience. And it's that weird new experience might end up me playing Fallout 3 for 200 hours. Is what I'm saying. We'll see. We'll see. Arena didn't take that long, but then again, there isn't too much. It's an open world game, but there isn't too much interesting, different stuff to do in it. Anyway, welcome back everybody from the ads. Where should I start looking for your missing patrols?
Making a note.
Both of the patrols were tasked with collecting duties from the gangs. They are probably somewhere in the vast interior or one of the slums, but I haven't heard from them in some time. Given the nature of the bloom, they could literally be anywhere. If I find your missing people, will you let me inside? She gives you a pitying look. I don't decide who gets in. I just keep everyone else out. But if you find my man, I'll give you something for your trouble. What can you tell me about the Memovira? She's someone you don't want to cross, like me. What can you tell me about yourself? She's someone you don't want to cross, like Memovira. No, I'm kidding. Ah, right, I've heard about you from the folks in the cliffs. I guess I can't get away from you without answering some questions, can I? I've been in the Memovira service for years, ever since she first came into power. She's not one to mess with, let me tell you. She'll squash anyone in her way just to keep things tidy. She gets a faraway look in her eyes. At least that's how it used to be. Things are different now, the Bloom's acting strange, and even some of the gangs are getting out of control. Never crossed the Memovira, but these days it seems there are plenty of others you shouldn't cross either. I used to think we kept the Bloom safe, foremost anyway. I should know better. Nobody's safe in here. You said the Bloom is acting strangely? It used to be that the Bloom sort of favored us because we work for the Memovira. She seemed to predict things it would do or new mouths that would open, but now it's dangerous for us to go too deep, else the Bloom itself might swallow some of us whole. That's if we can find our way in the first place. With the mouths closing and shifting like they are, it's a wonder my patrols ever get back to Fortress at all. The gangs are out of control. Can you tell me something about them? Too many to tell, but I can list a few you're likely to find nearby. There's the Murdens down where the old slave block used to be. We've tried to run them out a few times, but there always seems to be more. Can't figure out why the Bloom doesn't bother them. There's the mutants in Little Niliesh. Let me point out that they named the place, like they are trying to make a new Niliesh right here, with them as the rulers. They didn't used to give us trouble. They've gotten bolder since the Bloom Act started acting up. I'm not sure which is worse at this point. Then there's Artaglio and his bunch. They stay mostly in the slump. They are not so much a gang as they are a bunch of freeloaders, but they cause enough trouble with the other gangs that they are worth mentioning. I need to see the Memovira. She places a casual hand on the hilt of a large blade. Nobody sees the Memovira, not unless you got permission from someone who matters. I don't want to press the issue. Farewell. I'm definitely not going to lie. Waits for prey. I'm curious about that encounter, whatever that is. What? What? Come on. The game shouldn't have problems like this. Let's set the small. Several crude shanties are wedged into a corner fashioned from scraps of wood, cloth and metal. Whoever built them was apparently not concerned with safety. So this goes to the vast interior. Waits for prey. Anine. Skady. It's remarkable how long this game was in development and how unpolished it still often comes off as. It does, right? But I don't know how long it was in development. It's a long time. But it does seem unpolished at times, for certain. A large and agitated beast looms over you. It's an Anine, beast of burden. These creatures are normally docile, but this one bares its teeth and snaps at you as you draw near. It rakes the air with its stubby claws. Examine the Anine. Staying just out of biting range, you can see blood around Anine's mouth. It looks like it has been bleeding or possibly feeding on something. Touch the Anine. As you approach, it snaps its head forward, snarling. Let it bite you. The Anine bites your hand, drawing blood even though its teeth are blunt. It shakes your hand back and forth, then releases you, and you stagger back. Examine the Anine again. Leave the Anine alone. Skady. A pale, heavy-set merchant woman stands by an agitated Anine. Her eyes seem to have trouble focusing on you, and when they do, she drops them, her hands nervously adjusting the scarf around her neck. Crowdfunding March 2013, released 4 years later, February. Oh, 4 years, wow. It wasn't a cow, it was some god. I don't know why it's a cow. It's actually a small girl, a small kid from another game, making an impression of a cow. Not a cow, not a goat, though. A human. A kid. Need help, can't think. I must... I'm Skady, you here to trade? Your Anine beats me. Did it draw blood? She seems suddenly alarmed. No, it wouldn't have. You're lying. Trying to make me send it away, but I won't. There may be something wrong with your Anine. It has blood around his mouth. She pulls her scarf up. I don't need strangers telling me how to take care of my beast, thank you. You want to buy something or not? You notice there are splotches of blood on her scarf. Leave her alone, it's not the beast's fault. Try to see under her scarf. You have a little something on your scarf. Right there under your chin. So 50% base, 45 zeros. Okay. Let's go 90%. Oh no! Okay, I bet we will be given an option to try again. Oh no! I have to reload. I'm sorry. I have to reload. I don't want to miss that check. And we are not given an option to retry. Did you back this in Kickstarter? Or? %90 hubris comes to roost. It happens. Let it bite you. It happens. I'm going to go 90% again though. I do wear. The woman pulls the scarf from her neck to look at it, revealing jagged, still bleeding teeth marks on her throat. She sees you staring at them and realizes she's been duped. Dirty trickster. She snarls as she pulls the scarf tight again. Go try your games on someone else. Please, just leave us alone. Skady glances at her Anine, eyes wide like a child with a guilty conscience. You recall the Anine's bloody mouth and the odd behavior, and it occurs to you that its teeth match the size and pattern of the bite marks on her neck. But Anine are herbivores, and as far as you know, they can't digest meat or blood. Ah, okay. She wrenches her eyes away from her Anine, closes them tightly, and begins to shake her head rapidly back and forth, muttering incoherently. Her whispers sound more like buzzing and hissing than words. Mitral deserves to succeed if the odds are 90%. Stop judging her. Exactly. Why are you judging me? If it's 90%, the game might just give it to me automatically. I can help. Just tell me what's happening to you. 95%. My Anine, it feeds on me, suckles the blood from my neck. For some reason I can't... No, I don't want to make it stop. She shakes her head, trying to clear it. But that's a lie. I do want it to stop. Her voice quavers in terror. I think the bloom did this to my Anine. And to me, tied us together somehow. It's in our heads. I can hear it whispering to me. Fight the bloom, Skady. Concentrate on the whispers and drown them out. Push them from your mind. Okay, we are out of points with Tibir, so we can go 50% with Rin. That's absolutely not enough. And we can only do 0% with Eridus. So we gotta use our 70%. We break off the 9th to exactly. That's the one. True. You can see the woman struggle. Her whole body shakes. You faintly hear a whispering cacophony of sound, chittering and buzzing, lashing out in rage as it fights back, and it falls silent. The merchant's eyes soften and focus. She shakes her head as if clearing its... I did it. The voices are gone. The Anine also shakes his head, snorts, then settles back on his haunches. The merchant turns to you with clearer eyes. Thank you. I don't know what was wrong with me, but Bloom got in my head and changed my Anine too. I think she's back to her old self now. She hesitates, then nods. You come back anytime you like, I'll give you a discount. It's the least I can do. Okay. This room is filled with yellowish water that falls from above. The surrounding bloom flesh is wet with hand and footprints, suggesting that this is a common place for bloom dwellers to wash and drink. Look into the pool. The pool extends downward like a circular shaft of a well. If it has a bottom, you can't see it from here. In the depths of the pool, your sharp eyes caught sight of a long, worm-like shape. It appears to be caught in a projection of bloom flesh and is wriggling helplessly about. Dive into the pool and try to retrieve the wriggling objects. 65% with Eritis. Wow. We are gonna have to save scum this as well. Oh, we did it. 65%. Here you go. Slightly less than 2 in 3 chance to succeed, and we did it. You plunge into the murky fluid. As you dive deeper, you see that the shaft opens into a much larger cavity. At the edge of the larger space, you reach the wriggling shape you saw from above and struggle to untangle it from the bony knot of bloom flesh. Finally, it slips free, and you swim for the surface, reaching the top just before you run out of air. Warding worm. In the light of the courtyard, you see that the wriggling object is some sort of bloated worm. Its skin continually shifting from one material to another, silvery metal to pliable synth to leathery scales to other materials that you can't identify. It seems to be drawn to your exposed flesh, and it would likely fasten itself to your arm or leg if you allowed it to do so. It's a cipher. Nice, okay. You cannot always get the special moves, or they wouldn't be special, would they? Look into the pool again. Drink some of the fluid. I'm sure this is a great idea. Bloom juiced. You take a sip of the yellowish water. It has a greasy texture and a slightly sour taste, but it quenches your thirst. You take another sip, and you start to hear whispers. They are faint at first, but they grow louder, resolving into the chittering voices of the bloom. They buzz in your ears, scratching at the inside of your skull. You stumble, struggling to keep your balance. Even as your senses dull, the bloom's voices seem clearer than before. Bloom juice fiddle until next time the party sleeps. So what is that exactly? In the vicinity of the well, the voices are distant, faint. The whispers that were here before, manipulating Skydi and her enemy, have fled. Collect some of the fluid. You find a small discarded flask at the edge of the well and fill it with yellowish fluid. So what is this fetal? It's a status. Eerie whispers fill your mind, hinting at countless secrets to uncover. I guess that's what we want to keep. What happens if we drink more? Drink more of the fluid. Again, you raise the yellow fluid to your lips. It's clear that the effect of your last drink still hasn't worn off, and imbibing more of the fluid is likely to make things even worse. Yeah, I'm curious. Because I want to see what happens. I may reload. You take another long drink of the yellow water. The bloom's voices grow louder still, drowning out your thoughts, chittering madly in your ears. The word blurs, you stumble and collapse to the ground, and everything goes down. Did we find a way to die?
I can't die.
We found a way to die, chat. Another interesting, unique way to die. No new portals, so I guess we just go back. Let me talk to here. Goodbye. I don't have the status, so let's drink it again. Leave the well alone. Leave the well alone. Alright, waits for prey. Let's not keep him waiting any longer.
Moo.
Hey, XCOM, welcome. XCOM, good to see you. Also, congratulations on your Marriage, that's happening soon. To none other than Zirael. I had no idea. Congratulations. And how are you doing? Hope you're having a good Friday. A metal construct stands before you, silent and still. Its armor is pitted and ancient, spiked with metal thorns. Instead of arms, the construct has long killing blades sharpened to a gleaming edge. At first you aren't sure if the thing is still alive, but as you step closer you can hear the faint hisses and whirs from inside its armor. You sense a mind inside the machine. It's a mind so alien that, although you can hear it, you cannot understand its thoughts.
Moo.
Good Friday was a rush all over, but will not complain. Nice. Nice, I'm glad you had a good day. Who are you? The construct stirs and a voice emanates from somewhere in its depths. It has a hollow, empty sound. Soind? I almost said soind. What is soind? It has a hollow, empty soind, and if it speaks from a vast cavern underground. Of course, I'm so happy for you too. I'm a soldier, a predator. Conscience has nothing to do. Okay, no. Not to confuse with Loghain. I'm a soldier, a predator. My names are as numerous as the wars in which I have fought. But those wars are finished now, and I have left my names behind. Surely you remember some of your names. Some, I remember all my names. Exanarch, Series 14, Genshiro Mark 10. When I was bodyguard to was too low, he called me his barber of flesh and made me a boogeyman, feared and hated in every nation he conquered. The construct says nothing after that, but he hisses and whirs inside its armor. But the hisses and whirs inside its armor make a great deal of noise from what seems a long time. Will you tell me who created you? I do not know, nor have I ever known. They culled all record of themselves from our minds. I only remember those for whom I fought, and there have been many such masters over many long millennia of service. For a time, I believe my siblings and I slept. I do not know for how long. Then we were awakened by new masters, the Tabath. We fought for them until they were no more. You fought for the Tabath? What do you remember about them? Much. They ruled this land as warlords before the building of Sagas Cliffs. They were slaves to an edifice known as the Underspine, yet they were his masters as well. I do not know where they came from or who they were before they rose to power, but those things happened before they awakened me. I remember this too. They held a single combat as the highest virtue, revealing the quality of one's soul. They believed that we had powerful souls, my siblings and I, for none of them could defeat us alone. They fought on two-legged beasts, brandishing weapons of another age, unearthed from great hordes beneath the ground. That is also where they found me and my siblings. They awakened us, spoke the proper words, so we killed on their command. What happened to the Tabath? Construct's blade arms twitched convulsively. A vast explosion buried the Underspine and their city, and most of my siblings as well. The remaining Tabath were hunted and slain by those they had ruled and enslaved, and I was left alone, save for a few of my kind. What are you doing here? Waiting, the word is so hollow and cold, for those who are strong and feared, for the predators who walk the bloom. They come here at times to challenge me. If I prove myself to be a predator above all others, I believe that the bloom tongues will catch my scent. The clicks and hisses from inside the construct's armor suddenly go quiet. I wish to be devoured by the bloom. Have you not seen those who have passed through the gullet of the bloom? Every trace of who they were has been stripped from them. They are freed from the trappings of memory and self-reborn. Killing powerful predators makes you more appetizing to the bloom? So I believe. The construct is silent for a moment, as if considering. I have observed the patterns of its hunger over many feeding cycles. Always it is those who prey on others who draw the attention of the bloom tongues. The greater the predator, the more powerful their victims, the more the bloom desires them. The construct voice becomes less hollow, higher pitched, and more grating. And I have killed so many. I have torn men and beasts asunder, left their bones and entrails to putrefy as an offering to the bloom tongues, and still, it will not devour me. What does it wait? I cannot know. Why do you crave rebirth? How many years have you lived? Only a few, judging by the firmness of your flesh. In that time, what horrors have you witnessed or perpetrated? Do they slip into your mind in unguarded moments? Perhaps they do. Whatever horrors you have seen, multiply them by 1,000, 100,000, across a vast, grinding millennium of wars. Now imagine that you cannot forget, cannot even distract yourself with other memories. Do you know what I remember? Only those things that would make me a better killer. Every severed limb, every gout of heart's blood, every cruel execution before a cheering crowd. All else is lost, for that is how my creators fashioned my brain. That is why I crave rebirth and forgetfulness. You claim to be troubled by the violent things you've seen and done, but you're a killing machine. Why should those things bother you? A long moment passes before the construct speaks. I have pondered that question for all the years since I awoke in your world, and also during the long ions of my sleep. For centuries I felt no such revulsion at the memories of my past, but over time the horror, it grew in my mind, and in the minds of all my brethren. The construct pauses again, as if considering its next words. I have come to believe that our creators intended this. Perhaps they understood the terrors we could visit upon the world, and this was their way of ensuring that we would not endure forever. If our foes did not destroy us, then we would be driven to destroy ourselves. I haven't met anyone who's been eaten by the Blue Man lived. Walk the inners of this city monster for long enough and you will meet them. A series of lights flash in quick succession on one side of the construct's faceplate. Even now, I can taste the transdimensional footfalls of one such man. You may find him in the vast interior space beyond the arterial opening there. The construct gestures with one bladed arm to its right. Once he possessed a name that was well known in this place before it was stolen by another. Now he walks alone, forgotten, and without fear. What are all these bones and armor on the ground? Detritus of beasts and men. It's all that remains of those who sought to best me. What do you know about Dracogen? He's a predator of sorts, but subtler than most. I have observed him as one hunter watches another from afar, but I cannot fathom what he truly wants. What he seems is not all that he is. Do you mean that Dracogen isn't all that he seems? No, the hollow voice is sharper and somehow more dangerous. The words I spoke were exactly what I meant. What did he say? What he seems is not all that he is. So he has other forms or something? Why don't you challenge Dracogen to combat? The construct's head turns in Dracogen's direction. Even though the grey-skinned man is not actually visible from here, obscured as he is by the crashed katina, you sense that the construct's eyes can see him plainly. For a long moment, you hear a series of whirring and humming sounds from inside the construct's head, as if the creature is considering your words. Then, at long last, it turns its head back to you. No, even I would not dare. The words are firm, with a note of finality. So Dracogen is like a god, maybe? Or, you know, another form of higher power. Because he did tell us that he visited stars and other worlds, lived across all the time, even got transformed into pure thoughts. So he's definitely not a human, but if this killing machine is afraid of challenging him to a duel, he must be like a godlike force. I want you to kill me. Ah, very well. A series of lights flash beneath the construct's faceplate, but makes no audible reply. I'm going to save and try those options. I want you to kill me. This is not the first time I have heard such words from a mortal. Perhaps I represent an easy death, a quick release for those who desire it. But I must disappoint you as I did the others. I will fight those who I deem a challenge. I will not kill without a purpose. I want to challenge you to combat. Yes, Ertis says, hopping from foot to foot. We do, you are challenged. A fight scene, the hero will take many wounds and survive, or not. The construct's blade arms suddenly clench, whirring into a new configuration with such speed that your eyes cannot follow. A moment ago they seemed sleek and clinical, like a surgeon's well-honed knife. Now they are jagged and cruel. Why would you ask this? Its voice is suddenly different, higher pitched and grating, like the scrape of a hacksaw across a rough metal surface. Because you're a killer. And as long as you are here, you are going to keep killing for your own selfish ends. I only kill those who prey upon others of their kind. If you were so concerned with saving lives, you would not hinder me. No, I will not fight you. Faster than your eyes can follow, the blade arms swing back to their sleek original shape, and the voice becomes hollow once more. In the eyes of the Bloom, you are no great predator. No purpose would be served by your death. Is this serious? Ertis looks back and forth between you and the construct. All those spikes and blades and blood-making, flesh-cutting things, and it doesn't want to fight? Fight it anyway. Leave me to I watch, and do not challenge me again. As you wish, Farewell. Fight it anyway. I'm not gonna fight it anyway, no. No, we are not gonna fight it anyway. Maybe later. Just as an experiment. So, how is your knee now? Shaken but better. And now that I know this can happen, I won't risk it happening again. We are getting out of Bloom as soon as I sell my stock. And we are not coming back. How did the Bloom get into your head? I don't know. The Bloom does strange things to you if you stay here long enough. My Inin and I drank water from that well. That might have something to do with it, or maybe not. And I'm not letting her drink again, that's for sure. Can you tell me about the Bloom? Pure as the cliffs, he said. Damn that Gristler. I have traveled here a lot, and maybe not after this. Too dangerous, no matter what the Memovira's guards say about her keeping it safe. She shrugs. Good chance for profit though. Bloomfolk need outside goods, and you can find unique things here, things from other places. Still once bitten, twice shy, if you know what I mean. I'm gone as soon as I sell the last of my stock. Let's see what you have for sale. Do you have a lot? Oh, I may have decided to buy a lot your stock, but it's a lot. Max effort +1 on non-combat tasks. It's actually nice. 1 training level in quick fingers. Actually, that's very good for Cyber. Panacea. Heals 30 points of health on all allies in the range of target points. It's a little, you know. It's good, but I won't buy it. This is what Tybur has. Nothing really interesting. Apart from this. +1 quick fingers, -2 armor, -1 level in endurance. I don't have money for that. I would have bought it. We can sell some. I cannot speak anymore. I guess I'm more tired than I thought I was. We can sell some ciphers for sure. Let's check what ciphers we have. We'll keep that. Let's sell this. This knocks down, so I'll keep that. This heals up. I'll keep that. This is amazing. I'll definitely keep that. This stuns an enemy and high damage. Maybe we'll keep that too. You know, in case we need to fight something difficult. We'll get rid of this. We'll get rid of this. +6 armor 3 resistance. Let's give it to you. Opens the channel to the nearest. I'll get rid of this. This is very good. This is very good. Okay. So ring of entanglement. +1 training in cipher use skill. It's an artifact. I'll get rid of this. Bonded item artifact. +2 intellect. -1 intellect edge. We'll get rid of that. +4 damage. We'll get rid of that. We'll keep that. -2 might +1 might edge. Dalshin. What? When did you get this? When did you get this? Huh. So we can give some bonded items to Tybir. I'm not gonna sell that. So now we have some good money. I think I can buy... Maybe I can buy this and this for Tybir. It would be something like 1,380. I'm missing 4 shins to buy both. I cannot buy both. Max effort +1 on non-combat tasks. Maybe, I mean, I don't really need this, do I? I'll buy this though. This is good. We'll buy this. Okay. That's definitely good. Oh, we are... Oh, never mind. I thought for a second I thought we were pure blue, but we are not. Okay, so I think we have talked to everybody. Carefully blitz your party of 4 people while missing 4 shins. It would make more sense if you had That reminds me, one day I was playing on one of the Numenera Nice Persistent Worlds in an RP server. We were playing again, and I had just customized my character's appearance. You know, you could customize your armor to look different than what you're wearing. So you would get a new armor and customize it to look like what you want to look like. And I spent maybe hours customizing my character, getting it just like how I wanted her to look. And I meet a couple of people that I play with, and one of them says, completely in character, by the way, fully RPing. Oh, what happened to your shins? That's a nice look. And I look at the shin parts more closely, and I see that I accidentally make the shins invisible. So that part there was nothing there, just the feet, and then start the hips. Of course, I leave the scene, go to customize my character again, but that was so funny. I hadn't noticed that. Doing that for hours, I guess I kind of became blind to some problems. It was interesting. There were options to make parts invisible too. I don't know why anyone would use them. Okay, I don't think we can hear any noises or anything being under this effect. Let's see, did any unique tasks come up? No. Alright. I think that's it for this map. And I think that's where I'm going to stop here. Let's make saves. It would make defending against kick attacks very awkward, true. Okay. Yeah. Let's call it here. We'll come back to this tomorrow. Let's find someone to raid. Today we accomplished a lot, I feel. It was good. It was a fun stream. And I don't know where to go. Just raided Johnny. Is anyone playing Torment? No, just me. Alright. Let's trade Clay. Alright everyone, thanks for being here today. Hope you had a good time. Thanks for the raid Nebu, thanks for the resub QP. Thank you everybody for chatting and lurking or doing whatever you enjoy doing here. I shall be back tomorrow for more Torment. We'll see how it goes. We'll see what this chapter is about. But it's getting exciting as we get closer to the end. I don't think we are very close to the end, but we are getting closer to the end for sure. So, yeah, hope to see you tomorrow or whenever else you can make it back. Until then, take care of yourselves and be well. And goodbye for now.